listen to this. Bad boy. Fucking time. Come on.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Legion by Lenovo, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Another night of ESL Pro League is upon us, and that is the waiting stream. But we've actually started. We're back. Yes, this is going to be the last night of Pro League for this week, and I think the general consensus of this evening is kind of, how the hell do we top the show we put on during Denim Day?
That was pretty good.
That was pretty good.
I did read a, well, no, you read the Reddit,
that was
the
a
Reddit
good thing.
comment saying...
you use very professional broadcast, very buttoned up.
That's good to know.
Yeah.
I'm glad that we can,
We can certainly shake things up in the future.
deliver the highest standard.
Yeah. Well, I do have Henry, I do have Chad, obviously. Just hanging out. How's everyone doing? Good?
Yeah, not too bad.
Yeah.
Coming to the end of the week. It's always...
You guys have gone casual Thursday. Jason's gone the farmer. You've gone the Friday night polo.
I don't know where the farmer came from.
Sounds a bit like bullying, if you ask me.
Yeah, it does sound a little bit like bullying. Either way, we'll get off the aggressiveness of Chad, and we'll go straight over to the standings. In case you guys weren't tuned into the NA broadcast on the EU1 yesterday, this is NA. Not much has changed really as we've gone over every night. Any surprises there at the bottom, guys? You know, anyone missing from the playoffs that you think would be in it?
Nope.
I guess CLG, after their performance in Star Ladder, you'd expect them to be doing better in this particular league. They looked very good there. Obviously, haven't had that lineup for the entirety of this league so far, but I'm sure they can maybe bounce back and sneak in the top six.
Yeah, I think the top six looks pretty solid. I guess the biggest surprise up there would be NRG in that 4th place.
Sure.
But I mean, regardless, I don't think you can argue too much, but top 6 doesn't look bad here.
I think if Luminosity or CLG takes that NRG spot, that top 6 is the one that you'd probably want to have going into the finals.
Yeah, probably with CLG's recent performance. This is the European standings, obviously, and this one's been in a bit of upheaval. We saw last night, obviously. I mean, G2 rose from 13th to 6th, I think it was, at the end of last night. That's pretty intense of a jump. And HellRaisers in there in the top 5. We're going to see them tonight. They also had a very good performance at Star Ladder.
Yeah, definitely. Henry was there with you, so this is where I direct the analysis when we do these segments to you guys.
I forgot about that.
No, you know, this team has kind of been a sleeper squad, right?
Yeah.
They've been chugging along. They've had some up and down results, but then at that LAN event, it looked like they had everything together. You could look at a few different factors. They kind of are going to need a repeat performance, you know, going down the line, but they have a good brand of Counter-Strike, and I think the way that Angel plays as an in-game leader, I like his style.
Yeah, they've looked pretty impressive, and we can throw up today's schedule so you guys know what to look forward to. Because these first matches, we're obviously going to see this HellRaisers that has kind of snuck their way to be a very dangerous squad. They're taking on Fnatic, who's looking a little bit resurgent, and then North versus FaZe. That'll be a really cool matchup down the evening. Over on the B stream, we have some of the legends of Counter-Strike, Virtus Pro and NIP, but both teams in a downturn right now.
Yeah.
Getting relegated to the B stream, saying, you know what, after some of these performances we've seen, maybe take a step back.
Yeah, we thought Virtus Pro would bounce back after Star Ladder, maybe show some good results coming back into the Pro League, but it looks...
Boy, did they go the other way, didn't they?
Yeah, they kept on that slump status. So you hate to see it, but maybe it's a good thing for them to kind of recalibrate and work out what the problems are and kind of get in the right direction.
Yeah, what was the other matchup on the B stream? It's Mouse Sports, I think, for someone. I couldn't remember what I saw. It did flash up there for about 30 seconds. I should have.
Yeah. G2.
Should have taken a gander. G2?
Yeah.
Okay. First Mouse Sports.
Yeah, I have some really important news.
Go on.
Yeah.
As of this current state in time, I am top of the Fantasy League.
Just
by
laugh,
1 point.
All right, that's not bad. It's a solid lead. Hold on to that one. Cling to it for dear life. We're going to see what Mitch has to say. He's waiting for us over there.
Thank you, Moses, and welcome everybody again to another play day here at the ESL Pro League. As always, I instruct you to head over to our social media platforms at facebook.com/ESLCS and at ESLCS on Twitter. We also want to make you aware of our Pay Safeguard fan vote that's ongoing, where you can vote for your favorite player of the month. Last month, Spiro was voted by the community as their favorite, but if you want to have your say recorded, then go over there and vote. All the details are below. In the meantime, North have joined the ranks of Fnatic by recruiting their own academy team. This team is going to be coached by Ave, with Loma as their captain, with the goal of nurturing new talent for the future of the game. And we'll be looking forward to see what sort of amazing new talent will be coming out of it. In the Mountain Dew League news, however, Big and Godsent will be facing off in the final of the tournament, with the winner getting a slot in the EU Pro League. The loser will fight together with either Penta Sports or Team Spirit for the remaining 2 slots that will be decided through the relegation process in the CSGO Pro League here at ESL. Head over to esea.net/MDL for more details. And finally, we always get you guys to send in our clips on your community play. So let's see what we have for this week.
Well, I have an idea of what next week's community plays are going to be. There's going to be a lot of Negevs in them because that's right. The Negevs, the R8s, they're back,
Yeah.
baby. They're back.
Weird, isn't it?
It's
What
kind
a
of
strange turn of events. If I'm honest. Where did that come from?
What game do Valve think we're playing?
I don't know, but I just want to do a callback to what, like 3 weeks ago when I said, you know, if you had to use the Negev in some kind of a situation, how would you use it? Now we have all these beautiful Reddit clips
Yeah.
that...
To be
Shows that
fair,
it's not
I
viable.
tested it out today, right? And they've kind of adjusted it so when you have it equipped, when you have it out like you have it on here, you're kind of walking through sludge. It's so slow. And the first 17 bullets are so erratic. You have to kind of warm it up like a minigun. You have to like build it up, but then you get some accuracy. So it's not exactly viable, in my opinion. I used it a few times. It just seemed like a mess.
Well,
It's not really-
obviously the big thing is, I mean, the big announcement from ESL side of things was that it is disallowed in the ESL Pro League. So
Right.
we'll not be seeing it tonight. And the reason for that is obviously it's $2,000. Valve came out and said, we're going to make it low money because we want people to experiment. We want to see what
Isn't
these
that why we
changes.
have the beta client now?
Yeah, but no one plays that, Henry, to be fair, you know? Who's going to load up the beta client? You can't play ESEA games on the beta client, can you?
And to finish my point really quickly as well, the decision we made, the ESL Pro League is not the place for experimentation. So we're not.
And
gonna be
there's
doing it.
Easter bunnies now in form of chickens who lay eggs.
Do they really?
Yep.
But I
Do you get anything in the eggs?
What do you think about
Oh, this
Reddit
is a great clip. This is an Opera
Wait,
facing
what
off
happens
against the new Negev. He's just, there's the warm up, a little bit accurate, and then he just slowly crouches around the corner, gets a couple body shots, gets a little aim punch through the wall, and then it's an easy cleanup. The Op never sees him.
So the way that I saw people using it was they were kind of pre-shooting
Yeah.
to go through those first 18 bullets and then come around the corner with the laser beam accuracy.
Yeah.
To be fair, the Negev, I didn't even think was that bad of a weapon beforehand. The price point and the fact we're playing a game which is tactical and, you know, things have to make sense, it just was never viable for competitive play. You could use it before and like tap with it long range, and it wasn't a bad gun. It just, you would never buy it when you have an M4.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Well,
gone now.
just
No
the fact
tapping
that,
anymore.
yeah. Well, you know who actually used to buy that in a serious fashion is Elise from Team Liquid. When he had the money, he would pick that up, and he's
I thought
he's
that
had
was
a
an
couple
accident.
really good. No, that's the thing. Everyone thought it was an accident, but it was no accident. Here's some tweets. Obviously, the Team Liquid account oh yeah, they did allow the Negev for I think it was just 1 or 2 games last night in the NA side of things. I don't know how it went. Bondic obviously still saying he would prefer the UMP for 1200. Maybe just alluding to how overpowered that weapon is.
Valve?
We got a lot of question marks from the pro.
I read it
community.
like 2 a.m. last night. I was like, is this like, am I dreaming right now? Is this real life?
Yeah,
like,
we were kind of questioning it pretty late.
yeah.
The things we do late at night, questioning Valve decisions.
Yeah.
I was watching Luminosity versus Rush. to see how they were going.
Yeah.
I wasn't really too phased by the update.
Yeah. How did that game go? Good?
They won both maps. You know,
Luminosity?
my boys.
Nice. Congratulations. You have
Thank you.
those two guys on your team. Yeah. Just to reiterate, it will not be used in ESL Pro League, so we will not be seeing it tonight. I don't believe it'll be, pretty sure from now on it'll be disallowed in the North American side of things as well. With all that good stuff out of the way, we can move on to the matchup. HellRaisers taking on Fnatic, the team that's come out of nowhere, and the team that, you know, was a little quiet for a while, heating back up.
Yeah, absolutely. HellRaisers, a star ladder. I don't think anyone expected them to make it to the playoffs and knock North out in a best of 3 as well. It was actually really cool from them. They've always played like good Counter-Strike, and the thing is whether the big names turn up, let's say like Dead Fox or Sticko, Zero, if those guys arrive, they can actually go toe-to-toe with some of the best. And they showed that at Star Ladder, good basic Counter-Strike, really. And then Dead Fox had a really good tournament as well. That's what they were looking for. They managed to actually get some big upsets there. Like, it wasn't super deep in the tournament. The fact they get like the semi-finals, actually kind of sick.
Well, I mean, that was a big question going into this event, right? Because I remember having the conversation on this very desk, because it's just like, is this HellRaisers team? Are they for real? Because they're starting to win some of those qualifiers to get to Star Ladder, some of those matches over there to even get to the LAN. And we were just like, you know, is this for real? Is this team actually is this gonna be a thing now? Are they gonna be considered a contending team? And then the general consensus was like, we just have to wait for LAN. Well, they've shown it now. Are they going to stick around, Chad?
I think, you know, the next LAN event is going to be the big one to really show if they are going to stick around or not, because you're not going to do a whole heap of homework on a team like HellRaisers, right, when you have all the other big dogs to worry about. That's no disrespect to them. That's just, you know, you have your priorities as a team and you have to look at ones that you think are going to be bigger threats. And they probably didn't think HellRaisers were going to be one of those squads. Going into this, Fnatic are definitely going to have to take stock, and Jumpy's going to have to do a lot of work to find out how HellRaisers play and how his players can work around that, because we haven't seen good things from Fnatic on this map, whereas HellRaisers, this is one of their favorites, I would say.
Yeah, and I mean, Henry, now, I mean, this Fnatic team, we saw them the other night, I believe, and I mean, I know they tweeted out, we just can't seem to win 2 in a row. I mean, what is up with this team? Because we keep saying they're back, but they don't really always show that they're back. And
it was weird. They played against Heroic the other night, and they had won the first map pretty comfortably on train, then they moved over to Cobblestone, and they didn't seem to arrive whatsoever. It was like their economy was completely ruined throughout it, and they tried to roll back some of the old ideas, like the fact they put their sword-off shotgun on the T side of Cobble, trying to make that happen again. Hasn't seemed to be a thing since like 2015, to be fair, but they gave it a go. Didn't seem to work out for them at all. And yeah, you can see the tweets there. 1-1 again for them. So they keep splitting series. The first map always looked really good, and then they kind of drop off. It's really interesting to see how they're kind of still getting themselves back together. I think it's promising, especially at Star Ladder. We saw them have some big results in terms of like just great aiming overall. Olofmeister starting to hit some really crispy AK shots across the board, and his teammate JW, he's actually finding that old kind of playstyle once again. The fact he's like so dynamic and almost throws the rulebook of CS away. That's actually promising to see that coming back. Although it's a weird thing to watch.
CS too.
Yeah.
Yeah. The 3 of them, that's always powerful. Flusher, obviously, he's a
Flusher's a quiet tournament.
Yeah.
So it's,
yeah. But I think, like, as the in-game leader and stuff like that, he always has, I don't know, probably adjust his playstyle the most, you know, to fit different roles and what's going on. So to see him not performing well isn't great, because he's one of the best major performers I think we've ever had in the history of the game,
statistically,
right? Yeah. He's nuts.
Yeah, I mean, now I mean, I'm just kind of wondering back and forth, like, which Fnatic are we going to get? Is it literally just something where it's like the aim is like kind of where they just draw their power from?
That's always been their playstyle though. Like, even when they're the very best team in the world, everyone heralded Pronax is the best in-game leader of all time. But you have to think he also had Olofmeister in the best form of his career at that point, in that particular peak. So it wasn't necessarily down to the sick tactics of doing it. It's like maps like Cobble, sending Olofmeister to the upper platform and B when they're like 4 rounds down and he just find 2 or 3 headshots. That's not a sick tactic. That's just them clutching at straws thinking, do you want to go find some kills? Yeah. And that was obviously having a lot of impact in terms of their victories and their results going forward there.
Had anything here, Chad? No? Do you like that? Do you agree with that statement?
Yeah, well, back then, yeah, definitely everyone was playing at their peak. And Pronax, you know, he could make some good reads and some good mid-round calls, but it was definitely a lot of talent of the players who were involved making that happen. And then now that the meta's shifted and it seems like more of a strategical one where you want to set the pace or you need to get map territory and go from there, Fnatic are the type of team who just wants to go for that head-up duel, or that's the way it looks anyway. Yeah. They don't really have executes to give them a way in other than hopefully finding a frag. That's changing. That shift has been happening. I've seen more set executes, especially on this map from them. I'm liking what I'm seeing, but going up against HellRaisers, who are on a bit of a high at the moment, I would assume. They did lose last night to Australis, however, on Mirage, and I forgot what the first map was.
No shame there.
Overpass.
Yeah.
Overpass?
Yep.
Yeah. So, you know, this is one of their better maps and not one of Fnatic's best. So you would have to say HellRaisers strategically going into this would be the favorites. But if Fnatic turn up, you know, Olof's going off, they're all hitting their shots, then there's no reason Fnatic can't win.
Is there anything to this HellRaisers team, the inconsistency of like someone like Dead Fox? He's obviously going to be, like, especially what we saw at Starladder, one of the biggest impact players they have. As an AWPer, being inconsistent, is that kind of their next step? Is like, you know, find some way for him to be have his good games more often?
Like he's a confidence-based player, it seems. Like if he starts having like a good pistol and then they get the 3-0, he gets the AWP early on, then he's looking great. And he's hitting his shots, he's going aggressive and actually having lots of impact at the start. If they have a rough start though and they lose the pistol, go 0-3 and he doesn't have the AWP in the first gun round, that's when they seem to really quiet them down. They don't really seem to be able to recover from those situations. So I think it's a lot down to the decent start for HellRaisers overall. Dead Fox especially, he is very inconsistent, I have to say. Like in the beginning of the tournament, even when they beat FaZe to open things up, like he was very quiet. He wasn't the differentiating factor really. It was actually once they got deeper into it towards the semi-finals, when they played maps like Cobble, that's when he really got rolling. And that's actually when I thought, okay, this guy can actually potentially be one of like the top 10 AWPers in the world right now. When he's in this sort of form, it's actually hard to say anything bad against him.
There's one thing with inconsistencies that we talk about, right? And I think to see players as being inconsistent on the CT side is a bit harder because you don't control where the terrorists go. You just hold your position and do your role within the team, right? So one game we might see Sticko and they get like 8 kills on the CT side, and one he might get 20 and just go nuts because that's something that I noticed with their team. On the T side, in terms of inconsistencies, that's just got to do with if people aren't hitting their shots and stuff, like you're saying about Dead Fox, if he's rolling out and he's made to get a pick in this area, some games he'll hit all shots, some games he'll hit none. Same with, I think the best player statistically on this team is actually Angel, right, as the in-game leader.
Yeah.
He had a great tournament.
But that's because of his play style, right? If you look at it, he's kind of like a, not baity, but more like a lurker in-game leader who does things to bolster himself and really get in there and do what his strengths allow him to do, which is I think is really good because you make the most of your in-game leader at that point. But if that's damaging other stars, that's not a great thing. But in this team, it seems to work. So it's
fair play.
Yeah, I guess, right? As long as you're winning.
Yeah, and we're just waiting for some players to join the server.
Okay.
So just a tiny bit of time to chat.
Yeah,
chat with
well,
the
one
boys.
thing I was want to mention as well, Cobble, we always talk about having the limited options on the CT side at the beginning of the round. I think that's why it's quite a damaging map for Fnatic overall. They like to be very dynamic and be pushing through smokes and trying to find picks at the start. And obviously, there's not really much on Cobble. That's why I don't really feel like it's an amazing map for them. I think like on the T side, if they start T side, they can get off to a really good start and maybe close down the CD side. But on Cobble so far, I think they are lacking the kind of technical executions. They have the very basic ones to get like a sort of wall of smoke going down, but it seems like there's a lot of gaps in it as well. I'd love it when they're hitting all the shots. They don't need to have to rely on those. But when it comes down to it, they lose a few rounds in a row. Obviously, the form's not quite there. That's when a lot of teams, especially North, they can run their BXQ, let's say, like every single round and almost get a bomb plant guaranteed every single time, right? And it's come to the clutches at the end. Don't really have that same feeling with Fnatic on this map so far. We know Jumpy's working on it. He's bringing those tactics in, but at the moment, I'm not fully convinced by this map. And I actually favor HellRaisers going into this one.
I would love to just see like Fnatic come out with a full, like a gimmick, right? Let's say they win T-Pistol and then they just have some jump smoke, really fast, gimmicky strategy with all like perfect execution. They only need that one strat, right? Run that on the first gun round. Shock and Awe comes in, they beat HellRaisers on that round. HellRaisers eco, all right, next gun round, run it as a fake, you know, and then you're already halfway through the first half, and then you can go to your defaults, then you can go to your picks and stuff. But the biggest bailout, and Lauren and Mitch, they mentioned it quite a lot. It looks like they've cast a lot of Fnatic games, but the biggest bailout is they go to double AWPs a lot. You know, they really want.
We noticed that at the start of the season as well.
And if you can't get your economy up to keep affording those double AWPs and punish teams for it, and especially on a map like Cobble, you're gonna have a rough ride, especially on that CT side.
Like you brought up the double up on Cobble because we have the head chairman of the anti-double up Cobble.
Listen.
What do we say about bullying, Jason?
That's not bullying.
So I feel a bit bullied.
Was that-
That's
was
quite a
that bullying?
vicious attack there. Anyway, no,
I'll slow it down.
no,
I'll take a step.
it's all right. I'm only joking. No, I'm not. I do feel quite passionate about a double AWP setup on Cobble. I just think it's so vulnerable. I think as soon as it's detected, it's great to throw in every now and then. If you pick up another AWP, I think it's worth it. Give it a go. But as soon as they detect and you win a couple of rounds of it, that's when the wall of smoke's coming towards B, and that means the AWP is either isolated behind the statue or towards Chicken Coop. The rotating AWP coming in, the bomb's already down. It's a nightmare to kind of retake a bomb site with that weapon, especially if you're by yourself in a one-on-one or 1v2. It's going to be a real difficult affair. I just don't think the map really lends itself to it. You have one real retake route. You're coming in through the connector or drop down. That's kind of it. Unless you're going to flank all the way around and B halls with the AWP in your hand. It's not really, in my opinion, I don't think it's the best way to win rounds. It's certainly an option if you pick it up, but for me, I'm not aiming to go towards it.
I think like G2 a team who's made it work with Kenny and Shox. I'm very critical of the fact that Shox keeps double AWPing, but it seems to transition to working now, right?
Yeah,
so you can't
like,
really be critical.
It
if it's
works
working.
amazingly at the start out of the group stages.
Yeah.
They looked amazing. Then no one had to shut it down. But as soon as you get to the playoffs and you can kind of work out what the map's going to be in the best of 3, you've watched their demos, you've seen how they're placing them. They got shut down at that point. And Shoxy was very stubborn in the sense that he kept going for that double AWP setup, and people were knowing all the angles he plays. He's not as flashy as Kenny. He's not changing up every single round. He's holding lines, and he's just holding, let's say it's Inferno, he's just holding B at the car. Or if it's Cobble, he's going to be holding the back of the site. Kenny AWPs A now. So it seems like he gets shut down quite easily. And I think that's a problem. If you're going to have a double AWP setup, you need to be mixing it up almost every single round.
Well, since we are still waiting, we do have some time. I'm going to have the standings brought up, the European standings.
great.
We'll get a closer look at these. We'll be able to talk a little bit more about them. I mean, obviously, the big surprise, HellRaisers being in that top 6, as we've just talked plenty about them. But Mousesports, I mean, their start to the season was largely attributed to Nico being on the team for, I think it was 6 games, Matt said yesterday. And then from here, it's kind of like we know their schedule is going to be difficult. But this is a team that went 2-0 last night. They just keep solidifying this position, just keep hanging on.
Well, we were talking about that last night. We were talking about the run they have. And I mentioned this before, but we'll go over it again because it's quite daunting. You know, they've got a bit of a gauntlet ahead of them. They've got G2, FaZe, HellRaisers who are on the rise, Na'Vi and Fnatic.
If they split a couple of those series,
they're in.
They're third place right now. They just need to pick up, I'd say, maybe 2-3 maps, and they could actually
Let's check out FaZe's schedule, because as a team that just won Star Ladder and has seemed to be on the rise, obviously with Nico in the roster, it would be funny if he put a lot of work into Mousesports and wasn't able to qualify on his own team. But
it's an okay path.
It's moderate, especially
Mousesports, Virtus Pro, HellRaisers, and G2. So yeah, tough series right at the end, but. VP may be looking a little weak on the moment. That'll be an interesting matchup, that FaZe Mousesports. Either way, we are finally ready. The players have all joined the server. We're going to send it over to Pansy and Uber, and they're going to take us away on map 1.
Thank you very much, Moses. That we will. Fnatic and HellRaisers, and both teams have been improving. Both teams have been interesting us, intriguing us maybe a little bit as well. I would have loved to actually, I know we're not going to see, I would have loved to see Mirage between these two, just because how good HellRaisers are on it lately, but that's another thing. Cobblestone is going to be Fnatic start on the CT side.
This is looking like a very similar hit. So I was watching back the HellRaisers T side from before, from that game against North, where they won the best of 3 series, but they did lose Cobble. And the interesting factor that I'll probably get to in a second, because it looks like Angel is already taking fights and winning them, looking confident there to find JW. And it's quite strange seeing a team so aggressively taking fights against someone like Fnatic, who normally do it themselves. And there's a split coming in through drop. Nice little smoke to isolate players like Flusher, but he's going to come out swinging. Him and Dennis doing a lot of work here.
Yeah, Fnatic now start to put their foot down a little bit more, and Angel, despite getting 2 kills to start with, he was actually the only player on that B platform. He backed up just as his team pushed out a drop, and now Deadbox has got some work to do. It's just going to be the 1 kill, but more crucially, the bomb being dropped in connector means Angel has to go and retrieve.
You're not going to win that one. There's Flusher just swinging out wide and taking the fight. Now, the thing I want to talk about was that double AWP. It was brought up on the desk. And the funny thing was, now, HellRaisers didn't win a single round the moment that North brought out the double AWPs on the CT side. So clearly HellRaisers do have a little bit of an issue trying to handle it. They very much like going for those A hits on their T side, so it's something to look out for here. Fnatic love it as well. That's why I bring it in this early.
Yeah.
As soon as Fnatic can get the double AWP, it will be there.
The problem is when Fnatic are in like maybe not a well-established financial situation, that extra investment towards the AWP can actually hurt them if it doesn't work out. And it's always map dependent, you know, what you can actually achieve with a double AWP setup. Cobble, like Henry says, feels this a little bit more of a vulnerable map. We'll have to see if that comes out, but for now, there's a few more rounds that need to go before then. And Sticko, young player, leaving school, focusing on Counter-Strike, so far really improving in that way, as of HellRaisers as a whole. And Dennis now going to be waiting in danger with the FAMAS. Sees 1 play, but Angel challenges him out. Second opening kill with a pistol in the last 2 rounds.
A little sloppy there from Dennis, to be fair, and he was very much isolated, but what is that positioning, Angel? You're just going to leave yourself vulnerable? No one had checked up on long, and I think Deadfox was kind of aware there could be someone there. You could see how hesitant he was to make it any further. And, well, they're going to suffer for that one. Bit of a shame. That could have been a little bit more. And now you can see the pullover of players. You've got Crims here watching that middle push-up. Olafmeister still on long, so there's no real problems at the moment. Smoke goes in towards the door as well. So now the hit's going to come in, but they're not checking this. And, yeah, just a little bit sloppy on the play up there, HellRaisers. Maybe not expecting someone to be that close towards middle off. They did pick up Dennis, but it's worked out well for Crims. And now Bondic only with a P250. A little bit of a dink there, good stuff from him, but it doesn't equate to a kill. So at the end of the day, only taking down Dennis. A bit of a light investment from HellRaisers, not much. There was a couple of pistols. You saw a smoke or 2 as well, a smoke, should I say. But yeah, it wasn't a big deal on that one. But yeah, this was just a little bit of a shame they didn't check it.
Zero was checking, but far further up the path.
There's a couple of them, isn't there, you can sit behind.
Okay, 2 rounds in which HellRaisers have gotten the first kill, and 2 rounds that they've failed to win out on there. Things falling apart a little bit later on. Fnatic keep most of this weaponry intact. It was actually Crims, I think it salvaged FAMAS to give back to Dennis after picking it up off a drop body last round. He upgrades the M4. There's a ton of utility here, and there's none on HellRaisers. This is a very bare bones round for this Eastern European mix.
And the man who started off that UMP trend that everyone discussed as well, Flusher, known for sticking on it in drop beyond having to. He was always became the bank of Fnatic off the back of just having the UMP being so powerful with it, never upgrading. Always did so well, and now it's such a commonplace piece for a CT side or UMT as well. So GW going for the max 7. Oh, well, a little bit of broken wall by Plateau, but he's going to have a little bit of a clear in. Nicely done from GW, just getting the information, just keeping tabs on where they are without having to fully commit anywhere. And taking his time. HellRaisers, ideal situation here, a plant, but you can see the backup plan of Crims, right? He sat all the way out. Get absolutely wrecked. Sticko, that's got to burn a little bit. JW's putting on a bit of a show there, but DeadFox will at least find him. But, the backup plan was Crim, sitting all the way back at Chicken Coop. Olofmeister, what is this?
Yeah,
boys?
a little bit,
what is this?
bit messy from him. I mean, he gets Bondic down towards 2 HP, but sometimes the UMP doesn't always act as reliably as it perhaps should. Dennis, though, is able to at least recover that. And DeadFox is eventually going to go down there. Fnatic, solid round for them, but HellRaisers come in with no armor and no utility to speak of. So, again, they get a couple of kills that maybe they shouldn't even have gotten here. But that's the game, that's CS. And that's Fnatic up 3-0. This second frag is ridiculous. This is floating like a butterfly.
First, it's like, okay, fine.
And stinging like a Mack truck to the face. Look at this. That's just ridiculous. Nicely done. Good correction, despite being in midair.
So the other thing I want to highlight about HellRaisers on their T side is they really like the A hits. It's something that actually worked very well for them against North until the double orbs. Once that came into play, then things changed and it wasn't as easy. But they do like their A hits. They like their attention towards long. At the moment, it looks somewhat similar to how I saw them play against North, so maybe it could happen this way. Maybe they've changed up. Considering they lost that game, it could have been a little bit of a quick review period and gone, all right, maybe that's not quite how we want to play this, but still. At the moment, on the receiving end of this as well would be Dennis and Olofmeister. Again, quite a tough duo to get past. Olofmeister always calm under pressure. See how well he handles this already. Bit of long control coming out. Olof's gone for the closer smoke here, and all those traces are close. He stays unscathed for now. Not too worried, but he has to be eventually. Danger's not being able to be spotted yet by Dennis. Now they've kind of, helped each other out, and fallen back a little bit further. They lost control of middle, so Danger became a threat, and Olofmeister could have been pinched. You see the response instantly. Now, again, HellRaisers doing somewhat of a similar thing. This kind of slow build up towards A. Crims would be probably first to rotate, if anyone. He's already sat in connector.
Sticko hasn't done too much to justify keeping players over at this site on the Fnatic side. Now a little bit, Molotov's come in and that's actually, caused an ejection of utility on the side of the Swedes.
But look at this angle that Crims has there. He's going to spot if anyone actually pushes it down. And you might see that exchange coming through pretty quickly. Flash comes in, but Dennis is in a really nice angle. He's going to hear these steps as well. That's why Flash is on his way. And
the anti-flash.
The timing! He turned his back for a flash that just wasn't coming in. It's a little bit too late now. And Olofmeister's a little isolated on the side, and here's the backup. Flusher comes charging in, but he gets found by Zero. And then Olofmeister pounces, trades it out well, leaving DeadFox all on his lonesome at long.
Yeah, gonna go down as well. It's been said of DeadFox sometimes rounds in which he doesn't have the AWP have been a lot weaker for him. I think his stats are more skewed than a lot of AWPers actually in that particular direction. A good example of this is, actually I bring him up a couple times. I talk about a skewed AWPer is Little though, from Fluffy Gangsters. I don't know who he's playing for now, but he was like one of those players that really didn't get any kills with rifles or pistols and only with AWPs. So something to keep an eye on there, and that can affect your consistency as a player. We've discussed that matter with DeadFox multiple times. Now HellRaisers buy in with pistols. They actually have a little bit more armor to work with this time, and some smokes. We'll see how they set these up here. HellRaisers is one of the first teams to actually pioneer the smoke from T-spawn in towards CT connector. Or the connector between A and B, should I say.
Keynote.
Yeah, I liked it though. Drop right. We saw Rops, his first round last night, he actually laid that smoke down perfectly. It can be very strong.
This looks like maybe an A pinch here. You might see the smokes coming through pretty soon, just because you've got Angel and DeadFox over by middle. You've got Bondic and Zero over by drop, so it'd be a nice idea to try and pinch that connector. But it's kind of hard to execute when you've only got these pistols. They do have the armor to boot as well, so you'd hope they'd get something done on this. And here comes the flash, here comes the play, here comes that pressure through drop, and it's Zero leading the charge, and he's going to overwhelm Crims. That's going to cause an issue. Flusher has to respond, and he's not done very well. Bondic's caught him off guard, and they've got a 5v3, and they've got great map control here, but it's down to Dennis and Olofmeister to dig him out of this one.
Second time we've seen this. Dennis doesn't just hold the angle, he actually almost you know, is prepared for the push to come through. Instead of just trying to be cheeky, he actually takes the initiative and peeks into the enemy team as they're trying to set up. This time there weren't any flash, but still doesn't stop him from getting 2 kills.
Sticker can still be very useful here because JW can't push up without crossing past him. But Zero and Bondic need to stay alive for some time. And they've gone around each other. And there you go, Zero's been found. And it's all on Bondic here. He's got an angle, but it doesn't matter. It looks like Fnatic are on point, or at least the boys on AR for now. Yeah, sure, the bomb was down, but Dennis's play was sublime. Olofmeister playing back into the site very nicely. They didn't rush the retake. They didn't go in ones. They kind of play in this really nice crunch position. It was really, really well done in the end. And, you know, HellRaisers did get a plant out of that. They did a lot of damage considering it was upgraded pistols with, you know, armor to boot and a bit of utility. Now we've got the AWP coming out. No double AWP yet to be seen for Fnatic. Now, the original thing when I was talking to a couple of teams, the only time they knew that Fnatic would go to the double AWP is when they felt pressured, when they felt they needed to go to something else rather than, you know, tactically switching up maybe their approach to their CT side. That's when they'd do it, when they'd feel, you know, the pressure. So maybe they're just not feeling it yet. Maybe they're fine like this. Maybe Olofmeister happy right now. But on the other side, we'll see if there's maybe something more to be brewing here from HellRaisers.
JW doesn't have a mag 7, but playing similarly as if he did for the moment. At least someone to drop down out of the smoke. He'd be hoping to catch them with a no-scope, but it won't be happening here. Deadfox himself has an AWP, and I mean, HellRaisers are running out of time. If they wanted to rotate back towards A, they're going to go. No, they're fully committed to this. Flush is going to have to try and receive on B platform, and it's traded out. JW responds, but he's going to get pushed, and Zero up in his face from drop room. Dennis can respond, and this makes it a 2v2. It's a messy round, but HellRaisers getting closer to the round win than they've had so far in this game. It's going to be a plant. They've got an AWP still in the game, and Angel is going to play up close here towards the rock.
Meister not going to have the little bit of a slide out on that one, and Dennis. This is a tough crossfire to get past. You've got Angel holding close, and Deadfox can just take kind of peeks here and there. Yeah, shoulder peek there. I'm not sure if he spotted him. I think he might have, yeah. Definitely knows now. Nice consideration from Dennis to already kind of predict that could be the crossfire piece in play, but it doesn't matter. The shot comes through in the end, and we'll see. Finally, HellRaisers getting a little bit of a step back here. They've had a good couple of close rounds. They haven't been able to kind of, you know, seal the deal. They've got the bomb plants, they've got into, you know, off-plant situations, and there's the double AWP. JW and Olofmeister instantly go to it, they lose one round, maybe think, all right, let's give them a new look. Let's cut a new figure into this.
Yeah, but again, you know, we talk about the money. It's an expensive weapon, right? It's not, that one didn't get nerfed to $200. So you still need to be very, very careful about how you play around that. Fnatic are the kind of team that's just going to go in for it here. And again, they're an analyst's nightmare, and that's fine. We like them the way they are. So JW is going to play up close. Olofmeister going to play towards that long A part of the map here. So an early peek on towards someone playing close will work, but now JW to back up towards the site.
They're so much more attentive. Look at Flush's position as well. He's not been playing this close by. Angel taking an absolute bucket load of damage. I can imagine that's through the door because it's Dennis spamming on the other side. Yeah, it would have been purely just that going on, nothing more than it. But look at what he's achieved and gave away nothing in the meantime. Bit of a shame for them. Flusher, though, is the next big story piece here. He's pushed up so far as well. Kind of taking the spot of JW, playing further back, and that is nasty. And I'm really liking the way the CT sides are now vying for that control of plateau, and then the longest side of it as well towards B. So pushing the Ts all the way back. They have to then fight for the control just to get towards the platform edge. It does mean that HellRaisers is now considering drop, but look at the massive CTs here. You've got Dennis playing over by the window, Crims and JW kind of by drop, and what JW still has the AWP, so it could be a bit tricky for him to hit this, but it's still JW known for that up close and personal AWPing. Let's see if he can do it now. Shoulder peek comes in, he doesn't hesitate. Great work from him, and now there could be a second to follow, but no, Zero will finally best him.
Yeah, Zero's actually been the thorn in his side so far at rounds, where HellRaisers have actually made some inroads. Good start. Angel himself has the AWP here, and he just gets smashed by Flusher. He and Dennis have a really good feel in this particular game. You watch them play, their timings have been so good. And now Zero has to bail his team out. He's had to do this a couple times before. In fact, he used to be that one guy left alone in the 1v4 situation, most often for HellRaisers, playing that lurker role, but it's very reliable.
But look how different as well Fnatic played that. You had Flusher, who's normally known for playing, you know, underneath that drop balcony or in the side room, electric box, however you want to call it, on the side of drop. This time, super attentive towards playing on plateau, and it, you know, he was the one who got that nade kill. He was the one who was spamming through the smoke on the stairs constantly. So, you know, it looks like there is a bit of variety to how Fnatic approaches CT side. We'll see if that comes through now, but in this round, no armor this time to be seen for HellRaisers, just those upgraded pistols. Well, should I say 3 of them? There's still 2 Glocks up here as well. And look at the passive nature. You've got JW all the way back at Chicken Coop, and now they've gone a little more attentive towards drop. But not directly inside. You've got Flusher kind of playing quite close, but then the support Crims over by the window. So again, they're kind of aware of what they're coming up to. You've got that UMP with Crims this time, why not? You can farm a bit of cash up. And Dennis just kind of playing for the Molly piece here. Spots him out, Molly goes down. Doesn't need to be overwhelmed by it, backs away a little, just in case there was that quick hit.
Angel, often the aggressor, not even really considering the chance of pushing past Molly and trying to take his opponent off guard. So there's an AWP at each site here, and both of them are playing fairly passively at this stage. That's tough for HellRaisers to break, especially with this lack of utility. So they can't really skew any situations in their favor percentage-wise, if you want to look at it that way. They need to get these opening kills, but the problem is angles are being covered here. Fnatic aren't really being forced to rotate. They're not being pressured. HellRaisers sort of offer one player in Angel to see if he can get something, but that's wishful thinking up against what Fnatic are bringing into this round. They've got some utility left over if they want to use it here. Now that's nice. That's what they were looking for, and it's here Zero again to deliver, but olofmeister peeks for his second.
It's always going to feel nice, isn't it? Oh, that's not though. Sticko and Zero landing nice little bit of work back to back, and what is going on, boys? Zero now in a 1v2. If you can get a plant and somehow define 2 individual 1v1s, it'd be a miracle. And 5 bullets in a dream, and that dream has been crushed. They can recover the AWPs, no problem about that, and they'll get a fuse pretty soon. That got a little bit too close, but I think Fnatic just kind of lost a little bit of focus there. Yeah,
perhaps you're right. Again, HellRaisers are getting a lot more than they maybe should have had. Look, it's these Deagle peaks in, right? I mean, HellRaisers are trying to access the site and actually get some information about it, but often doing so is lethal here. Fnatic, you can play this CT side. You can actually be comfortable not having a ton of information about what the enemy team's doing, which is something that's very hard to do on this particular map. If you sit back with 2 AWPers, you know you can give your enemy plenty of room to breathe. That's the whole point of playing double AWP, on the CT side at least, and you can have confidence that you're going to be ready to receive them with players like JW and olofmeister to take them down and give that stopping power they need.
This time, oh, it looked like JW wanted to peek towards Plat, but then backed away from it. olofmeister's getting a good bit of info here. He actually went for a very active peek, and you can see off the back of that, Dennis already heading over towards B. He's now playing that window spot. So olofmeister feeling comfortable enough to play that kind of 4-1 out. And if he feels uncomfortable, he feels pressured, he can always call for support. But for now, it helps out the numbers. I think we just saw a boost up towards the tree as well for Flusher. So holding quite far back on B. No one's actively, fighting out. Nice. No one's actively fighting out towards Auto. They kind of leave it there, and they're making noise. That spam was to allow them to get down drop, so you don't hear the feet hitting the floor, but there's the trade out. Flusher finds Zero, but Bondic replies. JW's still there, and they're playing passive. Now they know where the big bulk of that hit came in. That's towards drop. Dead Fox is all alone on Plateau as well with the bomb.
And that kind of smoke that you saw that got dropped in towards this opening here, that completely takes the wind out of your sail as HellRaisers. You're midway on some sort of execute or trying to pressure forward, you get a trade, it's not positive, you lose out, and then you get smoked, and then you're left to stew a little bit longer against 2 AWPs. That could be nasty, but JW playing up a little bit closer, it turns out to be his undoing.
Yeah, why would you... He's doing that with an AWP. It's like crazy confidence. Someone like JW can get away with it sometimes, but maybe a little overzealous on this one.
Even he can't do it every time.
No, and this might have just, not necessarily cost them around. His move didn't, but, it looks like Fnatic again a little bit hap-handed here, a little bit overconfident, and they got caught out in the end. They are leading by quite a large margin, but still, I love aggressive plays towards Plat, right? I'm a big fan of it, but it doesn't particularly help out that much.
Sometimes you really fancy getting be able to peek through the gap of the smoke. No.
No. But it did cover the noise. I actually quite like that idea from HellRaisers. That wasn't the reason they won that round. It might have helped, but
well, they lost the trade pushing out a drop on platform anyway.
I like the idea. But the thing is that Fnatic playing that kind of hyper-aggressive style of putting players up to that aggressive stance with an AWP in hand has now kind of allowed a window of opportunity for HellRaisers. They've kind of been reset on money. They're down to P250s and a Deagle, 2 USPs. So
yeah, so it's losing 1 round after winning a bunch. It doesn't matter when you're spending so much money to try and maintain that double AWP. They were saving the AWPs. I think if Fnatic had actually lost one of the AWPs, they probably wouldn't have rebought it so quickly, but they spent a lot of money around those as well to get AKs back in their teammates' hands. Sticko playing close. JW again comes forward. Interesting enough, I mean, trying to get a little bit more information. This is where it gets really hard as a CT-sided team because you want to try and get a feel for what the T side is doing. Rotations can be painful, especially if the Ts have control of drop. Which they don't yet, but could do. olofmeister going wide. Again, this is a reconnaissance game for Fnatic. Not going the way they want it to, but they can accept this. They can allow this round to go by.
Yep. All right, Sticko clearing up on site. And the final member for Fnatic is found. That's Crim's gone, and a clean round for HellRaisers. That's what you want to be seeing. So, didn't get the additional bomb plant, but I don't think they really care that much.
So funny how often you see this. It's like a half check, because if you check every corner in its entirety, well, a lot of players sort of won't get their information. It also depends on what resolution you play. I think if you play with the 4:3, sometimes you don't have, you don't have your full peripherals. I mean, who knows? Lerpus might think I'm wrong and call me out on that one, but I'm pretty sure that you don't get to see everything.
I will say there's a discussion point for checking corners with intent to actually kill someone there rather than just going through the motions. But I like this, very VP-esque, right? Do you remember VP used to do the stack over on middle and the grassy side of it? There's one flash out and then they try and pounce, but no. HellRaisers well aware. Bondic, it's not a spicy bit of aim there, Bondic, but it's all right. It's all right. Olafmeister, I don't expect you to get 5, not even 1. But, you know, I like teams try something a little bit different on their pistols, you know, stack somewhere, do something a little unique, but here comes the buy again.
Big spenders, Fnatic are, as they always have been. JW has to think about it. Do I want to buy this? Yeah, it goes without helmet. It's fine. He's up against the T side. Not an issue. But they were double eco those last couple of rounds. And that's what happens when you're spending up in this one. You're losing so many every round.
And the money's now phenomenal for HellRaisers. They're sat on a really nice little nest egg. Here's the double smokes that they've been doing. I think these are like the connector side smokes, and then one goes a little deeper.
Oh, one drop.
That's so sweaty.
Oh, that's nice.
I love it.
Yeah, look,
Angel,
forces the play to move ahead of it as well.
And we saw this, I think, from another team as well, but I'll come back to that right now because HellRaisers are making the hit and it's going nicely. Zero finding the first is massive, but JW is handling the pressure well so far. But deadFox is up for the fight and he wins it out. Now you're down to Olafmeister and Dennis to control this one. The two players who are over by A, so they're playing back into this with an AWP in hand now. And it's a 1v3, and it's not looking likely.
No, smoke in the way for Olafmeister. You can even hear that Molotov being thrown in his direction. We see this situation so many times in CSGO. AWP sitting up on statue, another player playing periphery to that, but Olafmeister finds him. That's the trade, though. That's what HellRaisers were looking for. Now, Lauren, let's talk about these sweaty smokes we saw at the start of the round. That one that dropped in towards the tree was lovely.
But the thing is, it allows such a smooth hit as well because you're only doing it with 2 players, right? Because you saw the NIP ones that were from like A side that took kind of like 3 players. It was like a set, a long piece, quite a set long piece, and then you had the players instantly being able to hit off the back, not having to set up. You just saw them straight out, right? And this is just it's done the same pretty much, but with 2 players. It's really, really nicely done. I actually absolutely love it. So I'm happy to see it work. It's isolated players. It made it very uncomfortable for Fnatic to play back into it, but we've got the 4-1 now because maybe, you know, Fnatic going, all right, well, we've had a bit of a problem here now. We've hit that brick wall. We're not doing as nicely as we expected. A couple of over-aggressive plays have seemed to cost them quite a bit. And Olafmeister might have made a step here because Angel's staring. Oh, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Olafmeister, we're an animal. And Dennis, what is that? 3 kills back-to-back, and of course JW to close out the round. But Dennis, we didn't even see it from his perspective, but 3 of those kills back-to-back are just obscene. That's just won them the round.
Now, you chalk that up to a Fnatic round, you know, Lauren. At any time, any given day, you can see that kind of stuff here, but there's maybe no rhyme or reason for it, especially Olafmeister there getting a bit fortunate. Here's what Dennis was at, or this Olafmeister produced for us here as well. That's the replay.
Here we go.
Here's, okay, so it has himself the deagle. He's got a pistol, but we always talk about it. Okay, they weren't ready for it, and there's a bit of a gap in the smoke, but even still, that was a beautiful cleanup. At Fnatic, they lose rounds, they buy in double AWPs and all this nonsense, and they win out a round like that. It's astonishing. It is Fnatic.
What can you say about that one, eh?
Well, nothing. I don't think any analyst can say anything about it. That's just the Fnatic thing, but that slows HellRaisers down a little bit, Lauren. I'll be honest with you. You can see they're playing this sort of long A sort of waiting game with 2 players. They do this a couple times, and deadFox is sitting back. So HellRaisers are hoping for a pick or something early like that, and we might get it. Fnatic are the kind of team that may sort of serve those up to you on a platter, and there it is. Now HellRaisers know, that's that first pick we're looking for. Now we head towards A.
But look at this response from Fnatic. They've almost evacuated the B site, and HellRaisers have not committed here. Now that's going to, if anything, encourage the sell, right? That's going to make them think, oh, we found Angel. Cool, let's hit. And now you've got Bondic and Zero already getting such control here. They can deny the rotates coming back in or the retake from Fnatic very quickly if they try to get back to position as fast as possible. But Olafmeister's on the quick flank. He's getting there very, very quickly. So keep your eyes towards him as well. Sticker could be vulnerable. And HellRaisers have kind of like slowed down a little because they got a little hesitant, a little cautious.
No plant yet.
You can't blame them. You can't blame them for thinking that, but somehow Zero predicted that quick flank coming around, watched the back early, and it's this 3v3.
Smokes are up and in the way, but Flusher doesn't seem to care. Now he's going to make his way forward. It's Sticko up on the platform. Trading blows at the moment, Flusher going low. It's a desperate spray now for Sticko. It's only Zero to flank him. He's going to drop in towards drop room, actually, and try and get the better of JW, who doesn't know he's there. He hasn't turned, so this is a chance for Zero. The bomb, got to be defused. Crims need to be stopped. He doesn't have a kit. This is a chance for Zero now. He realizes he can take it. He doesn't think it's being defused. It's perfect. It's perfect. He's not going to go for this at all. He thought it was just a tickle, a fake. Maybe expected them to have the kid. He gets 2 kills at the end, and that was nice. But Fnatic are in their heads.
Oh, that sucks. Poor old Zero. Nice
You
little
don't
shot
always
there.
expect a full defuse sans kit.
The 10-second defuse,
Because,
right?
yeah. Because you've always got to sort of guess. You don't see the model, right? So you've always got to guess as Zero. Okay, I have to assume he has a kit here. Otherwise, I'm playing very dangerously. So he's like, okay, so just a tickle. Otherwise, you know, it could be done.
Yeah, you got to feel for him a little bit there.
Pros
but
don't
still,
fake.
No, this could be a 10-5 half for Fnatic if they keep up at this sort of pace. But JW takes a bit of a lashing early on, down to 22 HP. Is going to force him a little bit further back, possibly. But then against JW, you don't expect logical responses to everything. And a nice little wall of smoke for Olofmeister. Almost claims a second. Bondic receives a little bit of shrapnel through the teammate that just fell, which was Angel. Now, Olofmeister doesn't want to back away either. He's still very present here because he's got Dennis holding middle, so no one can come up danger, so he can just focus right back to where he was. And if anything, that's going to help Crims now know where he needs to be. They haven't followed up. They haven't taken map control over by A. They're still kind of all the way filtering back over towards B, where everyone's still set in place.
It's funny how HellRaisers always set up and hope to be given something like a first kill, but Fnatic almost expecting that. They're sitting back there, actually thinking they'll be able to, get a man advantage before we even get this round started, but we're going to make them pay for it, and they do. And that's that early CT aggression that can really dismantle T's just waiting in the wings, hoping that they see a CT head, especially if you know what you're doing. Bondic's low. He's got Flusher in drop there as well, so hopefully this B platform activity will maybe sort of take a bit of attention away from this one. But Olaf, this is an interesting little duel. Bondic takes him down there. Olaf was well deep on the flank.
Where are they going? Dennis? Crims? Both backing away towards A? Okay. Fair enough. It's allowed HellRaisers a huge chance here. And Flush is going to surround it, but he likes to be able to work his way out of these. 7 seconds left now. They've got to get that bomb down. No disputing that one. It's just down to Dennis here. Final round of the first half.
1v2. It's Zero up on the platform, and Dennis didn't spot him there as well. Maybe it was just the X-ray that we saw. He's got 2 players to deal with, and it's very hard to win out in situations like that. The double face down for HellRaisers will secure them a 6th round coming into halftime. It's 9-6 here. Fnatic start off well. A little bit of overspending, but it's worked out for them so far. We'll get a break coming up, and after, we'll see the second half of this map. We'll see the side switch at HellRaisers on the CT. And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. They say sometimes, Lauren, the walls have ears, but in this game, the chickens do as well. Nice little touch for Easter coming in, but halftime, it's 6-9, and Fnatic do lead by 3 rounds. We got to see a little bit of the double AWP presence, and we got to see some of the struggles the HellRaisers had with it, Lauren.
Wait, do they actually have bunny ears on right now? I don't see them. The chickens don't have bunny ears on. Are we on an old patch? Oh, because I guess we're not allowing the... Wait. I wanted to see the chickens and bunnies.
So it was on our preview in on Inferno.
game.
Maybe it's only on Inferno.
It's a lie.
Well, I don't know. I have talked to Rushdie about that. I assume he's one of recorded the footage.
Why are the chickens not having ears on? Are we on an old patch or something? Just
An old patch?
Because of the negative.
Could be the server. I'm not sure. They definitely don't have ears this time. So I'm sorry for getting everyone excited. I did see that they made the change. Yeah, they lay eggs.
This is some bullshit. All right, raid boss time. Olafmeister's got the Tech 9 in case you need more help. JW doesn't care that there's opponents and just feeds. So, Olafmeister, where's the trade? What are you going to do with this? Let's see how much you can get done already. There's a nice little setup for him. His teammate's going to soften it, and then he just went in for it. And again, it's just a walkout here for Fnatic. Just taking every single fight they can, and they don't give a flying...
Chicken. Okay. You know what's really frustrating, Lauren? Is that Zero is such a good player. He's so sharp. He wins so many of these clutch situations. But in some games, he just doesn't turn up. Or no, it's rounds inside the same game, which gets me about him as well. I think he actually could be one of the best players from his region if he wasn't inconsistent. He starts off with a kill, at least there, but gets run over. And this Tech 9 aggression was effective, to say the very least, especially with Olafmeister at the helm.
Yes. And JW's doing my favourite. He's got the
He's got the
Kraken out.
Kraken out, right.
I love a bit of this. This is my go-to. This makes me very happy to see. No, don't flush her. Stop it. I just want to see JW being really obnoxious with the shotgun because there's nothing you can do against it apart from sit away. Oh,
is he actually...
Do it. Do it. You've seen the shadow.
Do
You've
it
seen
big?
the shadow. You've seen the shadow. You've seen the shadow. You've seen... It didn't go well.
Yeah, it could have gone better, to be honest with you.
Go on, Angel. Try and get the shotgun.
Pick up the gun, mate.
Get back on it. Pick up the Kraken.
It's going to be like the sword in Soul Calibur. You pick it up, it steals your soul. I think like link to it. I think there's a couple of examples of that. It's like the ring. It's like the one ring, you know?
Yeah.
You might be invisible, especially when you're playing in drop room, but also eventually it's going to corrupt you over time. And you can't get rid of it. You don't want to let it go. It can only be pried from your cold, dead hands. But Angels doesn't want any of it. He knows what's about. He's like Aragorn, you know? Boromir, he puts that on. He's like, yeah, I could be the king of Gondor. Aragorn's like, nah, man, not about that.
You're such a nerd.
Not about that.
Such a nerd.
Well, I'm sitting here talking about video games, Lauren, so I
Don't know what you
don't
mean.
know
This is very
I
cool.
don't know what the
This is very
intimation
cool.
is there.
JW, buy the shotgun again.
Sticko, 6 and 15 here. Look, a little bit of a quieter game from him. We saw, we probably see most of his frags on observation, actually, and they were quite impactful, but he's been quiet. HellRaisers will be quiet this round as well.
This is something we're going to discuss at some point. Now, this isn't the best example of it, but Flusher just sitting on a Glock here. Not even getting upgraded pistol, being dropped out, anything, and somehow Crim's already taken damage, and so has Dennis. I don't understand how that's happened. Was there something... I don't get it, and it's actually worked. The best thing is, Flusher's one of the players to get a kill.
Yeah, this is going well. Bondic's waiting for a chance to use his Zeus. Ooh, Zero. See what I mean? It does my head in, and then just gets completely flattened. So that's the way it goes. Bondic now is going to be waiting in drop room. And it's so funny how this gun makes you play, because ordinarily he might just go and face the music or try and get something with the USP, but now he's like, no. I need to justify the purchase of this Zeus. I need to make Sadakist's favorite sound.
It's true. It does make Matt happy.
I think it makes us all happy because it's comical. I want it in a patch. I mean, if you're going to change the ears on the chickens, I want to shoot confetti or something ridiculous like that.
They did do before, didn't they? For
Oh, maybe they did. Like a party popper too close to your head.
What was that noise? That sounded different. That sounded like a different noise. Am I going mad?
Did they even connect? I don't even know.
Did someone just play? Was that Chad?
I reckon someone
That was
just played
definitely
it
Chad.
in our ears.
That was definitely Chad. I was there like, that didn't connect. And why did it make a noise? That was definitely Chadwick. It was good. That was good.
I like it. That was pretty funny. All right, so what doesn't work out is kind of the point I'm trying to make here. HellRaisers buy in. Fnatic see no need to, think about AWPs at this stage. And of course, Crim's now a little bit of extra money to be made here with that UMP. And they're in such a good position now. It was 6-9 at half time. HellRaisers were definitely in this one with a fighting chance, but a dominant pistol round, and then Fnatic have been playing this fairly cleanly out since then. Dennis. A cursory nade dropped at the feet of Bondic. Sticko may have been looking for something on long A there, but he hasn't found anything, so this will probably give a little bit of information. However, what's really interesting is a Flusher and Crims. If you can see on the minimap, they're sitting way back.
They've just done the smokes, I think. I think they might have failed one of them. I'm not 100% sure, but yeah, those two just did the kind of like NIP quote-unquote smokes from that same sort of spot. Now the mollies go in, and now they're going to do the hit off the back of it. deadfox has got statue position. He's got someone just to his left as well, so he's got support here. So he will be found, but it's Zero who then kind of picks up the mantle that he just left, and he somehow finds one through the smoke. In the second, the tracers show he's fine. He backs away. He readjusts. He doesn't want to stay on his own here because, well, the rest of Fnatic are en route.
Flush is in a good spot. He's going to be able to get the plant down, and olofmeister will be able to flank him and just keep an eye on things. This will slow HellRaisers down. The smoke in front of the statue means that in a situation like this, as a 4v3, they're hoping Sticko can actually do something. Can they get someone into the drop room? Can they put someone there? No, Flush is going to spray down through the smoke, and it leaves HellRaisers battered, beaten, bruised, but not broken yet. Flush a spray down, doesn't get it done. Zero responds, and now it's the 2v4 situation, but they're all so low on health. And now olofmeister has to hope that JW softened him up enough for him to complete. They flash him, they know he's there. This could get nasty, but it is olofmeister. Oh, that's sharp. The little flick across there. Now Zero, low health on the statue. Can he bail his team out of this one? He doesn't have time. He's got no kit, no chance. And olofmeister wraps it all up in a bow and sends it back with love. 13-6, he will go. Lose the gun, but there's money there for Fnatic because they haven't been buying AWPs.
And this just feels like Fnatic are... I don't know. I don't know when Fnatic doesn't feel like this, but it just feels like they're just going through the motions of just beating down HellRaisers. HellRaisers have yet to really, like, hinder them in any big way early game, right? There's not been that enough utility being put down, and even though maybe was, they were still able to do that late hit with the smokes from this side, straight over towards B, hit well off the back. You know, it feels like they're just running over them. And I guess the first thing when you play Fnatic is you've got to get them to respect you in game, right? You've got to slow them down on that style, and it's very hard for that to happen here. Angel playing the corner. Again, just gets run over. Flusher doesn't stop for a second. The jumping UMP is all you need. And now, still, Fnatic with 5 players standing, they can pick wherever they want to go here. They've been able to isolate these 2 players, keep them separated at this point.
And this is your force from HellRaisers here. They're trying to make sure this game doesn't get too far out of their grasp, but it's heading in that direction. No questions about that. 2 players have armor. Sticko has the scout. He's playing very, very passively on A. Not many players will sit all the way back on the site sort of earlier on in the round before they see any sort of push, but he might also be ready to rotate. But Flusher and Crims always play really close back towards long A or towards their spawn, so they give themselves a lot of flexibility. But now inside the minute mark is when teams either rotate or change sides, or they commit to one of them, and it seems it's the latter now, just about to go down.
Yeah, Zero's in a good spot for this. No one's really considered it. Nice damage towards JW. Sets up deadfox. And there's still a fight to be had here for HellRaisers, but the more damage they take, the worse this one gets. Sticko's in a bit of a predicament as well. He's got no cover, nowhere to run. That. Yeah, a bit of a shame for him. He tried to find someone on the way down, but it just wasn't to be. And now the long flank from bondik just isn't feeling all that nice. Flusher just needs to look there for 1 second. Now the radar's going to show, and obviously he's going to hear these shots, and the bomb plant can go down safe from either side.
So if you're bondik, there's not much to be done here. You can hope for an exit, something, try and keep the Fnatic money low. I mean, last round, I think even Olaf died, and in this round they're down to 2. So, you know, if you're playing for the last few rounds, you can have 1 more bio you force for the next 2 to try and stay alive. Getting a kill here definitely has merit. Crims is just holding the line there. Getting chipped away at, but bondik is struggling to connect with him properly.
Yeah, what do you do if you're bondik here, you know what I mean? It's like, well, can't get a gun out of it. Can't really get a kill here. I'm just hoping maybe they go down with a bomb as well. Maybe I find one. Maybe I should just back away and keep my armor. There we go, off we go. Falling back, he does at least have the 5 stamina. He did cost 1 their lives, and he might be able to steal the gun if he's quick about it, hoping that maybe the bomb explosion had pushed it further towards the door, but it wasn't to be the case. And now again into this sort of position. Finally, HellRaisers, it's a semi-decent buy. It's not even perfect. It's good enough. They've foregone a lot of things to get those mollies. You can see that they've got 5 there now. Every single player going to pick that up, but only 2 kits, which is fine. But you feel that this is the first time they're able to really make a stand, and they're already facing 14 rounds against them.
Yeah, definitely starting to feel a little bit inexorable right now, no doubt about it. Oops, but only 1 for Fnatic, 1 for deadfox. Oh, and olofmeister is no more. Nice opening there from deadfox. There was a nade involved there. That was Zero's doing. So even a leg would have killed olofmeister at that stage, I surmise. 4 players for Fnatic, and this is 1:25 left in the round, but they're already committed to this now. Angel hoping to receive, but then it just slaps him back down. That was a big opportunity there for HellRaisers. With all the smoke up, it's going to be tough for HellRaisers to get in good positions now as the hit comes in towards the site. Flash out, Sticko can hardly see anything. There's dirt being kicked up here, there, and everywhere from these grenades, and JW, again, too close for comfort.
little bit of a reminder maybe for Fnatic, but look how low Zero and Bondik are. You've got to feel with someone like Flusher still standing. There's a good chance he's going to find Bondik on the site, and the last two players actually don't have much vision. Playing retake on this is going to be incredibly tough, and Zero's a million miles away. I guess he can go on the long flank and try and be somewhat relevant, but this is such a long investment of time with such low HP. It might just be saving for him if he doesn't get anything instantly. And the same can be said for deadfox. If he doesn't find something now, you might have to just let him get to 15. I don't see them be able to find a way back in. So little time for mistakes, so little time to consider where they might be, but actually a gifted opportunity. Oh, deadfox, if only you'd been able to follow up, that could have been perfect. But still, Flusher can just buy time. Look at the bomb timer, it is ticking so quickly, and that's just outstanding. Flusher, that's dirty, and I absolutely bloody love it. Well done, Flusher. That's the way to get yourselves on 15 and just take the bomb at the end. But yeah, just buying time, just look at him dancing around it. You could hear the steps towards the site, and then just toying with them.
3 rounds in a row where HellRaisers get at least 3 kills in the round. 2 of those 3 have been 5. They've had aces, but they've sort of died. So, and it doesn't matter because the buffer that Fnatic have right now, they're so close to being victorious. HellRaisers, they can't play a war of attrition game when they're so far down. They were 12-6 down before that even started, before they even started getting kills in these rounds. The pistol was really lackluster. And again, you're a CT side. Building that economy is that much harder now. And this is a really interesting one. I don't know if I've ever caught a fish with no clothes on before, but...
Can we look at the fish's face, please, observers, if it's possible? When we've done this lovely little...
Yeah, we've got to do this. It is a pause.
It is, yeah.
For HellRaisers, they decide how best they distribute their money into utility and actually have a very decisive play, a strategy. There has to be probably some sort of execute if they can actually buy up...
Sorry, I found the fish.
Oh, you did?
You just look so happy. It was great. Anyway, carry on. Excuse me.
No, I was sure. No, I don't really think I had too much value to really add. I was just going to say...
Chad, wait.
Did I just hear that?
Chad's getting excited.
Yeah.
All right. You guys can't hear it because he's only doing it to talk back to us. But thank you, Chad, for your lovely input. If you want to come over here, we can probably get you a headset. There must be a spare headset here because there's 3 of the...
You can have mine, that's fine.
Chad, would you like to come over and do the impression?
Anyway, there's
No?
smokes here. There's enough for HellRaisers to do like some sort of setup here just to try and make Fnatic wait. I misspoke, of course. They're playing the CT side, so what they really want to do is just stall Fnatic and make them frustrated as possible. They're using a lot of this early on, though, injecting that utility towards the B platform to slow Fnatic down.
And specifically to slow people like Meister who went for a run last time, and it looks like Fnatic aren't going to respect this at all. They're going straight through it, and this is one of the problems as to why Sicko can just sit here happily, just mowing them down. No one can even trade into it. And Fnatic just kind of not caring enough to really check on that sort of stuff.
Bit disrespectful, bit Fnatic-esque. It's what we used to see. And there's Sticko there as well, gets it done. I mean, and that's important for them because even after winning the round, some of them don't really have enough money to buy properly. We'll see what the play was here. I mean, and this is pretty standard. JW actually took up this position multiple times, even with an AWP at the early stages of their CT-sided rounds, just in case this would happen. So this is textbook. This is nothing, you know, to the tune of reinventing the wheel. But HellRaisers just made good on it.
I say there's a chance, and you know the JW just get an ace with the shotgun. You know what I mean? Like, there's no point me saying these sort of things. And I want to see what he does here. But Meister going back to what he likes to do, in between a rock and a hard place, but barely took any damage from that nade, actually, so he's all right.
Yeah, it's funny how they work in this game. It's really interesting. But I think if, you know, they increase the radius or increase the damage, can you imagine the reaction?
It's very hard. Let's keep eyes on JW here, though, because it's hilarious. Didn't check the corner too deep.
Is it silent if you drop down on the pallet?
No.
No, it's not. You still hit it, yeah.
No, you can, you'll always make noise going from, like,
drop on this one.
different verticalities, right? Always found a nice little angle. Didn't get the shot. I think he tagged him? No.
No.
Just the blood
That was him. That was the sound of him getting dinked. Okay, Olaf, now what? He considers drop. But that's about as far as it goes.
Walking away then as well. I think Bondik just walked back out, but deadfox has already had the control over by platform here, pushing up towards it. Not too quickly, not too slowly, but this is going to be an A hit coming in. 3 players here unless they switch over very swiftly. And the problem is Sticko's in such a weird spot. He's on top of the barrel, if I'm not mistaken. You just don't expect people to be in these sort of things. It's hard for him to back away from it, but that's why Angel's there to support him. And Sticko turning for a flash. No, just turned around and got confused. And now Dennis 1v4, a little bit too many in his way. A few too many bodies to kind of stop him, but here we go. 8 rounds on the board. Money's still a little tight here for HellRaisers, but they can really fashion a buy together. And knowing that Fnatic are down pretty low on money here should be fine. They should be able to get whatever they need.
I think it's safe to say that the last couple of rounds, well, okay, maybe not the last round so much, the one prior, where Fnatic were on match point, probably should have won it out. A little bit sloppy from them. And this is just what happens. I mean, yeah, by rights should be 16-6, but HellRaisers have managed to take their opportunities to fight their way back in just by solid CT-sided play. I mean, you can't really factor in Sticko sitting there with the UMP and spraying 3 down, but it happens and it should happen if the enemy team don't respect you enough.
Oh, run, Angel, run. They are after you. There was only P250s up, but you always get a little bit worried when you're like, oh god, I've been crunched from every single angle, but it's all right in the end. Angel can go back to it. He's got mollies there, he's got support. You can see Fnatic just running around as a squad, just trying to find maybe one player off guard that they can overwhelm and kind of isolate. But HellRaisers is well aware of what they're up against. Look how far back DeadFox is playing. Doesn't even want to consider the idea of getting one-tapped by these pistols.
Yeah, passive play for DeadFox. He's happy with this. Fnatic don't have utility, right? So that's the worst part about playing T-side on this map with nothing. You just really have to stand and face. Hope the contact play works. DeadFox misses that second shot, but is able just to retreat and get a little bit of safety. Yeah. Flusher ambles towards the site, but he knows it's done by that point.
Yeah, 5 alive, keeping it clean. Money's starting to look better. It was, you know, it was on that kind of border before where it's like, if they were on a buy, this could be a bit, you know, uncomfortable. But it's fine now. They're in that good position, full utility, everything they need. AWP up on DeadFox. And the other side, a little light for it. You don't have any mollies. You don't have anything here. So this could be like maybe a set piece coming from Fnatic just to try and make something happen. But again, you don't see that often. They just play for picks. And if they're not getting them, if they're, you know, running into a brick wall, it gets a little bit tough. But an aggressive mid take possibly. The early flash could have been an indicator of it, but maybe a little obvious to work instantly off the back of it. But a 4-1 play from HellRaisers might allow this opportunity, and DeadFox doesn't land the shot. He has to back off the angle too, so he doesn't get the full information here. And it's allowed a player to slip up. That's Dennis. He can get a little bit ahead of the curve here.
Angel looking down towards Dennis at the moment, but doesn't actually know where he's going to be sitting. So Dennis is just hoping that Angel extends just a little bit more and get over towards him, but he's not falling for it. Though Dennis has done well to sneak himself up into this position. There's no way that Angel expects him to be here right now. Notice where he's looking. Straight down into the middle. Doesn't even allow for the possibility that a player could have gotten closer.
And a nice piece would be to kind of like try and toy with them at B, so it kind of forces people like Angel to maybe start to rotate or, you know, think about that sort of thing, and then, you know, Dennis gets the clear shot. But I don't know how much. I think it's Olaf Meister in to drop. I'm not 100% sure. Yes, it is. I don't know how much he can really sell. Oh, he's not even in drop. He's around the side holds. Excuse me. I don't know how much he can sell. But
he's just catching rotates, perhaps.
Yeah, this is going to be tough to take. You still got DeadFox being very active on long. Dennis actively looking for Angel and he just backed away at the right time there. So Dennis might not expect this, and it's who's quicker on the adjustment, and that's unfortunate for Dennis. A second earlier, and he would have probably caught him. And if anything, very lucky for Angel to be just backing away then and coming back to it at the perfect time. And JW now left with a tall task to hand, and he's got 27 seconds to make something happen. Bomb down along. He might just get the AWP and try and find a way out of here.
Yeah, it didn't have a smoke, so we couldn't really, you know, safely go with smoke up connector and then head back towards the site. Hits the leg as well. Bondic and Zero, both low health, and that might actually be JW saying, no, I think I've had enough here. That one kill maybe would have given him the momentum to press forward. But I think now there's not really much to do. I don't mind this. Pushing the smoke, Bondic.
Nice.
Oh, he saw him. That's rough. Okay. Nice finish, bit of extra money as well. Now, we saw this situation last night, Lauren. In the Envious and Mouse Sports game. Mouse Sports obviously sitting on match point, and yeah, they lost a lot of rounds, but all you need to see is just something weird happen, right? Like a situation like, I don't know, Dennis going up the ladder, 6 are not looking at him, he gets 3 kills on upper side and they win the round, right? And now you've got Fnatic, a team that can produce that kind of scenario, winning from behind or winning in situations you shouldn't, far more than any other. So HellRaisers have that much more pressure on them to stay solid.
The thing is, it never feels like there's a safe moment when you're watching Fnatic play these pistols. Even though, you know, this should be a closeout for HellRaisers, at least, you know, 11-15, and then work their way back in through the buys. You still feel a little worried on this. Nice little flash through, but DeadFox is well aware. What? That looked so on, but he makes up with it for the follow-up shot, but he's now cut off from A for a couple of seconds. You still have one player out here, and that being Angel. But in the meantime, Bondic finding Olafmeister is a good addition here too. Flusher, though, taking an extended fight with Angel. He's going to win that one quite handily, actually. He's down on 6 HP, but considering, of course, these are the rounds that it happens on.
Is that you, Nazi? Hello? Roll him back the ears. Sticko going to run straight into Dennis yet again with a Tech 9. He is a monster with it. Eventually, he's taken down, but this puts Bondic in a 1v2. Like I said, all Fnatic need is just a weird situation where they win and get frags they shouldn't, and here we are. Bomb down. Bondic now, of course, needs to check that back corner with a Molotov. Looks up, quick correction, finds the kill on a JW. Flusher is very low on health already as a Tech 9, so this is looking pretty good for Bondic. Oh, he's been seen! He doesn't even accept the possibility someone could be over towards Wood. would. He had so much more health. He didn't fake, and that is going to be the game. Fnatic take the first map here rather convincingly after dropping a few sloppy rounds, Lauren, but it is what it is.
Yeah, a highly tactical match from Fnatic there. I'm sure Chad can break down a million pieces from that game and maybe give us a couple of those lovely videos he does.
I'd love
There's
that.
so much to be seen in that aspect. No, good game all around. I just think the HellRaisers, if they maybe got themselves a little bit more of a buffer, they could have probably brought it back closer, but Fnatic with such a scoreline coming into that second half and then following up with that pistol, all just seemed to go their way.
Well, map 1 is down. It's time to head over to the desk to get their thoughts before we look towards our second map between these two. See you in a sec.
Yes, Fnatic do take map 1. Cobble goes their way, and they started on the CT side. We said maybe that they could get a little bit of aggression, little things going if they started T, but CT side was looking good.
Yeah, absolutely. They got those both pistols in the bag as well. Kick things off with a 7-1 scoreline on the CT side. Actually looked very promising from them. Problem is for HellRaisers, like we said, if they don't get rolling in terms of their money, they struggle throughout. I think DeadFox only had the AWP in the first half once overall. It's not a big deal on the T side, but obviously that's quite a strong string to their bow. Didn't really come out at all there. And Fnatic just kept resetting their money. There was a spell of 4 rounds. All the rounds before that were very closely contested. As soon as HellRaisers broke through, they managed to get 4 in a row.
Yeah.
But then losing both pistols there, going into the second half, seems like another 5-0 situation. And although HellRaisers came back a little bit there, it just felt like they didn't really have enough. And of course, in true Fnatic fashion.
Yeah, the pistols.
Tech-9 to finish
the
it
jumping Glock burst fire headshots.
That's the way.
That was good
Something
stuff.
interesting to look at here was the way that Fnatic were addressing their CT side. They've moved everybody around.
They have.
Used to be JW and Flusher over towards that A-bomb site. Now they've mixed it up. They've got Crims, JW, and Flusher on B, Olaf and Dennis at A. And it worked quite well.
They've done that on a lot of maps.
Yeah, they've moved Crims to the A-bomb site on Cage,
Inferno,
for
and
example.
Inferno as
Oh,
well.
yeah. So I think, that's a good change because players get known. These players especially for being so good at certain positions, and this is why they're so good individually, is because they play those spots better than anybody else in the world without necessarily needing all the teamwork that other teams have. You eventually get cottoned onto. You throw this smoke, this is where he moves to. If this execute comes in, this is how he plays it. And it's hard to keep reinventing the wheel. You can only look at it through your own glasses. So when you move people around the map, you get like a fresh sense of relearning things, looking at new ways to approach it, and you can just be as dominant there, which is what we saw with this CT display.
Yeah, there's quite a key example of that kind of particular scenario. If you think about Taz and Virtus Pro playing inside on Train, for so long he was known as one of the best players in that particular area. Then as time went on, people started to download it and work out how to actually counter that. So he moved him away for about 3 or 4 months, and then when the time felt right, move him back in. He's got some new ideas and kind of mixes things up. So it makes a lot of sense to kind of revitalize the map and kind of keep things fresh, and obviously seems to be working very well for them.
To build on that, for people playing at home in your teams, or even for these guys, playing things like ESEA and Rank S and all that kind of stuff, or Rank G, whatever you're playing, you learn from other players that you get to play with. So that's why these guys play these pickup games themselves, because you learn from other players. You get to, try different things yourself. You don't actually have to do it in like your practice scrims or in officials and things like that. And that's a good way to help learn and build your portfolio of how to play Counter-Strike, basically.
Do we learn anything? One of the storylines that we had at Starladder coming out was, Duncan harped on the fact that Gambit is one of the first teams that started to make CT side of Cobble, that being the stronger side. Like they're getting the runs on the CT side. Are we kind of, do you guys subscribe to that at all? Like the Cobble's a little slowly turning a little bit more CT side, because it was one of the few maps that we could say was T-sided.
It was, until the addition of the steps area and the B-bomb side. It took about a month or so, but as soon as that came in, it started to balance out. It wasn't such a T-sided affair. It's certainly getting to the point now it's more difficult. You have to rely more on tactical executions instead of walking into the B side. If you're lacking in that department, then maybe you'll have a rough time on the T side. So, yeah, I definitely understand his point there. I wouldn't say it's getting CT-sided. It depends on the matchup and what kind of play styles going up against each other. Right. But it needs more tactical prowess now instead of just walking in. So, yeah, I guess in that sense, in some matchups, it potentially could be CT-sided.
Also, teams now have dealt with B executes for such a long period of time now that they know how to react. They've got their protocols. They've all talked the theory side of Counter-Strike. When these smokes come in, do we play in front of them? What kind of flushes are we going to use? How are we going to deal with it? Yeah. Those things help. I think we saw a lot of rounds in this where HellRaisers were able to take the bomb site, but Fnatic were potentially just out-skilling them on the retakes, coming in winning situations that were probably 50-50 at the time, but the skill of Fnatic shone through in this scenario. In terms of generally, I don't know, I think it's still probably one of the most balanced maps we have.
Nice. I know you're a big fan of Cobble.
Yeah.
Well, that being said, we're going to move on to map 2. We're going to take a quick break, and when we return, it's going to be Cash, one of the few times we've seen it this season, so stay tuned. HellRaisers Fnatic.
Cash.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Legion by Lenovo, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Welcome back, everybody. Another map between Fnatic and HellRaisers coming up on Cash. And in case you weren't tuned into the B stream, it was a stomping by Virtus.pro, 16-6 over NIP. That was on Nuke, yeah.
They never went anywhere, but Jason taking my points as normal.
Oh, you wanted to say that?
I did.
And he denied it.
Yeah, I asked him to set me up for that in the last, part of the last segment.
Listen, I'm trying to steer here.
Well, for those playing at home, if you do want to watch the B stream, they are going to be playing on the second map, which will be Cobblestone very shortly. Have both streams open, watch ours.
Spicy
Audio for ours is much better.
Yeah.
We have less Brits.
You're very good at that. I should just hand that off to you every single time. That's my apologies. Either way, yeah, Cash coming up.
Cash, one of my favorite
We haven't
maps.
seen much of this map this season.
We haven't, and we get to see Olaf Meister coming up on it. He reminds me of young Henry G in many ways in that map. Very skilled, very tactical, finding room to move wherever he can, and also finding a lot of kills.
Good with the Yogurt ads as well.
Sorry?
Good with the Yogurt ads as well.
Oh, yeah, he did a yogurt ad, right, yeah.
Just like you did.
That's good. Yeah, I used to do those back in the day. That's
Did
a
you
long time
really?
ago, Chad. Yeah. But still, Cash, this is one of the maps of Fnatic. This sort of their team can really show them what they're made of, right? And Cash is a very fragging, focused map, and is spreading out defaults, pushing into certain areas as a 5-man unit, and actually overwhelming people with frags. Fnatic very good at that. It certainly lends itself to them. And I thought Cobble was going to be a HellRaisers map. Apparently not. They managed to throw it away. But
if Cobble's not, I think Cash could be, because they had some really good results on LAN. They managed to topple North 16-14 at Star Series, and
that's
they
a bad
also
map for North.
But they also beat FaZe.
That's true.
16-10.
That is a great result.
Yes.
That was the opening game of the tournament, to be fair. So let's reel that in a little
Okay,
bit.
all right. But,
If you know what I mean.
Bring that back.
all right.
So the point was, FaZe looked awful at the beginning, but they worked themselves into the tournament.
What about this one? What if I hit you with this one? North beat Fnatic on this map.
Well, here, hit him with this one, because I know you have a strategic clip, so you're going to get a chance to pump up
all of these decoys. It's right here. Check out all these decoys that just threw on mid. The overlay is going to pop up. You're going to see they threw 5 decoys in middle. Now, you're thinking this is pretty silly, because I don't really like decoys, but this here has a lot of noise.
I remember this.
Yeah, so if people play close up in middle, the decoys are going to mask the sound. If they did want to do a hard A, they're just going to go slow. Angel on the entry fragging, as per usual. Smoke coming in, and a Molotov, basically from Sticko, and they just take that bomb site. The thing which I find really interesting here is North are playing a retake setup, but the way that HellRaisers play this post plan, they basically just hide and they don't play normal positions. They play 2 people in Squeaky, they've got a guy in A main, and what happens is as the retake comes in, the CTs are clearing all the normal spots, but there's no terrorists there. And then as they eventually get into close to the bomb, all the Ts pop out. How you going? Grab a couple of frags. Bondi's going to grab a nice one through the door here. And,
with a Glock, that's not bad.
Yeah, you love to see it.
Yeah.
And little jump frag going to come in from Angel here to finish it off. But the main point I wanted to say there was I don't like decoys, but the way that they used it in this situation was quite cool.
Yep.
Helps to master the audio, and then they played the after plan a bit unorthodox as well. So HellRaisers, unorthodox team, getting it done.
Yeah, a few teams have used decoys in the past to kind of stealth things. Like Train, for example, Astralis, when the map got redesigned for the first time, they were doing strategies. They throw a load of decoys at the start of the round
that was cool.
to bait out utility at the start. There is a use for them. People underestimate how kind of impactful they can be.
What if you threw a decoy as the bomb carrier? What if it showed up as the bomb on the radar? Would that be too much?
I don't think it does.
You
does that.
You better slide into Valve's DMs.
That would be cool, though, wouldn't it?
Oh, I see what you mean. Just to kind of make them look. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, fair enough.
SK had a strat where they threw a decoy from like that useless room all the way to Squeaky Door. So when you open Squeaky Door, as the T's are open the other way, and you can pick into the A site.
No way. So what? It blocks the door, and then it
opens inwards so that you can pick in the site.
That's ingenious. I like that.
Put that one in your back pocket.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Yeah.
We'll need Rush to get on that. Maybe that's going to be his next future pros.
That's a good idea.
Yeah?
Let's do that.
We'll talk to him.
Let's get on it.
He's listening in.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, you said that HellRaisers are going to be favored on Cobble. Didn't exactly pan out that way. Cash, you said you're not feeling as much, or?
I feel like in terms of what I just saw in terms of the overall fragging in that game, it feels like Fnatic. This is like we said, it's a map. They're kind of home turf. Traditionally, back when they were the very best as well, they used to dominate people on this map, and it feels like they're kind of having a resurgence now, kind of hitting the shots again, getting better as a unit, winning both pistols admittedly in the last map, kind of gave them a bit of a crush to work with there. But I feel like from what HellRaisers I've seen so far, they're not going to be able to go head-to-head with Fnatic. They seem to come to life towards the end of Cobble.
Yeah.
Like they got made it a bit closer, but it's always difficult to take those rounds with any sort of importance. You know, the fact is, Fnatic, they probably took their foot off the gas a little bit towards the end there. They just rushed straight in towards B. Sticker got a 4-man of UMP, right? And it's like, that was the the door opening, and it's difficult to really give it that much weight. But yeah, I feel like Fnatic will be stomping this one like a good 16. Let's go 16-7, Jason. I'll give you an accurate score. How
You're
about
even doing
that?
predictions and
Well,
scores.
you got rid of predictions in the beginning of Pro League, and I thought that was a travesty.
We still haven't really done predictions. I mean,
We don't do
to be fair,
predictions here.
I didn't
Why?
personally get rid of them.
I
was
told him
told
we don't do them.
Well, I'm telling you we do them.
This was a
So how
decision
about
by
that?
committee that predictions were taken away.
Okay, well, I'm not on the committee.
I'm
and
currently in the
sitting there
lead chair right here, and predictions are still banned.
Well, I've just done one. What, did you give me a yellow card? What are you
you
going to do?
step up?
Send me off?
Step up to the plate, Chad?
Maybe.
Yeah,
Maybe.
Yeah, you back down.
Are we still doing analysis?
That's
are we
right.
doing
It's really
analysis
alpha
still?
that one, yeah.
or are we filling? Which one are we doing?
We're not doing either. We're just waiting for the players to get ready. Actually, and do you want to throw a prediction just to help us out with some time?
No.
No, not at all.
What do you want me to keep talking?
No, we're good.
Okay.
Yeah, we are good, and we're gonna get into this game. It's gonna be on cash between Fnatic and HellRaisers.
It's nice to know who's in charge of that ship sometimes, isn't it, Lauren?
It's tricky. It is tricky. Jason's trying his best though, and that's all you can really say about this one. Now, I actually really like the point about the decoys being brought up, because it did remind me of what we saw on Cobble from HellRaisers a little bit. They like to master the sound of a lot of the way they play. You look at the drop play they had, that little drop piece. They spam out the wall right next to it, so when they drop in, kind of muffles the sound. And there's a couple of pieces like that I think people get excited about. I think it was Snacks on Cash, actually, who used to shoot the floor just as he was trying to drop on B. So I think Steel actually pointed that out a long time ago.
Given their name, I quite enjoyed the fact that HellRaisers like to make a bit of racket. That's a bit fun.
I like small nuanced things like that, though. I actually find it really, really interesting when people find small little ways to try and further their success rates at whatever they do. And I think it's quite interesting to see teams finding still new ways, considering this game's been out quite some time. It's always nice to see a little bit of something new coming through every now and then.
Indeed it is. We're going to be underway in a moment. You can see there's 6 players in that particular spawn, which, as you know, according to Commissioner Chad, not really allowed in Counter-Strike. So we're still in warm-up at the moment. Yeah, not really the way we do it. So, I mean, interesting map to come into. We haven't really... Yeah, I mean, we saw HellRaisers against North on this map. I think that sort of gave us a lot of information. And that was such an admirable performance from them in that series. And it's so recent and close to our minds there. Both these teams had a really nice deep run at Star Ladder as well. So this will be a curious one. Lauren, coming to the pistol, though. A lot of armor, and Crims goes without just so we can keep that kit.
Yeah, maybe indicating a little bit more of a retake perspective down the line. We'll see what he does with it, because on the other side, you've got Stick over here with a molly and a smoke. So again, this could be a nice little piece coming out from HellRaisers. I want to keep eyes on them. They seem quite, not necessarily ingenious, but they have a unique way of playing. And Fnatic going for the double stack towards Checkers as well. I think you've got Olafmeister Jeremy at the back of the box. Yeah, and then Dennis. So basically, Olafmeister takes contact and does it so well. He does get overwhelmed eventually, but it kind of plays in Dennis now. You wouldn't necessarily expect 2 players to be here, and they do check it eventually, but after they check box. And Dennis is very good with the pistol. There's no disputing this one. The nade comes in to soften the blow a little bit for him, and now he goes, finds a new angle. He's really buying so much time here, so much damage dealt. Really well played. He's going to force HellRaisers back, because now Flush has shown his hand too.
The fact that Dennis can actually back away to the second opening inside Checkers is ridiculous. And, maybe not enough pressure from HellRaisers, but again, really giving a good account for himself. So, HellRaisers, not really sure what the plan's going to be here. Sticking together with his Glocks now, back to B.
They try to fake out the sound like they're going towards A. JW's fallen for it and it's caused a rotate, or it's kind of reset everything, right? So Fnatic have had to fall back to somewhat of a default, excluding JW, who's now going to see, I don't see anyone main, so they've either pushed, they're either at Lockers or Squeaky, or they've done the dirty and gone all the way right back around towards B, and that's exactly what they've done. So this is quite nice. This is quite ingenious, really. HellRaisers is trying to even the odds. A little bit theoretical, but now Dennis has seen it, so it's going to be a swift, fall right back over towards B. Dennis just needs to buy time, and he did fairly well at that, but he gets overwhelmed by Dead Fox in the end with that Deagle now to hand. Bomb's going to go in towards Checkers, kind of planning for Vent almost, so Dead Fox can stay over here if he wants to, but they don't have much safety on this map. They don't know where these players are. They can make a guess, okay, they know there's one CT, and the benefit being Vent isn't broken, so they can wait to hear that if they need to, so they can fall back to better after plant positions.
Dead Fox a little bit concerned about Vent because he knows that the fact that the Vent is there slightly obscures his vision, but now it's going to be a group push for Fnatic on towards the side. Sticko can't hold up in the heat. It's Dead Fox forced away from this one. There's still a kit on Crims, and that could be important. But the aforementioned, he's the one playing close, trying to go for the knife, and it doesn't work out. Fnatic have to be careful here. The defuse, though, is going to come in. There was time, even though Crims had the kit and kind of went and got himself killed in the opening. No harm, no foul.
Yeah, that was quite a nice idea, though, from HellRaisers to bait the sound out in middle and then, wrap right back round towards B. Lucky for them, obviously JW was there to hear it. So again, it's one of those things you kind of theory. You go, okay, well, maybe if there's one pushed up, maybe we can bait it out. It's a nice plan. It didn't work out, but it did get them the bomb plant, which they probably wouldn't have gotten otherwise. And they are going to go for the buy on the back of this as well. Buying up here, they felt as though they got close enough. They can do something with it. 2 rifles coming in. Angel on one of those and Bondic on the other. The others sat on Tech9's Deagles and a small piece of utility. So they can't really do too much elaborate at the moment, you know, elaborate pieces they like to bring out, but maybe there'll be something quite nice to look at in this one. And Fnatic on the other side, not perfect at all in what they've got here. No UMPs coming up this time.
No, famous buys for them, in fact, here. And a little bit of, lack of utility on players like Flusher and Krim. So most of that's going to come down to JW and Olofmeister playing the separate sites. They're the utility caddies. But HellRaisers have made them way slowly, tentatively in towards A main. Angel peeks just a little bit, just the tip, in fact, and he gives it all to JW. Good opening, and HellRaisers now are on the move. But Crim's is trying to fire back here. Flusher on the upper levels, can't do much as Sticko finds him with the 1 dig.
That's really impressive considering how little they had. They've been able to fashion this quite clean hit thus far. Bomb plant, not directly for main, but fair enough, it's as close as you're going to get. So they've got a nice little plant coming in. That'll play well for them. No one's actually sat in A main anyway. I think Sticko could back to it, but Angel's now under pressure, burning alive a little bit here. Has to fall into the site. This might play well for Zero, though. He's still playing over by quad. He's going to peek out a little bit, let the attention be taken by the others. But Olofmeister did best Angel, so it's a little bit of a threat, especially when he hits shots like that. No kit yet to be seen, and well, this kind of adds to an issue here. Sticko's going to have to peek this sooner or later.
Sound.
He's going to hear it, though, and Olofmeister gets the job done. He finds the kit and comes back around. 4 big kills for him. What a way to play back.
That is so big. That is massive. I think a bit of a mistake there from Sticko, maybe failed the jump or whatever he was trying to do in that direction. Olofmeister had a good idea. It's important to note that Sticko didn't have armor. So you see HellRaisers that progresses through that round and builds them up a good amount of weapons. But when Olofmeister can take them by surprise, use Molotovs to move them out of position, their lack of armor makes it very easy for him to spray them down.
Yeah, and the buy now, they're just going to have to kind of relent. Oh, Zero, let's have a peep. Let's have a peep towards Zero, guys and girls. Here it is. Here it is, the old revolver. That's still allowed in play.
Yeah, all right. Still a thing.
Did he mean it? He's got a skin. He meant it. Off it goes. Nice and quiet, this gun.
This is the primary fire, isn't it?
Yeah.
Not quite the full
I'm still not
cocking.
particularly used to it. You need to speak to Henry G, bit of an expert on that one. Not only in show matches, but rocks it out in a couple of games we've been playing. So guys got a way forward. But speaking of that, JW's just had enough of this one. Zero's trying to make use of this. He's only got 6 bullets left. I'd really enjoy seeing a kill. 3 now. Got to be careful on this one. Dennis. Ooh, there it is.
Jeez, that's a strong weapon. Oh, okay then. Zero managed to get Dennis, but that's all he's going to have for the particular round. It's $850 for the R8. All spent now. And no good to HellRaisers. However, that was the save, that was the pistol. They sort of force up a little bit around that round, get a little bit done, but Fnatic want to play a bit of an aggressive CT side there. You see JW takes over A main. Not only does it give you a huge amount of peace of mind and information, it'll also let you take the enemy team by surprise. Now, this is the interesting round, because Fnatic have maintained some of these SMGs, the FAMAS and 2 UMPs are in the mix, whereas HellRaisers are fully kitted out here.
And again, the stack towards checkers between Olofmeister and Dennis, and I think they broke out the vents. So Olofmeister could be up there. Gives them a bit more of a play towards mid, so it's not just Crims on his own. You can see a little bit of a push towards the extremities, a touch. JW there just pushing up by Squeaky, not allowing free control throughout the map, which is, you know, it's always a nice little touch, and he loves being aggressive anyway. You can see it in his gameplay from start to finish. But
to a fault, perhaps.
Yeah, of course, it can be definitely debated whether or not sometimes it can be his downfall, but we'll see if this one pays off for him, because at the moment they're still looking like they're going to go towards A. Bit of a flash through. No one working off the back of it. Bondic's going to show, but it looks like HellRaisers might be looking towards something else, maybe a split through towards mid, and Bondic needs to be careful here.
Yeah, you can see the HellRaisers weren't using any of their utility because they're waiting to force it out of Fnatic, and they can bring theirs in. Even playing ahead of the smokes on a site, they can force an automatic retake if they get a couple kills on the entry, and that seems to be what Bondic's working on right now. Olofmeister goes down, the event eventually gets banged out, and Zero's in the middle of the map. Sticko challenges a little bit too deep, but Angel's there. He at least gets the crossfire onto him, and that's Dennis now on his own. A little bit caught out. Not in a great position to really make his way back into these sites. Doesn't have a lot to work with, no flash, no Molotov. That's how Olofmeister won his round, if you remember. The Molotov over towards the forklift was a huge opening for him to shake Angel out of position.
And the thing is, sadly for Dennis, and he doesn't know it, even if you wanted to go for something there, you've already got someone watching the back push-up. So Zero just being able to spot this means that he can't go forklift, go towards truck. So the only way you'd be actually able to go anywhere would be up highway, which they're going to be watching. So Dennis just trying to catch anything he can here. Gets a little bit of a molly as well. And probably just going to accept that this round is over for him and the team. This will fall into the pockets of HellRaisers. So first proper gun round, quote unquote, coming in means the HellRaisers win it with 3 alive. Bomb plant to boot, decent amount of utility left. Fnatic kind of have to just deal with this one.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't upgrade all of their weapons in the prior round. You can see that Olofmeister and JW still have enough money, and, well, there it is. Sure as heck, it comes through. The double AWP for Fnatic. And they're still going to buy a UMP and a FAMAS around it here. We'll see what they do with this. The CT side did up double AWPs, given the HellRaisers a fair bit of problems in the past on Cobblestone and even against North as well, as you mentioned earlier on. They didn't get any rounds in which that was actually a factor. We'll see. Crim's playing up close in mid. JW also playing it rather close. Just might hold towards MBK for the moment.
Zero already finding Olofmeister. That's a little bit of a...
Yeah, I think Olof pushed him
I don't know
in B.
where he actually pushed that much. Yeah, I guess. It could. There was a smoke towards main, but...
Normally, you just don't expect the AK player to win that playing from Sunroom. Normally, the...
But look how aware... Well, not... I don't know necessarily aware is the word, but a quick flat. Yeah, this is so well played out. They read... I wasn't sure if they were fully aware of that being a possibility, but you definitely know people like JW like to make those plays, so you can kind of read into it, and it's worth expending a flash to play for that sort of control, considering he did it not too long ago as well. Now, 2 players... making a little bit of a show towards A, but the main plan is towards B. 3 players heading this way. The smoke's really denying Fnatic any sort of information. And they're still going to be hearing these steps, still kind of understanding, oh, okay, there's a flash here. Flash is now going to go for the push. Angel watches it. And this is so well played. HellRaisers now can make their way towards B, smoke out towards CT, and Angel's winning out towards A, even better. The last man alive will be Crims, who's been playing mid, so they can read that pretty quickly as well. Might need to be a little careful of vents, and that's why Sticko instantly is there. And someone's got to be careful of the back as well, and that might be his job too, as the bomb will be planted.
And you're going to see is this being one of the situations where Fnatic shoot themselves in the foot buying 2 AWPs in a round where they're not really solidified economically. When you see Fnatic buy AWPs when some of their teammates have to get things like UMPs and the like, really wrecks their money. Now, it's not too bad. They've still got at least 2K per player after that.
Olaf did push the smoke. Yep. He was sat in front of it. Wow.
You can't make that up, can you? I mean, and JW also was punished. JW also was punished for, like, overextending himself there as well. So... we'll see it. We'll see how that manifests further down the line. We'll see if that really breaks Fnatic. For now, it just forces them onto pistols, in which they're more than happy to just eat humble pie and, you know, full-go armor. Still, the aggression there from Crimson mid doesn't yield results.
Run boost over by A as well. Flush is just going to pop up JW nice and quickly. Don't have to show themselves boosting, you know, down below by the toxic barrel, or the barrels down below. So nice little twist on that. But they do only have pistols, so... you know, I don't expect too much. I just want to see how clean HellRaisers like to keep this, how proficient they are at these sort of rounds. Sticko there, comfortably finding Flusher towards Connector, no problems with that. And the rest of Fnatic, you know, they're trying for opportunities, but there's little being given over. HellRaisers are a really nice approach so far. Catching out JW, such a vulnerability, you know, if you have no control towards highway, you get pinched from both angles, you're always going to be a little bit vulnerable from that. And now Dennis left alive with the Deagle. He might be able to catch one on the way out. He's an incredibly talented man with any sort of pistol in hand, so... I wouldn't write him out being able to catch a couple of exits possibly if they do come his way, but for now he's kind of irrelevant to the way this round pans out.
Yeah, he's at the bottom of the ramp up towards Heaven on B site, so he'll only be discovered if Angel goes quite deep. This is part of the plan, of course. Dennis wants to just try to utilize the element of surprise if you can. Sticko just walking around the map there. I think he's managed to get himself a couple of grenades in that mix, so... anything to save money for HellRaisers going forward. They'd love to build that economy up. They're not spending too much money as well. They're not buying a second AWP, content with just the one. So now, a lot of money for them. This is what they needed to do after losing that pistol round. This is the recovery, just what they needed.
Update to the Renegades roster as well. Wonder what Chad's thoughts are about that one afterwards. That'd be interesting.
Yeah, Nifty, of course, the American player, and next is the Serbian player, which we probably believe is, you know, Kassad's influence on the team in a big way.
I think YNK also has a little bit of a influence towards that too. But back to this round for now. We can, I can imagine the desk can have a little discussion on that. But what an opening! Angel, incredible impact. But Olofmeister steps up to the challenge quite handily. 2 big kills there for him. But if anything, it's speeding up the process that HellRaisers is going to make towards his site. Quick plant comes in. Sticko's a little far out from this round, but he could still be very relevant to denying JW the play up here. But JW might check this, but I wonder how deep he's going to check. And oh, lovely shot from Sticko there.
Very sharp.
Yeah, indeed, incredibly sharp from him. But it does mean the Flusher and Crims are kind of locked out from this one. No real step back into the site unless they get a kill very, very swiftly.
Crims is going to make his way into mid and try and make something happen. Getting into checkers, though, is going to be, you know, half the battle at this stage. No one's posted up inside checkers too closely. I think Bondic might be in there. That's Dead Fox. Flusher, no step towards that site. And Crims realizes that he might be better served just getting the heck out. Picks up the smoke, sees it on the ground. Not always easy to spot, but make sure you do that in your game. Save you a bit of money. Crim's now going to sit back in the corner and may get challenged out here by a HellRaisers player, but those exits probably aren't going to be happening here. HellRaisers actually really want to build this economy properly here. Stockpile a bit of money just in case things go south for the winter. And yeah, you see Fnatic's money now after that round is still pretty weak.
And you know that when you're playing against Fnatic, it's always good to have that full utility set. So even if there's, you know, the double ops here, if you need to go for those site hits or, you know, the normal response to these sort of things, if you see a double AWP on, you know, and you're on the T side, is do a bit of a site hit coming in, and you want those, you know, that utility to be able to kind of facilitate that. You want to be having those molotovs to clear out, you know, your quads or any sort of positions. It gives you such a nice step towards it. So for now, keeping their money nice and high is always, you know, very much on the priority list. But that all aside, this round is far from a good one for Fnatic. They've got one big buy on towards Crims, the rest, bit of armor here or there, and Olofmeister taking a face full of damage, down to 3 HP. A very comfortable pick up for Zero, no real trouble on that one.
This is a really interesting head-to-head, actually. Zero versus Olofmeister over on the B side of the map. Most of the action's happening towards mid and A, but Zero's consistently winning those battles, even if Olofmeister's pushing him with an AWP. That's important. For HellRaisers, it may not mean that they go to B immediately, but it definitely relieves some of the pressure elsewhere on the map. And Deadfox is playing a little bit more passively, looking in towards A main, knowing that JW will be looking to make a play to re-establish his team, and it is foiled.
And this slower, more, well, not necessarily slow, but quite a passive approach from HellRaisers, you know, in certain positions, is a really good way to play against people like Fnatic, who are always actively looking for fights. And of course, eventually you have to go to the site anyway. You have to take those fights regardless. But by that point, they still have the utility. They still have everything they need to really fashion that very, very strong hit. And it's just working out so, so well for them. I'm thoroughly enjoying the fact that they're able to punish this. You know, you look back on these rounds, you throw your minds back. The double up we first saw, Olofmeister got caught pushing through the smoke up at B. They fashioned this lovely little flash in for the player towards Squeaky. That also worked out well for them. We're seeing it there with Deadfox, just expecting these sort of plays that actually work out well for HellRaisers. They started to, you know, get a good handle on this game. We do have the double ops back, and I wonder if we're going to see something similar to what we saw before, being, you know, maybe a little expecting of those kind of, you know, searching for plays, looking for opportunities.
Grenade in. Crims goes down very early, actually. He was in mid. I think it was the boosted player. Yeah, Sticko was up there with Angel, I think. Oh, he was in the middle of the map, actually, just inside.
Straight up fight or a spam through the smoke there. Who knows?
That's big. I mean, this is the second round now that we've seen HellRaisers get their first kill to open things up. Now, Olofmeister's not playing solo B, though. He's actually going to rotate in towards mid.
And look how far back Fnatic are now playing. You know, Olofmeister and JW both super passive towards CT here. Flusher incredibly isolated, very alone towards the A site as well. The bomb's yet to fully commit, but with this sort of highway control, you can imagine this is going to be that A pounce coming in, and Angel's going to really hammer that one home. But watching the cross to JW, no easy access just yet, but Sticko really securing the angles, finding control towards middle again, leaving it very much in the hands of that man there who's just been found. And Dennis is very, very far away and not really able to play back into this one too easily. And this is the result of Crims going down so early in the middle of the map. Now, HellRaisers with so much mid-control, they can pressure JW just like that, working in from highway, come in for that secondary peak now, even make their way through lobby if they wanted to. Have so much control of the map from that one kill. And a lot of the most successful teams on cash play through mid aggressively, whether it's a CT or T, and they make sure they can really wrap onto A very comfortably. Dennis just trying to save. I think Sticko's pretty close by still, so has to be careful. He can't scope in at this point either, in case people close by. I think he's heard steps. He'll find one. Baits out the shot from middle. It's just every angle is now dangerous. Good luck, Dennis. And yeah, the luck runs out eventually. He can't take anyone with him, and an AWP could be recovered if they wanted another on the T side. Not what they want at all. So Fnatic keep, you know, pretty much pushed down here. They don't have that full money yet. They don't have anything to really play with. They do at least have enough to be able to buy up, you know, the upgraded pistols. You might as well. You've lost a couple of rounds back to back. Get in, you know, get something on your side. Buy to about 2K, a little bit under for Dennis, but he's all right. Crims holding off on just a deagle as well. So this is getting pretty tricky for Fnatic. They haven't had that clean run where you can see the money built up, so they can always fall back to what they want here. And you know that they suffer pretty heavily from that. So at this point, I wonder if we're going to see a flash in towards main or something. And you can see them also anti-flash for HellRaisers anyway, so it'd be kind of tough for that to work out for them. And it looks like a bit of a quick hit here from HellRaisers. They're just going to kind of take the direct fights, and I don't really mind it. Got to be a little bit mindful of people like Flusher and Crims here, though. Yeah, Bob's still towards the middle of the map here, but HellRaisers are doing exactly that over at A.
And it's just Crim's really left. It's only 2 players up for Fnatic now. Crim's trying to get aggressive. Fnatic have spent this entire round trying to get access, get up close against HellRaisers and be able to use his pistols effectively, but none of them have, with the exception of Olofmeister, who did find 0. So that 1v1 duel on B is still transpiring. This time Olof wins it out and even adds to it with a kill on Angel.
But that's all. That's all you'll get. Nice round from Bondik. 4 kills for him. Not letting any of those, normal worries that happen with Fnatic start to kick in. When, oh, they've got a kill. Oh, no, they've got good positions. You start to get a little bit nervous about it, but no. He was very much on point during this. You gonna drop him out anything? I was wondering if he was going to go for a bit of a quick mid-peek. He wasn't. I was just hoping we'd see something a little spicy. Not to be. And
Olaf had a slow spawn too.
And Crims has the AWP now. Huh.
I guess Olaf wants to still play on B. Maybe feels he has a measure of 0.
Now look at Dennis here as well. This is very, very different. Dennis playing very up close towards mid. This is the change maybe they've theoried or planned out, be a little more aggressive in certain aspects, but HellRaisers are so aware. Look at this. Look how far back they are. Angel on the truck, 0 probably on the signpost in spawn, Sticko holding useless room, Deadfox holding A main. They are literally saying, all right, let's give them a minute. Give them however long they want. We'll play back into this carefully and cautiously. That's the more interesting part. Them trying to retake that T-side control that you're normally given. Fnatic have denied that very, very, very much so. So again, this would be quite interesting to see how well HellRaisers take back that territory that you're normally often given for free.
And this is interesting because HellRaisers, especially under the command of Angel, have been known as a more aggressive team. One of the more, and people used to compare them all the time to Flipside and go, oh, they're so much more aggressive. But now they're reading into Fnatic. They know the Fnatic like to try and get a CT aggression going.
Now this is lovely. I personally love the double smokes towards middle because it gives you so much room to operate. Because if someone's pushed close, you can then isolate them away from the guy who's supporting on highway or connector. It gives you a step back in. So that's the first bit of a step in the HellRaisers plan. And I thought that was JW. It was actually Crims with the AWP there fighting Sticko. But a quick response comes in from Angel, and back and forth they go. It still sits pretty nicely for HellRaisers here. If they get Flusher down quickly, then they can just go straight in towards A, and there it is. The cross is now complete. No one is there to watch this. Crims might be able to stop Deadfox here, but you can still see the smokes coming in. Down to 20 seconds, though, but the bomb plant's going to come through.
Yep. HellRaisers biding their time early in the round, and you see their first stop is still trying to get that mid control. It didn't quite work out, but they drew enough players from Fnatic away from the A site that they could comfortably get in there and start things off. Fnatic have to go for this here. They brought up big in this round for exactly this purpose, and Olofmeister opens nicely. Now they have the 2v2. Even in numbers, Deadfox is not watching. Hey, main, this could be nasty.
But I like Deadfox keeping control of this, because normally that's the way back into the site. You keep forklift control, you keep everything under wraps, but no, Crim somehow wins that out. And now the bomb plant's pretty decent here, actually, for 0, but will he expect the straight fight? It doesn't matter if he predicted it or not. He'll still win it out, try and get the AWP from his fallen teammate, but not to be. Didn't get it in the end, but they're fine on money. You got full money on 2 players, so no worries about that. Deadfox is sitting very, very comfortably. And it looks like HellRaisers have got such a nice plan here. And I wouldn't say this is the normal HellRaisers side either. It's very mindful of your playing Fnatic. It seems very, very kind of crafted towards that. Not completely different, no. But you can see that first minute is spent getting like a little bit of control, and then they'll retake the territory very carefully.
It's funny how they almost earn Fnatic's respect by respecting Fnatic. You know, like sort of knowing they're going to come forward. The CT pushes in towards things like A main, great example. Deadfox waits for the peak, knows it's going to come because Fnatic are that team that's going to look just to try and take jewels and get advantages over the map. Not this time. Dennis and 0 are going head-to-head over at B. But he's only got himself a Desert Eagle. Flusher playing close. Again, hoping maybe a second wave of this aggression might actually pay off. He's not even sure if he wants to go for it, though. Just shoulder peeking that doorway at the moment.
Still need to find out if there's a stack or anything else going on. They don't have any A main control, but it looks like a B approach anyway.
Oh, Bondik.
Oh, Bondik.
Done well. Done very well to get away with that one.
How
Jumps across the opening. Oh, it's just beautiful. Crim's not wielding a high fire rate weapon there, so it's hard to punish that kind of movement. That's Dennis, though. First headshot coming in. The second is going to be there. No, not quite enough, though. 0 responds quickly enough, and Fnatic have to make their way across the map here to try and stand up. HellRaisers have so much money right now, Lauren. Fnatic have so very little, and they continually make investments.
And no kit, no utility. Playing this retake is going to be hard work, and they know it now. It's down to the 1v1. Deadfox already has the angle. He knows where Flusher is. But these are the rounds where Flusher can do things that can blow your mind. We'll see if that comes through. He's actually opting for the CZ for now. Deadfox still playing default, and he's just spotted him out. They know where each other are, but Flusher has no kit. Down to 6 bullets now in the clip, and he's going to try and take the fight, but he whiffs it. Goes back out towards the rifle, but it's too little too late. as Dead Fox was there, ready with a Glock to hand, and HellRaisers T-side is looking very nice.
How's that for pressure, though? Getting pushed by Flusher in a 1v1 with the CZ. I'm sure definitely a bit of the mental game there as well for Dead Fox trying to keep things together, but he did well. Switched to the Glock. He managed to utilize the fact that Flusher, whether he intentionally or unintentionally picked up that AK, it stopped him dead in his tracks. 9-3. This is starting to blow out of proportion in a big way, and Fnatic can make another investment of double AWPs back into this round to try and swing it in their favor.
Well, there is the phrase, risk it for a biscuit. And it looks like Fnatic like that phrase indeed. Dennis, up close. Gonna find one this time. That's good for him. I don't know if there's any more to follow. Sticko is very, very quick to go for it. And Olofmeister, I think he got flashed off the angle and Dead Fox was waiting for it. So they're reading this Fnatic play very well. That double man stack, whenever they get the double ops, it seems to be a possible thing that they go to, is putting Dennis and Olofmeister towards either, you know, boosting one up to vent, putting two in towards checkers, Olaf at the back box. And HellRaisers haven't really made much more of a move than that.
And I think they're fine with that.
Yeah.
This kind of emulates what we've seen from HellRaisers in the last few rounds. They got a whole minute to work with. We saw, I mean, a couple of rounds ago, they left it to like 20 seconds before they planted the bomb, and that was totally fine by them. Their execution's been very decisive.
Now, because they don't have middle control, JW's position can work out so much better here. No pressure coming in from Highway, nor Squeaky at this point, so he can back away freely. But he should be expecting a bit more pressure than this. He's kind of taking his time on this one, looking for maybe a little smoke there. Doesn't have time for it. Squeaky's now open. He knows the game's afoot, and he gets the tag towards Bonding. That plays in Flusher perfectly. And it's Dead Fox now with it all to do.
This would be a big job for the young man now, working his way towards the side bomb. Down. Fnatic give a little bit of room. They might not even know the Dead Fox has gotten in so close, but it's bottled out and he's taken down. Flusher to find him. 3 kills for Flusher in that round, including the crucial 2-man spray that really stopped HellRaisers in their tracks just as they were going for the killing blow.
If there was more of a mid-pinch, if there was more of some other pressure from any other angle, JW would have been maybe a little more uncomfortable than he was sat there. He seemed so fine to be just sat there, you know, facing towards main. There was nothing coming through middle at that point. But, you know, at the moment, HellRaisers are doing fine. I can't sit here and critique them when they're up, you know, 9-4. They're playing very, very well. So credit to them for keeping this one in and just keeping Fnatic on their toes, who never felt like they were in charge here.
Kind of uncharacteristic that last round. The HellRaisers opted not to go for that mid-control, or not at least to try and get some or use it, even with a man advantage. But that's the way it is now. Olofmeister, again, he's playing very deep with this AWP. It didn't work in his favor last time he made this move, and in that round, HellRaisers really deconstructed the double AWP setup of Fnatic by killing JW and Olofmeister first. This time, JW at least is going to play a bit more passively, and Olofmeister dropped back in towards checkers. But HellRaisers want to try and test again towards Squeaky. It's almost as if they know, if there's a double AWP, get a pop flash in here. But JW's not going to be waiting for it. He's changed up.
Still have 2 mollies. Dead Fox and Bondic both have one of those, but neither of them are. Oh my god, they kind of lined up for that. But finding Flusher quickly is very good news for HellRaisers. Now they've got pounds, and JW can't handle it. Too many bodies right in front of him, and now they've got the site under wraps completely. The 2 players playing back into this don't really have much of a step, and Angel pushed up this far. He's going to make it even harder for Dennis, and there it is. Almost a sealed deal now, as Olofmeister completely denied.
So Fnatic, the frustration's starting to creep in now because they didn't play aggressively on the CT side on A in that round. JW wasn't in Squeaky, there was no one flashed into A main, and still the execution from HellRaisers was so concise and so effective. Bondic's first kill, that was massive. That put so much pressure on JW, forced him back towards NBK, and he was gunned down where he stood.
Oh. Still crisp. Let's not take away anything from the individual here. But will he be able to keep hold of this AWP? Oh my god, Olofmeister. It does get caught in the end, and HellRaisers can do it. They can happily chase because they have so much money still left over. You still got 9k on Sticko.
1.4.
And you can imagine how nice that would have been to be able to have that AWP in hand. They could have maybe dropped it out, got a little something building off the back of it. Now, nah, just CZs, you know, UMPs.
And it's round 15, and HellRaisers have kept this sort of amount of money going for quite some time. Yeah, 0 back for the revolver again. I mean, last round of the half, you often do buy an upgraded pistol. That's why we see Tech 9's there as well. But he'll go for it. He seems to fancy it. Maybe he knows something we don't, or that Henry hasn't told us.
I think Henry's up to something. I think maybe there's a meta building.
Oh, he always is, though.
Oh, here
you know
it
him.
is.
He gives you that coy look. You know what he's about.
And look at this, HellRaisers. You know, they're feeling it now. They're starting to feel the game. Individually, everyone's doing their job too. There's not been like 1 or 2 players, you know, doing massive amounts in comparison to the others. Everyone is holding their own. Crim's trying to turn the flash there from his teammate, and good connection, but just couldn't land the shot in the end. And Dennis watching that cross like a hawk, but eventually Deadfox was waiting with the AWP. So HellRaisers with an astounding T-side here, reading Fnatic like an absolute book.
Yeah, the horns are out. Now it's time for the Swedes to come up with their response going on to the T-side themselves, but that's going to be in the next half, and that's going to be after a short break, so we'll catch you in a few. Well, Lauren, that trademark disrespect, that aggression from Fnatic foiled time after time in these rounds as Fnatic try to get these advantages on the CT side, but the HellRaisers just steamroll over the top of them. This is a considerable lead to take into half-time. It's 11-4, and if you've missed it, HellRaisers have had Fnatic's number.
At the start of the game, I thought this was going to be the Fnatic show. But then once you got into those gun rounds, everything looked so good. HellRaisers had the perfect approach to handle that Fnatic style. That aggressive CT side that they love to run was met by sheer cerebral play coming out from HellRaisers, and individually they were certainly on point too. Now, can they keep up though? Can Fnatic bring the game back here? Known for that powerful play, individually incredibly strong, and we need to see some of that now on their T side in just a moment's time.
No doubt about it. Going to be jumping in just a few moments here in HellRaisers, if you think back to the previous map as well. Interesting performances from them, I think, for the most part. Definitely didn't have the result they were hoping for, so this is where they want to turn up the heat. This is really where they want to make Fnatic work. They struggled against the double AWP setup against Fnatic on the prior map. That was Cobblestone if you're just joining us. But like I said, it depends on the map. It's very map specific because every time Fnatic pulled them out, and the first time we saw them in this game, Olofmeister got completely smashed on B, and JW was read like a book. It was a pop flash in towards long A, and he had no chance of getting away. He tried to back away and run down the corridor, but he was caught and taken down.
And I'm kind of curious how much work they've put into this one, HellRaisers. This looks like they've really put in their time towards looking at Fnatic's game style, or maybe just, you know, understanding how Fnatic like to play and then kind of applying it to this map in theory works quite nicely, and it's worked out so well with them. And look at that scoreline, so drastically in favor to HellRaisers. You got to feel that they should be able to close this one out. I don't know, it's still Fnatic, right? You've seen them come back in to these situations so many times and actually win them out. I remember some of the biggest comebacks are, you know, have been with Fnatic. There, you know, the infamous call the timeout and there's the turnaround for you. But it
there wasn't one.
There wasn't, and it looks like HellRaisers, the way they're playing, it's not just, you know, a shoddy approach or a hoping it works approach. It's a well-theoried approach. It's a well-crafted idea of this. So again, I'm kind of curious to see how well this plays out in the second half.
Well, the reality is Fnatic won the pistol round in the next two. Then HellRaisers go on to win 9 rounds in a row, and then Fnatic win 1 round only to be reset straight after. It's kind of the horror scenario in the first half. The stuff you hate to see, as Henry would put it. But HellRaisers played around it so admirably as well. And the thing is, they would spend a whole minute in the round waiting for Fnatic to go for aggressive picks.
Yeah.
You know, someone peek in the middle, someone peek in A main, and when they get that kill on towards Crims in the middle of the map, you know, if they spray him down or whatever they do, they play a couple players up on boost, they have so much control to wrap on towards A. It's a lot easier, obviously, to wrap the A site than the B site from mid, just because of the angle of access it gives you. If you try to wrap B, you still end up in checkers, and it's not so direct. And they use that very, very effectively here. So Fnatic gave too many kills away early on in the game. If you give HellRaisers a man advantage in this round, it seems that they do more with it than any other team that we've seen lately. But let's jump in now. It's time to start things off. Pistol round, HellRaisers on that CT side. No revolver, sadly enough, here for Zero. He fancies a more standard approach.
Bear in mind, this would be the 8th win in a row for HellRaisers on this map if they pick it up. And that's including people like FaZe, North 2 times, and Flipside as well. So it's, you know, as much as we're saying this seems like a very crafted piece towards Fnatic, maybe they just like this map as well. It certainly helps. And as we're seeing, Dennis is not going to go down without a fight, but Bondix, what? How has no one checked on quad? How has he been able to stay here? You've got a bomb plant going down and no one's bothered to check it. Crim's going to have to play back to the wall CS here, but somehow it's worked out for him. 2v2 retake.
Yeah, a desperate turnaround. It could have gone either way, Lauren, but with the bomb down, at least these two HellRaisers players are playing up together. Dennis gets caught out. Now, Crims has to face down 2 with 21 points of health. Make that 6. There's no kit for HellRaisers. They give it a tickle anyway, and they're still going to have time to defuse. And that is a nightmare for Fnatic now. To lose the pistol rounds with such a deficit, Fnatic were in a similar position in that first game, up 12-6. But this is even worse.
Bearing in mind, the vast majority of rounds that Fnatic have sitting with them currently were because of that pistol round that they picked up in the first half. You think of it now, it's like, well, you're kind of screwed if you're not able to win this one out, boys. You know, it had to start there, and well,
and you can see it like.
Oh, they're going for the old rifle. Oh, I guess they kind of have to buy everything they can in this. You can't really wait this one out.
Well, no, because it gets to the point really when the HellRaisers are getting too many rounds. You let the next 2 go by, it's 14 forward. Bob's your uncle. So 2 AKs forced in here, still with armor and helmets there. Crims is a little bit light on that particular gear. He's going to have to work with just the Desert Eagle. We've seen him do more with less.
That's a nade.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, that not normally the grenade of choice for that particular spot, but it still finds its mark. A bit of damage there. There's Flusher. Finds Sticko, middle of the map.
Angel is now waiting. I don't know if they'd expect someone so quickly to take up the mantle on Highway, and they certainly get caught out by it, but now the rifles come into play. JW took a lot of damage in that fight, though, which is a problem. And the other player who had the rifle, I think it was Olaf Meister, already went down, obviously.
It's
so
down in mid too.
This is tough. They can't recover that too comfortably at all. So at this point, it's down to the Deagles, too. They have to depend on people like Crims to land shots, and he has. Angel's head rolls down Highway. And he's going to have to do some more. Zero and Deadfox playing on this retake. They do have a kit. They have a flash and a smoke left as well. But players to get through. Crims, the first to fall. Dennis still stands. And you've got JW in main.
What can he do from main? JW's the man I'm looking at more than anything. Well, there you go. He finds Zero, but what was on screen was Dennis getting the headshot on towards Deadfox. Comfortable. Fnatic take the risk, take the gambit, as they often do, and they win the round out.
Lovely.
Chris, clean lock. Nicely done.
I guess you can depend on people like Dennis to land these shots more often than not, and that's the scary part, isn't it? It's like, there's a very few people that you kind of think, with you know, a deagle in hand, you expect it to work. Oh, we've got the R8. Zero, please. Please, observers. Zero. Can we watch Zero? Observers? Yeah. Oh, this is awkward.
Slight delay. There it is, boys. All right.
Nailed it. I'm happy.
Yeah, there's that slight cocking animation there as well. Quite annoying. Smoke, that's going to go towards Toxic. Dennis is adamant that someone is playing close to Squeaky. Olaf Meister is inside Squeaky itself, I believe.
No, I'm putting the box.
Okay.
Close.
I was looking straight at him, so I don't know what I'm talking about. I was looking at the minimap. That's my problem.
But, you know, Fnatic haven't really gained much in this round yet. Obviously, they've gone 1-for-1, and they do have far greater weapons. But there's still a threat on the board. But Bondik's very alone at A. There's no one else really with him. They've got the 2 players over by B. So they've gambled, you know, hoping there was a bit of a B play, but isn't the case. Angel doesn't have his head anymore, so he's not a problem.
Probably needs that.
Are they going to check on this? Yeah, they do. Crim's not going to let an inch go to waste at this point. Smart play from him just to clear all the corners, molly out MBK, and then just kind of focus his way through. Deadfox going to pick up the Deagle off his teammate, but he's still got 4 people to find. They are a little tagged up, but this is a bomb plant and probably a very clean round for Fnatic.
Yeah, Deadfox is pretty much dead to rights. No armor for him, and now Fnatic can actually build something up here. And in much the same way that HellRaisers did in the first half, getting themselves up to... We're going to watch this, are we? All right. So you can see that you need to almost lead in a way with this particular weapon. That's, I guess, the justification for its low price point, given its damage. You can see it plays out a little bit differently to the Desert Eagle, although now packs much more of the same punch. and reliability is what's probably the strongest aspect of this weapon.
JW's on it. I like it. Has he bought anything else? I hope not. I hope he's just
that.
got this. And it is zeros. Oh, this is lovely. Go on. Go on, JW.
Go on.
Go on. Oh,
hello.
shit.
Airstrike. That's nasty.
That's what you get, JW. Is like, all right, boys, this is going to be fun. And then just gets absolutely decked out.
What you get when you let your heart win, Lauren. You just want to play with...
all right, Paramore. Calm down, Haley.
Oh, man. I miss those guys. So good. Anyway, Crims made his way in towards Squeaky. We saw HellRaisers getting that first pick. That was Angel with the Desert Eagle. So that's nasty. Fnatic almost down a total of 2 players. JW's down to 8. Pistols are good in CSGO.
They're in the right position for this. You've got 2 on highway, 2 CT now.
Oh, I like this boost.
The boost up.
They still have mid control.
Spots out ahead. Angel's found JW. There's a quick response, though. Dennis and Flush are keeping this one almost in check. The bomb's not down yet, but it's working its way to site. Angel's kind of snuck his way in, but he can't achieve too much from that position. He's kind of outnumbered, outgunned, and right now, he's out of options here. Sticko gonna find Flusher somehow with a P2K, but that's about it. Still making it costly, considering they did have rifles there, so not the worst thing in the world, aside from JW.
Tough round to observe that one. You can see just how quickly those kills came through. Fnatic are really comfortable playing this kind of contact scenario. You see them make their way in. They're set up on the side. They're established to a degree. You've got a player over towards NBK as we're seeing Flusher get the spray down. So a lot of security in that for him.
And here's the buyback. This is where things get interesting, isn't it? Finally, we see HellRaisers with a decent buy. We also see the same for Fnatic. They've got that, AWP coming out for Olaf Meister. He's picking up over JW on T-sides. Maybe had a better spawn, maybe just feeling it. And for now, we'll see what Fnatic can bring. We saw what HellRaisers T-side looked like, and maybe we'll see something just as impressive from the Swedes.
That's the question. Do HellRaisers go for some of that little bit of aggression early in the round, or do they just try and hold? Do they turtle up? That can hurt you on this map, especially if the enemy team has mid-control, which they don't. JW's passively watching in towards events here. Almost daring, almost baiting HellRaisers to come forward and actually try and get there. But you don't see mid to late round plays for mid-control outside of the first few seconds when there's a smoke inside the door as you make your way through. So HellRaisers are unlikely to really change things up too much at this point. I think they sit back on this for now, and you can see Fnatic content to do. The difference between these two teams is that Fnatic give early kills to CT sides, whereas HellRaisers, or to T side, should I say, HellRaisers not about that life.
But look at how slow and cautious Fnatic are. They're under a minute, and they've just kind of set up a little bit of a mid-presence, but overall, very, very slow from Fnatic. This is a very different look for them.
I don't love it.
playing out this one well. Crims goes down, and now we're seeing the play towards main beginning. Olaf Meister going to claim the soul of Angel there from up on rafters, and a nice little swing out from Dennis. This is looking like maybe that late hit might work out, but down quite low on time now, 20 seconds. If someone can hinder the bomb's approach, this could be problematic, but the Molly's going to buy them a little bit of time here, and yeah, this could be retake territory. I'm wondering... Oh, no, it's not Dead Fox there. I was hoping we could have seen that molly to the site, possibly, if they had that the player on truck.
Olaf Meister needs to be careful here. If he's so adamantly expecting a flank, he'll render himself useless in the incoming push. I think it's been communicated to him that there are 3 HellRaisers players in the vicinity. Olaf doesn't connect with that first shot. Dennis found his, but Sticko's on top of him. Now the spray down towards MBK, but he's out of bullets. Needs to reload, and that's enough time for Flusher to get away. He tries to anticipate the peak, but no, doesn't time it quite well enough. And Sticko's on the red container. Dennis is so low, 7 points of help, but he's playing cat and mouse. He's so hard to find, and Sticko doesn't have a kit. There's not going to be enough time for him if he's not careful. And no, he needs to back away and give that round over to Fnatic. They keep a cap on the money for the Swedes, but that's all they'll get done in this round.
So close there. Sticko was panicking like a madman as well, just looking for any possible victim he could find. It felt as though maybe he knew where he was for a second there, but at the end of the day, he did land it, but just a little bit too late. Nicely done by Fnatic in the end, but that felt very last minute almost, right down to those last couple of seconds. And as I said, I'd have loved to have seen Dead Fox, the player who had the molly, or anyone who had a molly at that truck spot, because you can still do that molly on towards the site. And it's back, boys. I love a bit of the revolver.
Yeah, I mean, what that did that last round, I talk about keeping a cap on the money. Dennis had like 11K, but he was forced to drop out for 1, if not 2 players. So that sort of big bank that he's been sitting on is gone. And Sticko, the only man with an AK, saving it from the prior round, exercises mid-control. JW's down, and that's big. That means the HellRaisers can easily get the highway rotation going.
How accurate is the R8? Like,
I believe quite. I mean, I remember, if Zero took any damage getting up there, he would have been dead. Quite accurate, to my understanding. Yeah, because of the delay there. We actually saw that during the death segment, him shooting at the wall.
Interesting to see if we can get something done. Oh, that's awkward for Flusher, isn't it? It's like, hey, do you remember the CZ? Do you remember this? Yeah. Yeah, I do.
Flusher looks down at the weapon. His life drains from him. I made you. Not today.
Yeah, 3 players left for Fnatic, and there's still the 2 players on 8 kind of dug in pretty deep. You've got Sticko over by Quad, and he's the kind of main man. He was the one to be like, the bigger impact here because he's got the rifle. So at this point, we'll see if he can do any more with it. This could be quite worrisome for Fnatic. They're down to 40 seconds. They do have a molly, so they could clip. Oh, that's awkward. And here it comes. This shot gets landed. It's game on. This is problematic. Bomb's now down. Sticko just needs to stay alive and buy time. Wait for those rotates to come in. Don't take a needless fight. And I think he just saw the bomb being picked up by Dennis, but Dennis will not miss. Dennis is holding this one together pretty nicely for Fnatic so far, but he's still in a 1v2.
Zero has a Desert Eagle, but no armor. He needs to be very careful and respect it, but no, he gives none of it. He just stands his ground, plants his feet, and plants a bullet between the eyes of Dennis. HellRaisers get that round back. That's big. With the prior round, all of Fnatic dying, all the money they had to spend to buy back up on this round is definitely going to keep them honest.
Yeah, the money might be a little bit more depleted here. Not by much. You might see about 2 or 3 players
another round to go, but still, Olaf was down to 50.
Thanks for that, observers. I saw the production for a second.
Okay.
But no, yeah, you can see a little bit of an awkward amount coming into this one. A couple of players probably being dropped out. You can see, yeah, Crim's had to expend everything. He had 7k, so he's had to drop a couple of players out on his side. Still got a UMP on Flusher, and then a decent buy now for HellRaisers as well. So swings and roundabouts in the money system, but we'll see. We'll see if it actually comes through, if anything actually, comes of this, approach that we're now seeing Fnatic have of having to operate with far less. Dead Fox, you're feeling brave. Doing this against Fnatic, love it. Backs away, expect Squeaky if he hit that. That would have been so sick. But yeah, a quick exchange now. Fnatic regaining so much power so quickly.
Give them an inch and they'll take a mile. Olafmeister now to plant down. And the rest of HellRaisers probably need a save. No option to really go for anything more for them. They're down to awkward levels of money. Zero's got about 5k in his pocket, but HellRaisers starting to realize this could be a little bit of a long haul. Fnatic seem a lot more comfortable on the T side, especially where they can dictate the pace of the game, but their hits have just been so clean so far, Lauren. When you see players like Crims just walk in and get 2 kills very comfortably. I thought Dead Fox had a real opportunity when he switched over towards Squeaky, but...
Yeah.
Oh, Sticko, no. Yes. Yes. Yes and no. Yeah, nah. Zero down. JW managed to dig them out of their hiding spots, and that's not great for HellRaisers. As you can see, the money's super skewed across the team in the direction of Zero and Angel. What do you do?
Yeah, swings and roundabouts, eh? You've got 3 players you can buy 2 who are down to near on double eco territory. It's a bit awkward for HellRaisers. So they might just
take the safe option.
Yeah, why not? They've still got rounds. They're still on 13-9. Zero's going to treat himself. Little P2 crispy. JW.
Doesn't find any damage with that shot.
No, it looked like it was on. Maybe just through the... I don't know. It did look like it was on, even though it's through the side of the box. You'd still expect some damage to come in. Anyway, Olafmeister's off. He's on the hunt. Run, rabbit, run. Bondit can't get far away enough, and Olafmeister's having his way with HellRaisers right now. Nothing to be said beyond that one, because this is an absolute bloodbath.
Yep, it's going to be tied up nice and quickly, so we don't really need to agonize over the matter too much, but Fnatic have brought themselves back within 3 rounds. There were 7 rounds out from HellRaisers total coming into half-time. They've made up a good chunk of that here, and can continue to do so now that the money is flowing yet again. HellRaisers, on the other hand, it's a bit of a different story. Bondit comes into this round with 3.6k. Might be a UMP, a little bit of something. Or just nothing at all. How interesting. Okay. Okay. Yeah, sorting themselves out here.
Me. This is awkward. Come on, boys. There we go.
It's fine, because Sticko's still got a good mid-spawn. He was there in time. Dead Fox finds Flusher. The late B presence for Dead Fox actually working out. Flusher wasn't ready for that timing, perhaps.
Yeah, I guess. It's an awkward way it
No, let's be honest. It had nothing to do with it. Flusher just got wrecked, but...
You never know. You're trying to find a silver lining here for him. Sticko's about to be overwhelmed massively. 4 players barreling down towards mid. The nuke comes in. JW there, looking to follow it up, but no one's really giving away much. HellRaisers just smoking out everything like, no, don't want any of that. Sod off. We'll play passive. You've got Sticko holding right at the back of connector in case one tries to slip through, but it looks like they could be converging towards B.
Unlike other maps, the mid control that Fnatic have now doesn't prevent HellRaisers from rotating. It just means they can only do it from 1 or 2 angles instead of the potential 3 to 4 if they were able to use checkers. So Fnatic's bearing that in mind right now. They're saying, okay, HellRaisers don't know that they can come into mid. They won't know for the next 10 to 15 seconds, and they have to check it. Now they're going to hit this side pretty hard. Deadfox missing the shot. Oh, again, Fnatic, their execution's so clean. Take hardly any damage with that. That really hurts when you've got two players. And this is the problem with teams that turtle sometimes, or don't go for CT aggression to try and mess the flow up. It can be very, very hard to be ready and sharp as you need to be with the timing that the T's actually hit those sites. This is a bit sloppy as well. Deadfox missing that shot. It's going to hurt.
That can't be right. olofmeister's score. What the
No,
hell?
he reconnected.
Oh, it was the halftime thing.
Yeah.
Right? I was just looking at like, but still. Overall, the thing is, like, as much as Fnatic, you know, you can read their game plan, you can understand what they do, but it doesn't mean you'll outdo the individual players, right? They are so incredibly talented individually. Bondic just up on that little further jump. You go to the electric box in Squeaky, well, kind of in the back corners of it. But that's the thing, it's like every single player on this team can have those big games. There's a discussion point we'll often have that if you get two of them turning up, you're always going to have a tough game, and it doesn't matter who it is. It could be any of them. Dennis has a big game, you're in trouble. You know, the same can be said for every single player on that board. But a bit of a technical pause coming in. I think Fnatic might have had an issue or two. Hopefully that gets resolved nice and quickly. They don't want to lose that momentum. They're certainly building back into this game at 13-11.
Well, Fnatic are pretty serious about their playing conditions as well.
What are the server conditions like today?
Sunny with a light chance of 40 ping by the looks of things. It
Nice,
seems
okay.
fine. I mean, was it Fnatic that had the quibbles? No, it was Oscar.
No,
I've called him out. I've called him out. Yeah, no, I remember I was recording something in Katowice in front of the Fnatic team. I was doing. Oh, I was recording a 360 VR video for a bunch of guys from California, and Fnatic asked us to move because the camera, because I wasn't standing in front of the camera, I wasn't standing in front of them. The camera was placed about 3 meters in front of their table, and it was quite distracting, this big black thing just sitting there. We weren't even filming them necessarily.
That's the problem.
Yeah, either way, look, that's fine, and that's their prerogative. That's not my point. My point is that they'd like a very sterile environment to play.
So one thing I got to note is the double smokes towards middle, right? It's a nice idea if you actually utilize it. Now, they did the double smokes, but they didn't do anything off the back of it, and now it's allowed a push to come through because Angel's just gone and gone, all right, you didn't push through that, so we know what you're doing. You're nowhere near us, and 1 HP ain't much, but might be able to work something out of this. Will they expect Angel to still be up there? That's the next big question. He's still up on top, and he's going to have an angle on the CM. They're going to check it. Nicely done from Flusher. Had far more HP to play with, and olofmeister in the meantime finding Bondic.
They have to know he's there because they Molotov the bottom of it, and they had a player sitting on the other side. They should have known that he probably would have died or at least jumped out. So luckily, they had enough information to make an informed decision there. Now, Deadfox is super low and only has the M4. Yeah, you're not got one tick and you're done. Ooh, gets away. Only 3 damage, but then Flusher finds him. Okay, now it's butt clench central for HellRaisers. They were comfortably ahead, but they haven't been able to read Fnatic's pattern so far. That's allowed players like JW to have 12.5k coming to the round. It's just been a slew of rounds, one after another. And HellRaisers have to find a solution here. Turtling up on the sites is not going to work. They tried a bit of CT aggression in the last round with the counter boost. It sort of worked, but Fnatic came up with the correct answer, mollying off the right side and getting both those players down.
Fnatic's T side, I always find it's where you see most of their kind of prowess individually, right? You see that kind of like flair being able to work off each other, that kind of a clean, calm approach, that kind of just, you know, intuitive play almost. But we are going to see in the kind of 3 squeaky 1 main. I have the smoke and flash card. No, they're just going in dry. This is very unique. Bondic can't handle it either. Just too many bodies staring him down and too much aim to be able to be controlled. And Angel just kind of staring down the barrel of, well, Fnatic about even with us. It's going to be 13-13.
This is so nasty because Fnatic, so they go in dry essentially, which means they can play ahead of the smokes. So the smokes, all the utility now is safe for the afterplant situation, which HellRaisers were already forced into a retake because of how fast Fnatic were. Now that retake's so much harder when there's 2, maybe even 3 waves of smokes to those crucial spots. But it's a 4v3. It's even now. olofmeister catches out Sticko. HellRaisers have to go. They've got no choice. They're running out of time. They've only got 1 kit.
olofmeister just spraying and he knows he's going to be doing damage. It's time to back away, boys. You don't have... Did not have enough time for that. Crims does mop up the final 2 in the end. And all he had to do was slow them down. And 13-13 will be the scoreline. A quick update as well, if I'm not mistaken, between VP and NIP right now. It was, in the end, NIP to close out Cobblestone 16-9. So the first map did go VP's way, the second NIP's.
Funny, any other era would be a hot match of the week candidate easily. Now it's just, wow.
You mean the Zinger match?
Series. The Zinger match?
The Zinger Tower match of the week. Yeah.
Is this a Zinger Tower? Is that a thing?
In England, it is.
Oh, is it like a KFC burger?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, man.
Love a bit of it.
I mean, is that some unnamed chicken outlet's burger?
No, KFC's.
Okay.
Kentucky Fried Chicken. Want to sponsor us?
KFC, pay me.
Get in touch.
Pay me. All right, so it's pause time again.
Did you ever have those popcorn chicken pieces?
Yeah, they were great.
But there was, I don't know if any of you are old enough to remember, or if it was a thing outside of anywhere in England. I will get back to a point at some point. But they used to do like the extra flavor. You could like get a little sachet of like extra delightfulness, and it'd have be like in a little shaker. Have your chicken popcorn in there. Have a little bit of extra flavor. Whack it in, shake it up.
They
Delicious.
did that at Oporto, my favorite Portuguese chicken store in Australia.
Love it.
Yeah, it's totally run by Australians. It's like it's like formed in Sydney,
Yeah.
but it's amazing. It's really good. Shout out to Milesies. Don't get Nando's. It's trash. Get a Porto.
Hey, Nando's is fine. No, this is the thing, right? Everyone always has a go. You're like, oh, you're British. All you lot just like Nando's. Ha 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 ha. Nando's is fine, right? It's perfectly fine.
It's fine.
But everyone's like overhypes it. It's just
No,
cheap, good
it does.
chicken.
It
right?
kills me because it's a cultural thing. It's like cheeky Nando's run boys AA.
No.
Not really buying into it, guys. Sorry.
Nah.
You were no, not a thing. It's okay.
But it's fine. You know, if I want a little cheap little top up of a meal, no worries. Happy with it.
Stop making it more than it is.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, the popcorn chicken shake is what it was called. There you go. Just
Shout out to the
definitely looked
Colonel.
up. Yep. But now we're going to see HellRaisers on the back foot here, and they have been seemingly this entire half. Fnatic coming out swinging in, not having any of what Hello. That's awkward. You're going to die anyway, but I like it. I like the impact there, Zero. Just.
That's good. I mean, you trade 1 for 1 on the site that's not stacked. That's decent for HellRaisers there. There's probably more than you can hope for in a round like this. Still forced into a retake. Fnatic, again, they play ahead of their utility. So they hit that site without smoking heaven or lobby or anything. And it puts you, it's such an oppressive position to play from now. Because they can just go, oh, I'm just going to smoke heaven again. 25 seconds later, I'm just going to smoke it again. And one more time. You actually don't have time to deal with that as HellRaisers. You can't wait through, especially when you can only gun from lower or upper, as you can see on your screen. Okay, Crims, respect. Come on now, Freddy. Okay, it's just Sticko left here. He finds another headshot. P250's very balanced weapons.
Oh, that could have been a spicy meatball, but it wasn't. I'm just hungry, I think.
Yeah,
right
well,
now. I'm
all
just
this food
discussing
talk.
food a lot, yeah.
Well, I mean, have you eaten this evening?
I'm not allowed to discuss that.
Oh, really?
I'll be told off again. But no, the tuna somewhat sliced.
No, I broke a tooth. Anyway. Anyway, it's not as bad as the pizza I had in Krefeld. I was actually there with a couple of players at the Take Studios.
Oh, yeah.
Someone literally broke their tooth on a pizza.
Nice. Dead Fox, though, on the angle. This could be lovely for him. Flash doesn't blind him, but he still doesn't land the shot, and there's just a leaping man his way. It was Flusher! And Dead Fox, perfect adjustment. Not going to miss that one, and now he's going to be pressure from the other side. He's depending. He's banking on Zero to have his back quite literally at this point. It does allow him to go for one more. Spots out the two players retreating for now. If you know Fnatic, they'll never fully back away from a fight, and Sticko goes there, and he takes another one towards him.
Fantastic game for Sticko, just punctuated by that last kill there. One in this round, and Crims is on his own now, the 1v4. Now, Fnatic had a lot of money. There's so much money here, so they buy up for the rest of the game at this stage, or at least the rest of regulation. Crims goes down, and yes, HellRaisers bring it back even. This is getting a little bit close now. Maybe they start to get a feel for what Fnatic are doing. They did have the correct number of players sort of working over towards B. They received Fnatic nicely, but Fnatic's A hit, that's what's scarier in my opinion.
Yeah, it is. It's hard to handle, right? They got mid control. They don't necessarily get mid control, but they'll pressure mid, then they'll do the A hit, and it's so hard, you never feel comfortable on it, right? But we've got a good buy coming from HellRaisers and another good one from Fnatic. And maybe that tactical timeout definitely helped HellRaisers. First round, they've really kind of looked convincing in at this point, and I'm wondering what the plan is now. If you're HellRaisers, you think, oh, well, it didn't work out B, well, maybe they're just going to switch up and try and hit A, right? It's been working for them until this point. So the main man's... Oh, the main man's? Oh, God, I've been thinking about London too much. Main man over by B is still Dead Fox. He's not going to have much play into this round just yet. He did very well with Zero. That crossfire was so on point. If you'd only been baited out to take a shot, gonna have to back away. Now, Fnatic have been kind of thwarted from that initial pressure they like to throw towards A. They lost out on the first man, Dennis, who's actually been coming up very big, and another flash comes through. They hear the rifle go off. All right, 2 players towards A. Now they're starting to get a picture, but they can't overread into it just yet.
Starting to be like the Zach Galifianakis with all the numbers and formulas coming in front of him. That's Fnatic right now. Getting a feel for how much resources HellRaisers have committed towards A. Now they actually go for mid here. This is interesting. Mid, in the mid to late round, there's that smoke in towards the other side. So they feel like they've got it, but Sticko's waiting here. Normally, a player here so late in the round is unexpected, unprecedented even. It's the trade, though. That's all Sticko gets. But Zero could pressure off the back of that one. He chooses actually to wait and just hide. And maybe not even try and use that distraction factor to make his move. So, who knows what he could have gotten for it? He opts to stay alive now, and that for HellRaisers is more important. Not giving Fnatic free kills. Forcing them to work for they're a man down. So Fnatic can't trade 1-for-1 anymore. It's just maths. Time is also very low. 23 seconds of the round, and Fnatic running out of options.
If these two on A can just hinder them, they know they're in a good spot. Problem is they've just lost Angel and they've just lost Bondic. There's the A side. 12 seconds did remain, but the bomb's going to go down with no one able to stop it. And this is going to be Fnatic surely onto 15. This is a very tough retake between Deadfox and Zero. They have no real step to the site, no real idea as to where they are. There's still a man by truck they have to get past, and that's going to be Flusher. Checking deep, it doesn't matter. Flusher's there, he finds it. And there you go. Trading out well was Crims. Flusher did fall, but it didn't matter. Round on the board now, 15 for Fnatic.
And I mean, here's that entry for Crims. He makes his way over on towards A. Now, Flusher came from mid, so Fnatic paid quite dearly for that mid control, with Sticko lying in wait late into the round over by Sandbags. They have to go 1-for-1 on that, and they're in a 3v4. It's not looking good. But they know HellRaisers are going to have at least one player at B, so that gives them a man-to-man equality there, you know, 3v3, and they're able to wrap on towards the site via highway.
And now the Crims with the ult. Maybe just had the spawn, but it's Dennis to get things kicked off here. Zero going down over by B means the Deadfox is very much all alone.
Crims is buying an AK and spawn during the buy time. Or picking one up, should I say.
Why not? They've had plenty of money here. So if you had a front spawn or a good spawn, buy an AWP for yourself, drop a rifle and spawn, and then you can just go back and pick it up if you don't get anything. Nice idea.
Last round of regulation, can spend the money. Didn't quite work out, but he had quite a fast spawn for it.
But the more important thing is they did get that first pick. Zero being removed means that B's weaker. You can maybe expect them to try and stack a player over, maybe mean that mid is now a little bit more open. But that's a lot of assumptions here. And Fnatic, well, they've been doing these A hits so well until now.
3 in A main, 1 in Squeaky. 4 players in total, pressuring A, albeit HellRaisers not aware yet. Door open. Angel, I tell you what, timing's pretty crazy in this game. I'm not sure if we would have seen Angel anyway, but maybe the flashing towards A main, and Angel is made one himself. Goes down, he challenges out the trade between him and Crims. And HellRaisers lacking players. Fnatic have the local numbers advantage, at least on this side. But mid control, what does it do? Dennis is there. Oh, it's HellRaisers turning Talon, trying to run away.
How has he been allowed to get away with this? How is no one considering that being a factor? Nice deep nade. Keeps him off the angle, allows the cross to come in for JW. Dennis can now watch that smoke on the very verge of it, making sure no one's going to push through. Maybe expecting a flash there, wasn't to be. Deadfox up on the close wall. Perfect vision for Dennis. And he's having a whale of a time this map. Perfectly played out, but it's down to Sticko in a 1v2. He's got a kid, he's got a deagle, and he's got a headshot. Dennis goes down. It's a 1v1. He tags up JW, but it's not enough for the kill. 4 HP now, he needs the 3k to get this, and JW's positioned so nicely on the off angle. Sticko doesn't expect it.
The bomb's sticking away.
And JW's still got a molly, and that's not, he doesn't even need it. CZ to close for him, and a massive turnaround for Fnatic here. The first half, it looked like HellRaisers knew it all, but clearly not. Fnatic's sheer power just seemed to close it down.
And the mid control was fantastic for them as well. HellRaisers not really having the ability to counteract them there and forced to try and play retake on A from truck. Just one angle is not enough, and nor is it in this match. 16-14 to Fnatic. Now let's head over to the desk and get the boys' thoughts on how this one went down. An interesting game that went to all 30 rounds.
Moses and the boys.
That went out live. That went really good.
Perfect.
Yep. I was a good touch, I thought. We need to actually get a microphone to record that.
Yeah, that wasn't bad.
We could go deep. We could build some lyrics on that one. 16-14 Fnatic, a massive comeback. Didn't expect that. Astounding, one would say.
Yeah.
From down 4-11 at halftime.
Absolutely. They won the pistol, got the 3-0. They won a single gun round there in the first half and managing to pull it back. What an amazing second half, though, was from Fnatic. Actually overwhelming time and time again. They actually had a bit of tactical prowess there as well. Some good executions coming in, and they were consistently losing the first frag and recovering in situations. That's really good to see after going down 11-4, managing to have that mental resilience, Jason, to bounce back and eventually take the game in the 30th round.
Yeah. Mental resilience is an important thing.
Well, to reflect on that first half, you know, it looked like entries across the board from all members of HellRaisers. Just Angel running in, Zero, Sticko, Bondic, everyone getting it done. And once they had that opening kill, they were just able to collapse on the bomb sites. Fnatic couldn't get anything done. We saw them start to rely on the crutch of the double AWP, which actually hurt them in the long run of that first half. Then they brought the double AWP on the T side as well. And boy.
One key thing as well I noticed, Fnatic on their CT side were trying to force situations a lot, being aggressive on the CT side. We said Cobble didn't really lend itself to them in that respect, but they actually did very well on the CT side on that map. The map where they have all the options, they're trying to force the aggressive plays at the start, but HellRaisers is very patient, waiting for it and shutting them down time and time again. You'd have thought that was actually going to be amazing for Fnatic. On paper, I think obviously outweighed them in terms of firepower. You'd think they'd be winning most of those duels. Didn't really happen for them. They won a single gun round on the CT side.
This seems to be a trademark of some of the CIS teams that have moved together. You think the old Na'Vi, you think Gambit right now under Zeus, very patient in like the mid-round situations. I mean, HellRaisers did a great job of not getting caught off guard ever.
Yeah,
yeah, and it actually, I mean, that's the funny thing is it actually, like you said, it made like those aggressive plays for Fnatic just look very, very overextended, didn't it?
Yeah.
And they were together in a lot of those situations as well. So when they did punish that aggression, they were very quickly able to swarm bomb sites, and that was a positive factor for them. But Fnatic to grind that back and get in there, they had that eco round win, which late in the second half, which was huge for them. They just kept grinding out round after round.
Turned into a little bit of a brawl there at the end. It was a comeback from Fnatic and some swapped rounds. When it got right on 13-13.
Lots of action on the A-bomb side. Lots of clutches coming in there. Like lots of clutches in that kind of key quad position as well. It's always so tense in that area when you're the 1v1 in the bombs there. I love when people try to like fake out sound cues like the left or right and trying to bait out where they're going to be going. So many of those coming in, and it does make for a great game.
Yeah, so B-Stream update, Chad.
I wasn't going to say that.
Oh.
Before the B-Stream update, the one thing, like even the start of the game, that pissed around from HellRaisers, where and they faked out JW and they pulled so many resources over to that A site. That was a really nice call. But B-Stream update, NIP bounced back. They were managed to take down VP on Cobblestone 16-9.
It's not bad.
That's not bad at all.
Split series.
Actually, wasn't VP up like 7 something
at
one point?
They were doing quite significantly well.
Yeah, awesome B-Stream update.
Thank you.
Well, we're going to take a quick break. When we return, it's going to be the second set of matches for the evening, which is, correct me if I'm wrong, FaZe versus North. Stay tuned.
Moses and the boys.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport.
It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
This is your chance to actually make it into the Pro League, be a professional Counter-Strike player.
That's the thing that Mountain Dew League provides.
Penguin, you know what? If anybody has a shot at 2-0, it's Penguin. Beautiful Counter-Strike. You usually only see that into the professional level of things.
We are one of the youngest team in top 20. Many teams can underestimate us and we can surprise them with our tactics, show our Polish power.
You're it!
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Legion by Lenovo, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Welcome back to the Pro League. We have a third match coming up. It's going to be FaZe taking on North. FaZe off their championship in Star Ladder. That's going to be some good stuff against the Danish team. And change up the desk a little bit as we normally do after two games. We've got Lauren here instead of Henry. We doing good?
Yeah, not too bad.
Awesome. Before we actually dive into this game, we're going to do something cool tonight. It's going to get a little crazy. We're actually got Kerrigan from FaZe, the in-game leader of FaZe, waiting on Skype for a quick call. So how are we doing, Kerrigan?
Everything is good. Everything is good.
Still continuing the celebration?
Yeah, you can say that since Rain had to stay one day in Kiev, so he liked it over there.
I have to ask you, I know at the after party you had that FaZe up conga line going on, so I mean this had to have been a big weight off all of your guys' shoulders.
Yeah, it was pretty fun after party and celebrating the whole tournament, so I feel good with the team and everything.
Yeah, you. I mean, a lot has been said. You had a big task coming into this team. I mean, you had to pull all these various pieces together. You brought Keo back into the lineup. You made that decision, and now you have this massive talent in Nico that you have to incorporate into the team. I mean, what's that kind of process been like for you guys? Is it like a trial and error, or is it all pretty much clicked?
Yeah, well, I came into the team not knowing if we should keep Jake, him, or Keo, and since I didn't play with the team, I gave it up to the team to kind of figure out which player we're gonna go with, since I don't know them if you don't play with them.
Yeah.
I really fast find out that I don't know how to use Jacob, and I always saw Q as a good role player, a player who always does the thing he needs to do. So nobody has questioned. He does it always good. So bringing him to the team was very good for us, and we kept on improving, I think, over a longer time period. And getting Nico is just dream come true, right? Everybody wants to play with a player like Nico who can decide the games for you. So I think that was the last piece of the puzzle I needed for this whole project to be a world contender.
Yeah, now, I mean, you guys have proved it now. You know, second place in Katowice, you win Star Ladder. And I mean, what was that like specifically? Obviously, the big storyline is doing it against Astralis, your former teammates. Was that kind of a bittersweet, or was that just all celebration, all good vibes?
I mean, of course, you want to win against a team who didn't believe in the way you were calling as in-game leader. So it was quite sweet to beat it with the way I in-game lead against their way of winning tournaments, how they want to call. So I think in itself it was very sweet for me. But I didn't really think about it during the game or anything. I think it was more after that I realized that I've been through was maybe a slump, you can say, back in Astralis, and finally come on top and be on the rankings the second best team in the world right now. So just right after Astralis, so it feels really good to win. But basically the best feeling was winning with the team, right, knowing how long time to have strive for this, and Nico finally winning or lifting a trophy. So it felt good, and I was very happy for the whole team instead of myself.
What are the next steps you guys have in FaZe when you as an in-game leader look? You win the championship, but obviously you don't want to rest back and just kind of chill. What are the things that this team, you have them working on moving forward as kind of the major is starting to loom closer and closer?
I think we have many things to work on, especially winning pistol rounds.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. We have to work on our anti-ecos, of course. I think the whole tournament was pretty much shaky for us. If you look the whole tournament from the day one to the end of day, it felt like we were shaky on a lot of maps. So that's definitely a lot to improve, I think. Our cast wasn't ready for that tournament, so that is specific one thing we have to fix.
Yeah.
And I just think keep on improving our map pool, because the only way you can be the best team in the world is to have the biggest map pool. Awesome.
Well, thanks very much, Kerrigan. Thanks for your time. Good luck tonight. Good luck in the rest of Pro League.
Thank you very much.
That was Kerrigan. Obviously, some cool comments in there, you know, having to do with putting the team together, using Keo as a big piece to the puzzle. Then his team, and obviously it panned out very, very nicely. Yeah. It's a pretty quick championship, all things considered, once Nico joins that roster.
Swift turnaround.
Yeah. Yeah, they put the pieces together very nicely, didn't they? Cool as well to hear him say that, you know, one of the things they have to work on is cash, because that was a map they chose a lot in the group stage at Star Ladder, and they very much struggled on it. You know, they didn't look solid, and it's going to be the first map they played North on here. Another team not necessarily known for their cash play, but FaZe right now looking good.
Yeah, they met in the groups and played this map, so North won it out. Yeah. You know, it was still a close game, but you still got to feel that overall, of course, FaZe just kind of riding that high at the moment. They're individual players. They kind of I guess they benefit quite drastically from having confidence, from having good results. They start to, you know, really start feeling it individually. So for them, I still feel this should be their game to win, but it's still online CS. So you come off that, you know, big win, you're still, you know, really pumped up about it. Do you care as much in your online matches? Do you still focus up as hard? You know, as much as it's in theory, every game is an important one. And of course, you want to be in the qualifying spot towards the offline finals and get in a good position. I don't know if they could be as focused. You can't take it as, you know, the exact same sort of staging platform as the group stage game they played not too long ago against North.
Reviewing that, well, we got some highlights right now, but I have a clip from that match of something that I thought was cool from North that we might be able to bring up in a few minutes. But just from that game, you know, it was to North 16-13. You know, so it was still a relatively close match. And for them to say, you know, it wasn't quite ready yet, going into this, they would have done their veto. Here we go. This is just a basic mid control coming out from North here. They're going to throw the smokes and Molotovs, clearing out the vent, clearing out sandbags, and smoking off connector, and then they take mid. And from here, they just pinch it onto the A bomb site as a split. When you do a little mid control like this, you need to clear these spots. You need to make sure that you're pushing the CTs into the open to make those frags. And then once you have mid, a retake is possible, but quite difficult for the CTs to do unless they have a predetermined move in play. Once the split's happening, MSL's over towards Squeaky, making some noise. He gets really lucky here with a kill onto Nico through the door. And from here, he throws a really cool smoke and flash, which allows Magic's boy to go for a wider pick to pin to the A bomb site. So this smoke is going to force the AWPer, which is Aloe, out of position. Then the flash as well is going to push him away. Then Magix is able to come up and go for a pick, and they just split onto the site and then just play the afterplant from there. I think I stopped the clip at this point. But I just thought that was a really cool way that they did that and grinded it out by you playing fundamental Counter-Strike and just, you know, going to the basics, using your Molotovs to do a lot of work for you, and from there forcing advantageous duel. So that was cool.
Yeah, I mean, they are certainly a team that seems to have some cool tactical wrinkles, and obviously Cash is a map that they very much want to get into that map pool. Kerrigan listing, a deeper map pool is one of the most important things to continuing the rise for FaZe, but on the north side of things, this is a team for a while that seemed to have a good, 5-6 maps down, but they just seem to be perennially disappointing everyone. Like, you look at this and you feel like they should be winning more.
I think you know my stance on things like this, Jason. When a team is still within the top 10 in the world,
Yeah,
I'm going to
yeah.
give them the benefit of the doubt, and I'm going to say, there's always that room for growth, or any given Sunday, and do all that kind of stuff. Give them that advantage, or give them that, I guess, let them off the hook there. Okay. I'm not going to be hard on them.
Lauren, you had a random Alu thrown in there?
Yeah, he was just playing with the negative in warm-up.
Oh, was he?
Yeah. Did you not hear it in the background? It's a lovely sound. Just lovely.
No, I block things like that out. I've gotten to that point.
I don't know what else to say about these guys. With FaZe as they are, I think it's just been fun, watching them play, getting more and more depth. And as I said, it's been an incredibly quick rise to the the highest echelons here. You can't say it's a honeymoon period because they've been able to convert it into quite a couple of events now. And North, of course, they seem to have had a little bit of their kind of like honeymoon period. It kind of like dwindled. But again, not every single team in the world can be a champion, right? So still sitting in a top 10 position isn't too bad. Of course, they want to be better. Of course, they want to be like top 5, top 3, and then build up, but at the end of the day, they're still doing fine. I think that they're quite a tactical team, so again, they get worked out quite easy. It's just whether or not they can handle FaZe.
Yeah, that's the question at hand. We're about to find out the answer to that question. Take us through it. It's going to be Sadicus and Henry G.
Thanks very much, Minded Gevs. It's good to be here, as always. FaZe up versus North, which is also up on a compass and a map.
That's true. Those are good facts. So, Cash once again map. These guys played at Starladder, actually North, a map they're not known to be that comfortable on, beat FaZe 16-13. So a rematch, doing it all over again. FaZe have had a lot of rematches recently, and this is going to be no different. Here in the Pro League, FaZe versus North, and both of these teams doing relatively well. I think North's a little bit further down. FaZe is getting themselves in that towards the top 6. They're just outside at the moment, I think. So mid-table, and we'll see whether they can maybe find a couple of maps here tonight. Not going to be easy, though. North, certainly a very strong team indeed. Cash, though, like we said, not really a map they're known for being super strong on, but they're getting better at it every time we see them on it. Obviously, taking down a team like FaZe on a map like Cash, it's obviously focused heavily on fragging. Taking them down is actually very impressive.
And remember, losing the pistol round is the new meta, so you can bind at Gebs, control everything after that. Limit them away from UMPs based on the fact that they'll buy in round 2. It's genius. It's foolproof. So look for the winner of this game to lose the pistol round. They are underway, it would appear, although we don't have guns. Nico gets taken down by Magisk. Is this happening? Our GoTV seems to have that lovely glitch that exists in the current day. I can assure you they are not imaginary weapons. They are holding, well, real ones that are in a video game. There we go, we can see them now. Rain's got a shot onto AZ. North with Config trying to retake mid through the vents. We'll start to work back in toward the A side and play the retake game, 2 versus 3. No kits in the hands of those who do still exist within this realm. As Rain gets MSL, it's all on the Config. Down he goes to the hands of Kerrigan, and everything looks great.
Nice little A split there from FaZe as a retake from North. As usual, trying to have that A retake sort of set up there for themselves. Didn't really work out for them. They're overwhelmed by Rain, who gets 4 kills. It's been an amazing form recently. A little bit quiet at the start of Starladder, but towards the end, he was his usual dominant self. As we enter round number 2 here, it's not going to be a force buy from North. They're actually one of the teams opting with this new kind of idea of not force buying every single time the CT after losing the pistol and keep a bit more money, especially on quite a utility-focused map like Cash. Makes a lot of sense. You want to be having the incendiaries to stop the fast pushes and the smokes, and maybe even an AWP chucks in there. FaZe can move with 2 AKs, 3 UMPs. That's a of utility as well to work with. Oh, it's banned in the Pro League.
I'm aware, Henry, you're ruining my fun.
Okay.
I just want to see more to Gebs. I think I agree with the devs on this one 100%.
Fair play.
I mean, there needs to be more things. Penny candy doesn't even cost a penny anymore. It's nice to see some people still understand real value. Make it affordable for the whole world.
Well, for now, no negatives, but some deagles. North holding towards middle. And a focus towards B as well. That's where FaZe will be ending up. They've got a smoke and 1 Molotov. Smoke towards Heaven and towards CT spawn as well. Maybe Molotov the bomb site. Yeah, I've got a player towards the vent as well. There's the Molotov on the site. And the final commitment should be coming in momentarily.
Shots are fired. Config, although we can't hear it, certainly does have a deagle in his hand. And Rain will take him down. It's looking good as Ali walks in with another gun that is overpowered. The UMP. As AZ sits behind the smoke bomb to go down. It makes doot, doot, doot noise if you could hear it, but you can't. Magisk trying to rotate around, will get caught out toward mid-garage. AZ is still going to wait as well back towards CT and trees. So hold the phones. Nothing much going to happen except for exits potentially in this one.
Yeah, AZ towards that CT spawn boost position, hoping he can find Alu on the retreat at this point, but doesn't seem to be getting much out of it. There comes the sound again. We can hear that bomb. Flashes towards him. He should be taken down at this point. AZ going to be found by Alu. Got a comfortable round for FaZe overall. They lost one frag in the process. Carrigan goes down to the hands of Config, who's actually very good in this map. Very aggressive towards B on the CT side and the terrorist side. So we'll see whether he can come to life. He's already good at lurking on that T side. Seems to be sneaking towards like checkers and then find players at the headshot position. They have no idea he's there. He's very, very good at that. This will be a full eco though. North with 5 USPs on a single dollar invested into round. Didn't force in their second round either. So they're going to have lots of money for the first gun round. We're going to round number 4. They can get a couple of kills here. It's worth $300 per kill with the USP. So anyone who can find a kill here, it's obviously going to be beneficial. Very unlikely to get more than 1, maybe 2. AZ spots a few towards middle. We'll have to fall back here. Can't challenge that, obviously. And the MAC-10 trying to find some room to work with here towards B and the vents.
I like B and I like vents. Not a bad thing to have. They do create airflow, and when you're around me, that's usually a good idea. Carrigan, MAC-10, walks in, takes one down on Config. Pretty straightforward execution. Execution being killing style, but also straightforward in terms of how they approach B. Just a simple smoke back toward the tree, and FaZe Clan take the 3-0 start.
They do, but this is when it gets interesting. We actually bring out a double AWP setup if we wanted to. North don't usually run it, to be fair. Config can go on the second AWP, and they did run it on Starladder a few times. He's still wait. Oh, he does do it. Okay, now we're in business. This is the benefits of not force buying in that second round. It means you can get double AWPs. And to be fair, they have no kits to work with, but that might not be a problem going up against this sort of bonus round from FaZe. 2 UMPs, not so much. If they still have MAC-10, it might fall into that category, but for now, we have the AWP set up. KZB towards middle by the white box. An aggressive play towards A storage. It's going to be rain to go down. Very well done from Major's boy. They'll be smoking off the entrance of A main as well, so they can hold that position strong. And for now, huge advantage for North. Kirishima waiting towards the end of Squeaky Door. And a nice boost coming as well. I like this a lot. That's great adjustment. You have the aggression at the start, find a player, and then Majors, who's great in this position. They won't be expecting him to be up there after that initial push.
Kyo, tasked with trying to get through that door, is potentially the one that's going to be greeted by that boost. See how he makes it work, see how he doesn't. Both things are possible. Nico's going to wait and see if anyone's going to get boosted through as well from B. Thus far, things seem pretty straightforward in that sense. Kirishima has the door closed and won't be able to do much, but it cues in Carrigan. Down goes AZ. Remember, the boost still does exist, and a decent chance that it can capitalize. Magisk, he's going to sit and wait. There you go. Checked, but blinded Carrigan. Oh, he didn't get the kill. Doesn't go back to find him, but thankfully, Cajun actually rotated around, because if the fact that he missed that kill on the first shot and chased him down, it would have meant potentially only getting 1. So Cajun does well to pick up the second.
Yeah, nice clean round here from North. First gun round, the double AWP setup, finding 2 frags, both of them from Cajun B to be fair, but he was on the A site. Major's boy, aggressive at the start, then getting that boost to kill as well. Might have overcommitted towards A storage, but he got away with it, so it's fine. Just at the Alu now, he will be AWPing for the next round. I promise you that. This is suddenly a sort of bonus round for him. He's almost got $10,000 in the bank, so that'll be coming out. It's suddenly a crutch for FaZe overall. Him getting boosted towards middle, patrolling that area. They're very good at getting them into control generally. MSL, though, very good spawn. It's one of the maps. So is Config, to be fair, with the AWP. He'll probably just challenge towards B initially with the good spawn. I don't see him committing maybe all the way and just going to try and stop the rush at the beginning of the round. MSL, Molotovs towards boost, and then smoking main entrance. Very standard stuff. And 4 players for FaZe heading towards A storage will be Kirishima patrolling the B area. Nothing really to challenge him. MSL gets towards the vents area. AZ, though, he's almost alone in middle. He has got backup from Majors at the white box. If the boost comes in, could find himself in a bit of hardship there, but for now, this is looking like an A execution. Alu, not boosted this time. He's actually setting up a nice little set piece. Smoke's going in. This could be beneficial, you know, with the AWP alone on the A site. Smoke him out, Molotov as well. He could find himself overwhelmed.
Cajun B waiting with the AWP, has smoke in front. It's a fever dream, that AWP. And this is a nightmare. Oh, that's a nightmare. Misses the first shot. Rain capitalizing. Alu doing the same. They'll try and retake from highway with smoke off. That's a little wide of the mark. Okay, there's 2 of them there, hence why. One covers off truck toward A main. Bit loose, but it'll make do, especially with Alu going crazy as he is.
Yeah, that's a perfect call from Carrigan at that point. He's actually ascertained this double AWP setup. What better way to shut it down? take away their vision, take absolutely everything away, stifle the AWP at the back of the side there. Config, he will be going down eventually. Set piece there. It's not that common to be chucking those straight in at the start of the round, but like I said, they knows he's up against the double AWPs. Drop that in. Occasionally he misses a vital shot. If he gets one there, maybe legs another, they've got a chance of holding it off, but he was alone on that A site. Smoke took away his vision. They pushed for it. Flashbangs were good. And it's going to be a pause coming in. This is technical, though. Config had to drop out the server. But 4-1, pretty harsh reset from North. They did keep 4 players alive in the round they won, so they probably still can buy. I can't see Config's money as he's left the server, but leftover players, MSL, 3K, Cajun B, 4,000. So they'll probably just do a partial buy from what I can see. A couple of players actually very low indeed. Config down to just below 3K. So a couple of UMPs coming in. Won't be fully committing here. The money around the 2K mark. Only have first stage loss bonus. But let's see what MSL and Cajun B can bring to the table here with the lesser weaponry. 3 UMPs coming in. Cajun actually goes all in here. They actually might as well go for a full force at this stage. And this could be a massive round overall. The money has been balanced out. We're left with Config. Like we said, the secondary AWP. He's saved himself about 3K. Oh, that's going down rapidly as well. Yeah, pretty much full investment at this stage. So 4 UMPs. Make it 5. An interesting round. If ever there was a statement to show whether the UMP is overpowered, if it can win this round with 5 of those weapons against a full buy of AKs and AWPs. Yet to be seen, but Carrigan edging out towards middle. Cajun B waiting on the other side of the smoke.
Sal has to get away. Flash to go back in through the doorway. They'll back off at the B tunnels as well. Cajun wants to get closer. Resmoke saying that should be quite obvious as to where it was thrown from if it was spotted. And I don't think they were. I think they were just beyond the red crate, so no one would have seen that. However, Cajun has gone into battle. He's come out a prisoner of war. And by that, a casualty. As Rain takes him back, although he did get Nico beforehand. So not a bad situation, all things considered, to slow down the mid ever so slightly, but FaZe are still posted in good positions with lots of time to work with.
Yeah, that's the problem. The fact they have to be spread a little bit more thin now. Only got those UMPs, no kits, and 1 smoke remaining up against this full buy of FaZe. Kiyashima flashbangs in towards Checkers. MSL's managing to avoid it. Stays alive for now. This is going to be playing on the fringe of the bomb site here. Hoping for the best, but Kiyashima might go down here. He's got his wits around him, and indeed he does. But MSL low HP and Config chiming in. This is actually looking very good now. And it's going to be a back and forth affair. This up to Alu now in the 2 versus 1. The UMPs have worked out for North. Was a bit of a brawl towards the B side. Alu, if he gets his bomb down, still has a shout within the round.
Bomb has been planted. How cool would it be if you could have a different voice? Imagine Anders saying that.
Yeah, like voice packs and Dota and stuff.
Yeah. The bomb has been planted. Are you kidding me?
That's actually a good idea.
I know. It's one of my good ones. I have a few of those. Alu can't land the shot, but he's in good position still as AZ drops in. Real chance to try and go for more, but Magisk on top of the case will pull back yet another round for North. It's 4-2 now.
Yeah, well, that was a big round for North, and an example of how powerful the UMP can be. I was going to say, getting a little bit close. I haven't got the sound off my headphones. But there it is, North. 5 UMPs towards middle, trading initially, but then as the B commitment came in, smoke and mirror tactics deployed, pushing through in towards B storage, wrapping around the T's, and it was quite hard to keep up with, but North coming out on top in the 2 versus 1, and Alu finds 1 kill, but can't get much done. Mage's boy ahead of him in terms of the positioning. It's going to be round number 7 here, 4-2, North, still with plenty of money, even though they came down to 1v1. They are managing to adjust ban to the rifles, still within the reset potential though, so need to be very careful here. As the fast mid-control, like I said, FaZe do focus on this area. Smoking towards the connector position. MSL could be boosted here. The AWP could go up as well. So Cajun B looking towards Weasel and guaranteed kill here, but hits the leg. It's Rain that gets taken down to 17 HP.
17 will do. I only need 1.
Normally, yeah.
Just 1. So, well, sometimes I'll settle for 4.
Well, so you can just take like a decoy if it hits you or anything like that?
Nah, just, you know, the more the merrier. Nico heading towards Squeaky Door. It's going to be a shot from Kerrigan onto MSL, though, over toward B. Bomb not there, remember this.
What?
It's on A. Kerrigan.
How's he done that?
Is looking very good. Bomb's actually going to go back now. It looked like it was just going to wait for Kerrigan to create space, maybe cause a rotation. He certainly has done. But the rotation is only that of one man, Cajun B, who goes hunting, thinking that Kerrigan is likely clearing as he was doing, and the bomb's already rotated around to join him, so very well done.
What a sick round that was from Kerrigan. Pretty much single-handedly wins it. And after going down to 17 HP Rain, they had to adjust. Someone had to make something happen, and Kerrigan waltzes in towards the B side, gets one. You think he's almost done at that point. He's had, like, I think it was 10 HP he was taken down to by himself, but he finds an amazing shot on Config, and then at that point, Cajun B, like you said, trying to sift towards the spawn and find him, but gets taken down in the process as well. A clean sweep for FaZe, and presumably a very harsh reset for the Danish side here. North, $1,400 into this round, number 8, full eco, or they force into it, considering they're probably going to be double eco. Kerrigan, this kill, how did he not die here? Pre-fire came in as well. That was so fast, very well done by Kerrigan. We caught him in the interview before this, and it was quite interesting to see he was actually presented with the option to kick Kirishima or Jacob, right? That could have been such a different team had he chosen to stick with Jacob, right?
Should have kicked them both and picked up me.
Yeah, well, I don't think that. He didn't know that option was available.
Wouldn't have lost in Katowice, tell you that much. At least not in the finals, just group stages.
Yeah.
Kirishima will get MSL. Speaking of the man himself, it is true. It's clear that Kerrigan has a vision as an in-game leader of what he wants, because why else would he choose to bring back Keo? He knows Keo is a puzzle piece that fit better. Speaking of fitting, it's going to be fitting that there's a gap in the smoke for Config, but he can't do much with it, and FaZe continue to lead the charge, I have to say, in this game, and Config's done a little disconnect.
It's had enough.
Yeah. Well, I imagine he's probably just fixing something now while he's got time in the round, so they'll slow the pace, perhaps allow that as much as anything.
Yeah, this was the force buy overall from North, but hasn't equated to too much. That's some damage towards Keo, that's about it though. Mage's boy going to be smoked out, Molotoved out, and just trying to stay alive at this point. Got the PT-50 in hand, body armor as well, but there's so much pressure coming in at this point. He'll do very well to even find one frag. Gets it, so there it is, did well.
Not bad, not great. Cajun goes down, so too does Majisk, AZ, Deagle. Pop flash around the corner. But bomb already planted. He's going to just try and hold for exits, including the position he was looking down where Nico now occupies.
Oof.
Bye-bye. Thanks for playing.
Yeah, it has to be another eco here. That was the full investment from North. Went with the Deagles, PT-50s. Got a frag, but that's all they'll get out of it. 6-2, and not really much I can invest into this one. It's going to be quite a rough round for them overall. We'll get into it, though. We'll see what they invested $1 here. I doubt it. 5 USPs once again. This is looking pretty grim for North overall. It's almost guaranteed to be 7-2. Into the next round, they get 2,400. And they've been rolling with a double orb, so that won't be an option. I'm not even sure a single orb option there. Rush middle, hope for the best. Hopefully get a trade or kill each other. That's an option as well.
That's a pretty quick round. Henry?
Yeah, you might as well, right? You know it's going to be a guaranteed loss. So why don't you just try and rush middle, maybe get a couple of trades, you never know. And they got one kill, killed each other as well. Team kill coming in there. So a pause. This is a chance to just work out, right, money's in the bin. We can't buy an orb at all. We were running double orbs before. So config. That's why they probably need to adjust their setup, right? They probably need to start sending 2 players towards B, or at least one in the vents. Config needs to play a little bit more defensive, can't be as aggro as was before, or they throw in like an aggressive A-main tactic like we saw in the first gun round. Chuck that in, try and get that first kill. You can be very limited here in terms of no kits and potentially no incendiaries as well. So with the lack of incendiaries means middle control is going to be very difficult indeed. You can't block off the initial mid-rush, which FaZe like to do. So I'm predicting right now, North maybe push 3 players towards B, something like that, or maybe get an aggro kill in towards that squeaky door A main position. We'll see what they decide to do. AZ is getting aggressive towards A main, flashing in. Will commit as well. They actually blind each other. It's a bit sloppy overall, but we said they have to try and contest kills here. At least they got A main control. That's something to work with there.
Good shot from MSL. Has to fade back inside of the smoke, and as he does so, down goes Config and Cajun B. They push into the B site quickly, too quickly for MSL to have a gun in his hands. And do not bring a smoke nade to a gunfight, Henry.
Yeah, it won't work out too well. So North actually managing to come out on top of this initial exchange towards B. Lots of players running through smokes, and it's easy to stay alive. He's waiting towards heaven as well, and Mage's boy watching CT spawn. So they have an inkling that Kerrigan's going towards B, and they think he's going to push through to CT spawn. That's not the case. He's actually booked it and gone towards A, but still reasonable positions. Major's Boy will start to think this is a possibility now and readdress the situation. Back towards the A side. 45 seconds to work with here. Carrigan with no nades. Comes down to lovely shots on the entry here. Doesn't spot him. Definitely screen is 60 by 9 right there. Calling that. I saw on my screen. I was watching Carrigan the whole time, and he clearly saw him, but he must be on black bars.
You mean 4x3?
Yeah, what did I say?
You yelled 16 by 9.
Oh, yeah, like I mean, he's not using it.
Right,
Yeah,
okay,
but
that's
yeah,
fair.
That,
Was it-
yours would be more accurate.
Yeah, Alu doesn't use it. Yeah, he goes black bar.
Yeah, you can see, I saw it clearly on his screen. He would have. That's the thing. I get that it feels like I don't know, maybe the models are bigger when you kind of have that set up, but I feel like when you're missing out on frags, it happens so many times. I feel like you're more beneficial using 6 by 9. I think it's nuts how many times we see that happen, but still. Fastest approach once again from north and towards A main. Flashes are decent, but looks like FaZe want to challenge this time. Major's Boy trying to step up, but smoke out buys him a bit more time.
MSL will watch a Molotov ignite in front of him and enjoy the flames from afar. It's like a bonfire. Invite your friends, get the marshmallows, sit on the beach and watch the sunset. Or don't, because it's cloudy now and he can't see through the clouds, which means the enemies can get ever closer inside of middle. AZ will wait inside of the A site. There's smoke off behind himself and then continue to peer down the highway. They've got a decent defense inside of A. 3 players there. But what they don't have anymore is control of middle and a rotation toward B. Very good position already from Rain.
Yeah, this is looking dangerous now, but Config steps up there. If he finds this frag, they might have a chance. They're still very limited here. Looking in the barrel of another full reset. They can't string rounds together, it seems. Still within a shot of winning this one, but the nice open plan from Nico suggests this might not be possible. They might be better off to saving the AWP and 2 rivals. I think that's exactly what they're going to do. And Major's Boy spots the AWP Alu, watching from Useless, and this is the chance to fall back now. But FaZe, they're probably going to be on the full hunt here. They've got plenty of money to work with here, even after the guaranteed win of this round, where they're going to get $3,500 on top of what they already have, which is like 6K. They're always certainly due for that. Even though they all go down and they just find 1 kill, that's going to be enough to limit the CTs going forward. They don't really want to let them save 3 weapons here. So you can see them in the minimap. Pincering in right now. It's Kiyoshima coming from Highway, and he might just find the kill on Major's Boy. His barrel isn't sticking out quite. He's positioning quite nicely. He's always going to be guaranteed this kill. It's a bit dicey, but he finds 2.
Not bad. Just needs to make sure he doesn't get confronted before the end of the round. 14 HP and won't be spotted by Nico. FaZe Clan, though, they're leading the way, Henry. They are.
Yeah, but North, nice discipline there. They're still not too worried about the situation. We still have a few rounds to go. They can tie this up at 8-7. If they lose those rifles and that AWP in that round, then they've got a serious problem. They can readjust with the UMPs here. They've won a round already with 5 UMPs, so this is looking almost better than that. And we'll see whether Cajun can step up here. He's actually going in towards A main once again. The flashes are good. They're actually relentlessly facing this area. It's going to be an exchange to kick things off. Ali to find the first frag of the AK-47. It's Carrigan on the orb this time. MSL answers back, but Ace has gone out to 2 HP. I think he was actually burning alive at the main entrance through the Molotov there. MSL keeps stepping up here. He was actually playing originally middle for North when they first got into this map, but now he seems more comfortable towards the B side of the area, and Carrigan finds the second frag.
Rain will put himself in a position behind the smokes to try and get to where the bomb has to wait for the flames to extinguish. Before he can do so, that brings AZ above. Down he goes, sees Nico, shoulder peeking in. The AK gets drawn in time. Jessica's gone back into the site. That's a big kill. They had things under control until there. Cajun has smoke in front of him. He's going to try and utilize the op to get back in, but Nico continues to watch toward that smoke, and he's going to have a tough time. Nico's backed off now to watch the vent instead. Tap of the bomb, 47 seconds, trying to bait in Cajun. He makes it this far at least, but he's got to be so careful. Head shows. Carrigan takes it off.
They know he's the AWPer. There's not really much he can do. You've kind of ascertained that Heaven's not going to be an option for them. And Carrigan, he's having an excellent game so far. 15 fragged after 12 rounds. That's not bad at all. And he, once again, steps up that hope shot towards headshot as well. MSL looking like he's causing a lot of trouble there. He gets shut down. And like we said, North just can't string anything together here. They win a round. They save weapons in the previous ones, so they managed to get at least some money into that round. But this one has to be a full eco. 9-3. And this could be a very dominating scoreline. Rain will find 1, make it 2, but I guess that's enough. He's worked out to full eco at this stage, and he won't be giving the weapon away. That's being patrolled by his teammates. That's Alu. Obviously got the AWP. He'll be holding towards that storage area. And Carrigan on the other side of the map, still doing good work. And a double orb set up on the T side.
Trying to do a little bit more than that even, but Kerrigan's had enough. Puts him in his place. Kiyoshima comes around. Just continues to add up, doesn't it? It's like a floodgate overwhelming. It's just washing over North right now.
Yes, washing over them in an awesome wave. We'll see what they can do in round number 14 here. No money for Orbs once again. There is enough for a decent buy though. 5 and 4s, a couple of incendiaries, no kits. That's a problem. Well, they have been very aggressive towards A side of the map, and to be fair, relatively successful as well. But it looks like FaZe have shut that down at this point, molotoving towards the entrance to that area and actually denying them to be together. Nico, very fast towards Squeaky, do I have to say. He's got something up his sleeve here. He might just open it up straight away and try and knock one of them out. Ali to strike first, and Kerrigan was gifted a kill on a plate there. Actually missed the shot slightly. Up to Cage to try and reply here, but Nico takes him down.
Takes him down indeed. Easy. Yeah. Quick reload on the Howl. Swing around the corner though to get down Alu. Continue in. Spots Kerrigan on high. Can't reset his aim fast enough to find one beyond that though, as he'll fall to Rain. As Rain falls. But it's Config.
Careful, Nico. Not worth it yet.
Well, it's Nico. You're right, though. Just needs to play the information. Good shot from Config. Goes early.
Shocking.
Gets all three. He's got lots of time. It's a great round from Config and some weird commitments from FaZe.
Shocking.
Calm down, Henry. Be positive.
I don't know. They deserve a bit of stick for that one. Like, they're getting it. You see teams do this all the time. They get ahead of themselves. They're having a very easy time. Huge scoreline. And then it's 3-on-1 situation. Make him touch the bomb. Why is everyone challenging? That killed his way fair to Rain. He doesn't have, he has no idea as we push through the smoke. That's very well played by Config. Don't get me wrong. But Nico's position, you can see he was like so antsy just to he wanted to face, he wanted to get it nailed and finish it off. He's trying to look up at the smoke. Just make him touch the bomb. Like, his teammate's so far removed from the situation as well. He's rotating in from CT spawn. And he gets absolutely closed on. He didn't stand a chance there. Just wait for him to touch a bomb. Then they could have been AFK and won the round. That's the point. Obviously, they didn't know he didn't have a kit, but at the same time, bomb was ticking away. Let's get into this level, shall we?
I usually go AFK. It's something I do, even when casting most of the time.
It's true.
Kiyoshima will take back one onto MSL, and Kyo looking for a little bit more. Can't quite get Config this time. No, it does on the repeat. It only brings us level, though, because there's been decent kills off the action. Config getting one, but Easy getting the other. Cajun is done for. Would have been a roasty toasty, but Nico blows his head off instead. Crunches Chipotle. As Nico turns around to find AZ. And it's going to be just Magisk in a 1 versus 2. Over the top, does see the head inside. Nico spotted. That'll bring us level. However, 19 HP. Bomb not planted. He's got a lot of work to do. Molotov's going to go deep from where the bomb is. Rain's easily going to be able to grab that.
What a risk.
Yeah, thinks it's going to be going toward vent for Magisk. Rain goes open. Is a huge risk to do so.
He's actually outgamed Magisk here so badly. He's going to get information. He's gone towards vent at this point. Open plant as well. Magisk have no idea he's gone towards heaven. This is beautiful stuff from Rain.
Rain's not going to go heaven, though. He's going to wait for door. It's planted for him either way. Doesn't even need to wait. Just covers the cross. Well done, Rain.
Yeah, rough off there for North. Only getting 4 rounds on the board and getting reset every single time they won a gun round. Lots of aggression shown from them, but it wasn't enough to find much more than that. To be fair, FaZe did throw away that round in the 3-on-1, and maybe that's enough for North to come back in the second half. We will find out after the break.
The standings continue to change each and every night. It's a close league. This game, not as close. 11-4. As FaZe do dictate the pace and play style of the first half. They'll swap over to CT. We'll see if North are doing any better on the attack.
Yeah, getting this pistol on the T side. We'll have a look at the buys and see where we can work out where they're heading towards. There's two main options, really. A lot of teams either opt for the delayed B rush or they go towards A storage, smoke highway, and try and overwhelm the quad area. We'll see whether the buy indicates which one will be. One smoke for AZ. So there's still both options possible. You can use that smoke towards CD spawn if you do rush towards B, but very likely it will be used towards A. But actually, I think the smoke has been deployed and connected. That suggests maybe a boost position here and an A split coming in after that. It is indeed. Up towards highway you go.
Well, Config will start off. Cajun beside him, they'll go in together. Rain sits well back inside of A main, looks for a shot with DSP, doesn't get it. MSL finds it instead. That's going to allow a very wide and open plant. And things starting well for North, they could end up picking up the pistol, Henry, and that would at least bring us to something along the lines of 11-7, if all things go the way they should.
Yeah, still within a chance though. So FaZe have caught the defuse kit on the belt of Kiyoshima. Not committing just yet. The flashbang's decent. It's going to buy them a bit of time, and Kiyoshima finds one. Looking to get the second as well. KGB's low, but AZ stepping up at this point. Faces from quad and should secure the round. Alu just on 4 HP. Kiyoshima finding some room to work with here, but surely could be punished. A great shot from Alu, though. Still within a shout. KGB now in the 2v1. The full defuse has to come in. Does he go down?
Wow.
Oh,
Cajun just barely gets back in time.
Yeah, just about. He gets his teammate. There's 2 seconds left on the clock as that full defuse commitment comes in. So North looked very comfortable at one stage, and Alu and Kiyoshima doing some great work to actually get the advantage, but couldn't defuse the bomb. FaZe will be force buying, and then some. Alu's got him with the Nova. After getting a few pistol round kills, he's going to have Nova body armor. His teammates with Desert Eagles at 5-7s. Strange approach. Let's see where he decides to go.
It's Luna. Going for the Luna build. Race car Luna best. Get that Yasha early. That's what I always say. And if you do so, well, you'll be able to farm like a madman. All of that said, it's MSL out toward the squeaky door. See if he can find the opening he's looking for by doing exactly that with the door. Inside the site, though, it's Nico and Rain with pistols that wait. Rain already tagged down to 32 based on the initial exchange in toward A main. Just checks above the drop. No one trying to counter off that position from the CT side just yet. No aggression. They're actually staying quite passive, all things considered. No one pushing in toward B tunnels either. Bomb getting ever closer toward the A site, though. This should be a full hit. In fact, all 5 of them look like they want to go. Thankfully, no stack. Door opens. Nico's not going to budge. Wants to get this headshot. Wants to line it up. Can't do so. Goes back for more. Third try. Not quite the charm. Going to be an immediate entrance with flashes off. Rain and Nico both in a full blind. This can do nothing of it. This round should be done already.
Yeah, good work from North overall. A methodical play, not giving too much away. And actually, MSL continuing some impressive form from what we saw him in the CT half. Manages to get both kills here, and Alu will be trying to save his Nova. I find that an interesting buy for an AWPer. It doesn't really make sense for him to invest all his money, especially in a weapon like that. I guess if he finds a kill of it, it's $900 in the bag, but if he gets nothing, it's not really going to be too beneficial going forward. We'll see what he can do. Still alive for now, though. And a clean sweep for North. Doesn't look like they'll be giving a single frag away here. But Kiyoshima has got other ideas. Very good at the deagle. Can't connect this time. Alu's going to lose the aforementioned Nova. Does damage, but can't quite find the frag. Takes AZ down to 18 HP, but he'll meet his fate with the Glock. It's going to be Carrigan now, doing some more damage there. And they still haven't found a frag, and he'll just be trying to stay alive. His head armor might just be found. There it is.
Fire it.
Yep. Spray him
you're
down.
There.
Yeah, not going to be too beneficial though. Now we have a game on our hands. 3-0 will be coming in. Like I said, 11-7. Very probable at this point. Nothing invested into round number 3 here. So FaZe, maybe a rush B or a rush middle like we saw from North on their full eco rounds. And the AWP won't be possible going forward. So Alu, he's down to $900. And we talked about it so much at StarLadder. It seemed like they were getting away from this. Alu force buying on the second round to actually have one of your biggest assets, like a world-class AWPer having the AWP. That's going to be beneficial going forward. They still make a mistake here, in my opinion. Not really worth it.
Yeah, they don't like that. Why would you do something that makes logical sense?
Just a note as well, Nico, 5 for 8. He's
yeah,
the
I
lowest
haven't said
fragging.
his name much. He's definitely struggling.
Yeah, lowest fragging player on the server. That's very rare to see from a player of this caliber.
See how things unfold for him as this game continues on. If it goes deep, he may need to step up eventually. Cajun's been all right, I have to say.
Well, he's always that player. Whenever they find themselves in ruts, he goes nuts at a clutch, right? And it's what normally saves him. It happened a couple of times at Star Ladder. And the level of CS they were playing in the group stage wasn't really good enough, but he saved him a few times here, talking over this foregone conclusion. Will be North taking that round. A couple of frags coming for FaZe, that's going to help out, but you can see Alu with no orb. He's a proficient rifler, but he's so good with the AWP. It just doesn't make sense for him to force by in that second round and not have it. And this could be an opening now for North. They will have the AWP. It's in the back of Cajun for now. And Nico. Let's see if he can step over here. He actually got both frags in the previous round with the USP, so he's up to 7 now. We'll see whether he can find any more. Round number 4, and Cajun will keep an eye on him for now. He's heading towards A storage, and Nico looking to push through maybe the smoke and A main.
Boost up. Nico going to be the one inside of the corner at A. Anyone dare walk through? That's a punishing thought. Should he get his game? Round that could save the stats at the least. If they head this direction. If they head this direction, they will. Door open. They're already in the sight. He'll take down Forklift. Looks to his right. Realizes they are in. Gets one more. Nico goes down, but he's done well enough to buy off a favorable situation with bomb being planted as well. Cajun's got no idea they're already in the sight. Keo can see him. Doesn't want to fire too soon. Keo still makes it work.
Still makes it work. FaZe Clan with the 5 rifles, managing to hold on here. Nico stepping up. Gets 2 kills up to Major's boy now. And they're still a little bit apprehensive about getting towards the bomb. They should be able to get a full defuse at this point, but no kit. That is a problem. He finds this kill. Could fall apart, but Alu, he holds strong there. And like I said, no kit. Kirishima has to get off that bomb at that point with no kit. Could have got very interesting indeed. Unfortunately, North can't get back into the round. 3 versus 1. Certainly possible there. But money available for both sides here as we get into it. You can see 7K on config, and they're all coming out once again for Cajun. With that bomb going down, it's an extra $800 per player, and they already had the 3-0, so very comfortable still going forward. It's FaZe they need to watch out. After even losing 1 frag in that scenario actually limits them somewhat, and the full eco still has a lot of potential if they lost this round. Ali with the orb this time, towards B he goes. Nothing really given away from the teeth to kick things off. They will be challenging towards A storage. AZ's got full control of that area. Nico, for now, in front of the squeaky door. Does open it up. We'll be falling back.
Alu sits to wait to bait in Kerrigan. Config is the one that's closest by. Watch the nade go over, because that's going to be perfectly timed with the boost. Just down to 80. Meanwhile, however, Magisk still being put up in that position. Has to see if he can get an aid toward config, if they can get middle, if they can pull back a rotation, if they can get Alu out toward B, which they've done now, or at least started the consideration thereof. Can be beneficial. That's going to signal the fact that there is in fact one there. They've given up mid though entirely again, FaZe.
Yeah, well, that's kind of interesting considering Alu's towards the B side. Normally that's absolutely fine if the orb towards quad, but it looks like they're adjusting right now. Nico and Rain might be flashing towards squeaky door eventually. They've got an interesting stack in front of it for now. I'm not really sure what the general plan is going forward. It's a little
I thought he could see that. I thought X-Ray wasn't misleading. That's a good shot. Good patience from Cajun. Takes down Kiyoshima. And it all explodes in the favor of North as well. They're going to go 12-8 as this round looks like it's done. FaZe Clan already looking to try and establish territory to sit camp and hold their weapons.
Yeah, and like you said, that's a big reset round for FaZe as well. They give it up with a nice shot from Cajun, to be fair, to actually spot that from the white box. It's a nice opening. Strange setup from FaZe. As soon as they lose that 1 frag on the A side, they push in towards the squeaky door, but it's easily traded. And MSL, the only casualty so far for North. It's up to Alu now and Carrigan to save their weapons. They are together in T-spawn. But once again, for similar reasons we described in the first half, certainly worth the hunt for North. We'll see whether they fully commit here. Their money's not amazing. They probably won't go all in towards T-spawn knowing Alu's still alive here, but still definitely worth having a look around and seeing whether anyone makes a mistake. This should signal that they won't bother anymore and they might just try and hold on to their weapons themselves. Looks like it will be the CTs holding on. They will only get 1,400 the next round, so they can't really do much of this. They'll probably force her at it, considering they've got an Alu AWP and Carrigan on the M4 as well. Having a look at the money. Rain with just under 3K. Nico and Kiyoshima with pretty much default cash. So they will be buying into this somewhat. UMP's thrown over, body armor purchased, and I think this makes sense. you're going to be EK regardless. So might as well see what you can try and do with the AWP. Alu towards middle this time, won't be in the B site. Wants to be part of the action.
He's with Kiyoshima, as you say, wanting to be part of the action. AZ's going to wait as well toward A main. Bomb is there. We probably head that direction anytime, I'm sure, as they get flashed in. Nico checks door, closes it off. If he'd been a second later, MSL might have been able to be there, either blinded and taken down by the light, or to respond. As it is, it's inconsequential, aside from the fact that the door's shut and MSL has no information inward.
Real rough round there for FaZe. Time ticking away. They don't really have much information to work with here. Alu's desperately trying to find that first pick, but looks like the A commitment will be coming in. Molotovs all over the place, and Alu finds the first pick here. Nico burning alive, but finds a gap, and he'll be pushing through the smoke and trying to make something happen with this UMP.
Smoke. Position. No boost onto the fork. Nothing to go over top of it. Instead, though, Nico can swing back out. They would never expect two to be that close together. Excuse me. As it is going to be Nico to find yet another on occasion B. FaZe potentially getting their 13th round, Henry?
I would say that's very likely at this stage. 30 seconds remaining. Magus boy, A main. And don't give him anything to work with. Your money's limited. Make him plant. You've got 2 in B, 2 in A. No one needs to push into A main. Gave away a bit of a howler earlier, so let's try and make this as clean as possible. He's got no nades to work with, so he has to cross to the side here. Alu, he's got it locked down. This should be clean cut case. There we go. So Nico finished finding 3 kills in a row. Starting to come to life here. That's a big one for them to pick up as well. Bit of a gamble, considering they saved the M4 and AWP to force around that. To be fair, though, it's actually the UMP that saves the day. 3 kills of that weapon, and now they've got a double AWP set up. 13-8. That was a big round. That was the window for North to really sink their teeth into this cash map, but doesn't look like that'll be the case now. It's back and forth in terms of the economy. Looked like North were in a very strong position at one stage, but now down to 2 pistols, 2 AKs, and KB's AWP. Pressure on his shoulders once more.
Well, he's up to it. I assure you he is.
This round pretty much decides it. And Nico, he's in the secondary AWP position this time. Takes down AZ. Big scalp to take. That's one of the AKs as well. As we get into it, 1 minute 30 remaining. You have to try and recover that AK. I think it's in a relatively easy position. There it is. So Magus boy was showing some presence. That suggests they might go back towards B. Just arbitrary Molotov thrown in there. Didn't really amount to too much. As they do start to head back towards middle. They've left A for now, the T side.
Smoke down still. Slowly giving it. No, Cajun, timing everything. Is going to walk out and find the opening pick at middle. A return fire from their perspective, as we did go back to a 4-on-4. And speaking of 4, all 4 of the terrorists over toward the B tunnels, see if they can work their way through and to the site with quick ease. Grace and, unlike me, some dignity. As Kerrigan waits inside the tunnel, could back off. They've got to make sure they cover that on the way through. Alu, he's going to have to do it alone. They found Kerrigan all too simply, and KB's got the opening. You said this round could decide it for FaZe Clan, but it keeps North in it, certainly if they pick it up, and they've got all the ingredients to try and do so.
Yeah, back-to-back force buys here, working out for either side. And it's going to be North that still went away here. They did have the KB's AWP. We said he had to step up. He finds 2 very influential kills there. His teammate swarming the B side and managing to give away 1 frag. That's AZ, who went down to the AWP at the start. So very well recovered from North. FaZe, now we're trying to save their weaponry here. They did go into this round with a double AWP. They'll be leaving off 1. Nico is holding that for now. Rain with the AK-47. So in terms of their money, that's another reset getting towards the CTs. Nico can drop a weapon. Rain, not so much. He can probably get a UMP over to a teammate. They'll definitely force buy in return. They don't want to allow North money to get in a decent position here, so they'll be getting towards Sunroom, saving off 4 players there. And KB's back on the AWP, doing some seriously good work there. 13-9. Starting to become realistic for them.
Definitely is, definitely. And it would be a shame for FaZe to drop this game after the start they had. Would highlight perhaps the small difference of the round you were quite triggered by.
Yeah. Just the small things, right?
All the small things. Didn't really like Blink-182 when I was a kid.
Didn't check out their new album last year?
No, definitely not. Didn't like them at all, actually.
Wow.
Thought they were just generic. As Config will take down Nico. Not a bad position, as it is going to be North again, continuing on. As you say, last round, very, very important for the economy. It's kept things pretty straightforward. Rain has picked up an AK. Whether or not he decides to carry that over into the next round, for money reasons, yet to be determined. Could do, you know. Might not be the worst situations to be in. They're only going to get 2 rounds bonus, and they're sitting around 2,600. So I think that's got to be his plan. And his plan foiled.
This is now looking like North can actually make quite a convincing case to take this map. Another force buy from FaZe. The lost minutes at second stage now. So getting a bit of money to work with here. I don't think the AWP is possible. So 4 M4s and a UMP for Karrigan. This is pretty much their last chance of trying to shut down North here. He's starting to get in a really promising situation. Round number 9. I'll have a look at the setup for the CTs here. 3 towards middle this time. They have had a few rounds of leaving it completely open. Let them down slightly, so Rain will be towards mid. Drawn by Karrigan in the vents as well, and Kiyoshima gets towards the sandbag area. Difficult position to play. Normally get Molotov'd out. Let's see where we can get anything going from there whatsoever. Occasion back towards B storage. Config, like we discussed in the pre-game, very good at sneaking in towards Checkers, and he's trying to do that right now. Firing some key smokes there. Doesn't get anything for it just yet. Those smokes will go down. And we'll see whether North can start to dissect this side of the map.
Dissection or vivisection. That all goes to play for. As Cajun posted, waiting for his teammates to get positioned on the entrance through. Feet show though, Alu from heaven. Nearly takes config. All it does is signal config to say exactly where he wants to shoot. He picks up the kill immediately. Kiyoshima, meanwhile, at middle still has to deal with the fact that AZ wants the position. Rain is close enough by, though. Flashed in. He can capitalize, and he will. Bit of a round unfolding, but FaZe is still down in numbers. They've got to pull this back with just watching the vents, and there's no way in. They're already backing out. Rain's already gone. This is going to now be at 13-11. Remember, this was 11-4 at half, so good comeback on the mount for North. We'll see if they can continue it.
I think they will. They're looking very assertive right now. Actually getting some decent map control, and FaZe focusing towards middle there actually had the manpower to rotate in. Couldn't get anything going. It's only Rain that finds a single kill to take down AZ once again. He seems to be having a bit of a rough time right now, but his team are winning rounds, so it doesn't matter. Once again, we keep going on about it, but FaZe's money now is going to be well and truly in a horrible state. They will be saving 3 M4s at the moment, which could be almost their downfall, right? It sounds great, but the 2 players will force around this, have to reinvest in nades, still won't be a great buy, and that could be an ongoing trend as we get into round number 10 here. 13-11, great work from Config. We say he's so good on that B side of the map, and he prevails once again. Here we go, though. What's the option? Do they force up into this? It looks like they will. Buying grenades. It's Alu without a weapon, and Karrigan is a P250, so that's good. I wanted them to avoid fully forcing into this round, just for the reason as stated. Keep forcing into it, you're going to keep ruining your own money. They still have a lead for now. Keep forcing, that could actually slip away. So this round is unlikely they'll pick it up, but they still have 3 players with M4s and a size like FaZe. It's still possible for them.
Smoke down. Cajun tries to get the shot immediately, can't. Has to back away, has no vision, so get the op in another position where perhaps Rain will be. Nico's going to push behind one smoke. Rain's already inside of A main. He's at lockers. He'll post up and be in a perfect position when they walk through. All Alu has to do is be passive-aggressive and just try and bait them in. Meanwhile, though, it's over toward B. Cajun blinded up, nearly gets taken down. They manage to pull it back. But still all to play for. Alu's gone to 23. The other 2 still with weapons. Give a slight chance in this.
Certainly. But it's getting quite tense now. Alu with just a USP. Tries to push in. The timing's almost perfect. He's going to be between Config and the rest of the pack here. His footsteps towards T-spawn as well, so he might be able to get the drop on him here. This is the low HP player as well. Config is 4 HP. Alu could actually find himself a weapon here. Almost guaranteed if he hits 1 bullet, that will be enough. And is hoping he walks past at this point. Easy kill. Job done. Here we go then. 3 on 3.
3 on 3. But changed already. Brought back 2 on 2. Easy, though, will get down Nico, and that means it is 1 on 1. Alu is going to try and pull this back. He's coming in through the squeaky door. I didn't see if the door was open or not. It is. Okay, good. Thankfully for his sake. Because he can slip in. Missed a shot, though, and that might give it away because he's low on HP. Gets the headshot either way. FaZe will find themselves toward 14.
That's insane. How's Alu got away with that? AZ, you'd think he knows he's low HP at that point. They know exactly where he's coming from. He doesn't look towards the squeaky door, but he gets away with it. Alu misses the first shot, then walks into his crosser. Alu, call as you like, he is very good at the clutches. He seems to win most of them. And that's a big round for him to pick up. It certainly was a difficult situation for them. 3 M4s and 2 players on full eco. Alu finds an AK-47 towards that mid-storage area. And you can see some nice kills from the north side to open things up. But 14-11, FaZe are back into it from what was looking like a very grim situation. 2 orbs once again, Nico and Alu. Nico's actually caught up in terms of the fragging in the second half. He's actually top of the scoreboard.
And yet
in terms
FaZe
of
is
points.
losing.
Yeah, right.
It's kind of ironic. If it was Mouse Sports, it'd be when they were winning.
Well, we'll see whether this round equates to victory for FaZe so far. Looking very promising. Rain with 2 M4 kills and Alu chiming in with the third. It's just up to Cajun and Config now, trying to avoid match points. They do have money in reserve here, so still the option of overtime. That's a missed shot from Nico, but does get the information.
Nico getting back in behind the quad stack boxes. Gets on the fence to elevate himself to get a better, deeper smoke without revealing too much. And watch inside toward A main, but double checks with his teammates to confirm they have highway covered off. Now, he sees them walk through. Doesn't fire the shot, does see the second. He's expecting perhaps even that they want to go for that reverse boost.
Yeah, I think they thought they had a bit more cover to work with there, but it wasn't the case. Nico watches them try and boost up, and he finds both frags there with the AWP. Well read by him. And the grey screen's eluding north there. So like we said, they do have enough money for potentially the last round here. 15-11, be 5 AKs, no Cajun B AWPs, but still enough to try and force overtime. We'll take 4 rounds in a row here. FaZe. So many force buys and eco victories. They've managed to at least get match point at this stage. Molotov towards middle. Pretty standard setup for the city so far. And it looks like a bit of aggression from Nico towards A storage here. AZ's already making it to first box, but Carrigan will strike first and bring his team one step closer to taking map number 1 here.
Nico in behind the forklift. They could indeed take map number 1 to escape defeat. Doors open in the time that Nico resets that AWP. But no aggression further. But just meanwhile, boosted up in mid. Smoke to go in. MSL's also pulled it back. Not done just yet. And the money would still be quite grim for FaZe. Good shot from Alu though, gets Cajun back. Another one boosted over the top in Cubby, if I'm not mistaken. No, Majiska's still above, okay. So he can still back off if he needs to, more important. Or more to the point, because Alu's watching like a hawk toward that mid position.
45 seconds.
That's what I'm saying.
Guaranteed kill for Alu. He's not going to miss those.
Yep, that's why I was glad to see him on the roof still, because he could fall away, but elects not to. That's what I'm saying. AZ, keep going inside of the site though. Cover it off, 2 versus 4. If you can walk in and find the opening pick toward Kiyoshima, chance they get the bomb rotated around. The problem is the bomb itself is going to be greeted. It's going to be confronted by Carrigan as soon as they get toward the generator. Good find from AZ. It still gives them a chance. Somehow they pull this back to a dead situation. Alu can't find the opening shot. That'll allow a safe plant back corner. Rotation will arrive from the same position, and they'll play for trades. MSL. They just find Rain. The first done. Flash out. Alu with it all to do has the first 2 kills to make the round look like it was all theirs to win. It's now all theirs to lose, and they will.
MSL stepping up. That was a very difficult situation for them, but he's very disciplined there, patient, dropping the flashbangs or giving anything away. He's trying to limit Alu as much as he possibly could. Perfect timing there. And North find a lifeline after losing the first 2 frags. That's actually a 5-on-3 at one stage. They step up, manage to get the bomb down in B, and the clutch goes in their favor. But FaZe, of course, they want to close this out right here, right now. Alu can afford an AWP, so they force around it. Nico with the UMP. Kiyoshima just down to a pistol, though. He'll be holding middle with a very tall order in terms of fragging potential there. Number 13, and he's just signaling he's using his 5-7. That's going to bait Cajun B to at least try and challenge at this point. Kiyoshima can't face any further. He knows exactly where he is. Smoke comes in as well. Cajun is waiting for a mistake to be made at this point.
Cajun B is indeed waiting for someone to overcommit to the peak. No one will. North winning that round, as you can see, limits the money. FaZe want to try and force it to end it now, Henry. Stop the abuse.
Well, it's Config, who's just feeling out B storage at this point. Alu will be looking to challenge him. He's baiting his teammate in Carrigan as well. So even if he misses the shot, or if he gets it, he's hoping there's be more T players waiting on the other side. But it's Carrigan now. He's almost certainly going to be found by Config. Easy kill. Why is he not killing? Hello?
Just waiting. Seeing if there's more. More where that came from. Surprised they didn't see more of that there. Nico. That's not the boost. Looked like they were going to. Thinks better of it. And Alu has to be very careful. I think his hind end showed. Misses a shot. It's going to bring them in for the vents. He's not sure which way to look. I think overtime still is a possibility in this game, Henry.
Yeah, for sure. This is another big round for North to pick up. And it's Config and Code to find the frags. Majors boys get the second. And here we go then. I think they just have to save here. Don't really have the grounds to even attempt the retake here. No kits. Only one rifle and Kiyoshima on a pistol as well. It's not looking too great for them overall. But there it is, North actually doing a very good job once again. Config so deadly on the B side of the map. You could see exactly what Carrigan's trying to do, hoping he wouldn't be towards Sunroom, but exactly that's where he was. And it was weird from Config's point of view. I think he'd go straight for that kill. It was looking like he was looking dead at him. Waited about 3 seconds, but still gets the kill. As we get into the safe situation for FaZe. AZ, they've got plenty to work with there. Spamming a potential boost spot there. Not going to be the case for now. And there will be 3 FaZe players remaining. Didn't get much in terms of scavenging for weapons there. They do bring an M4 and a UMP. That's about it. But North now, I think I agree with you. I think it's a very strong chance of it being overtime. FaZe can't really justify forcing this round, even though they have an M4. They're going to have, what is it, 3rd stage loss bonus next round, so 2,400 on top of their 2K. So just try and do what you can, find a few kills this round. If Rain can get 2 kills, it's an extra $600 into the next one. So that's going to be a main objective. Try and find some frags here.
Try and find some frags. Everyone, have fun. Do your thing. We'll all work together. Or will we? You're no longer hired by us, MSL. You're just dead. Cajun gets a shot on the op. And Rain to wait for the reverse boost. Could capitalize actually on this because they're still indecisive as to where they're going. Cajun's watching it very closely, knowing that they gave up middle, but timing is everything. Rain could absolutely strike here and steal a round away, and that could be the game. He's gonna wait. Cajun's gone, no longer watching it. AZ rotating off, perfect timing! Oof. Nearly missed the shot. He's gotta smoke himself off in the corner. Cajun can easily bust around with the Tech 9 to take him out. Dodges the flash, reads it better, and it's pulled back 2 versus 2.
Bit of a weird decision there from Rain. I thought he was just trying to stay alive. Opts for the fight, and now it's down to the 2-on-2. Leaving Carrigan just a P250 and no armor. Cajun B and Config got plenty of time to work with here. Quite a formidable duo on paper. Let's see whether they can rise to the occasion here. Kiyoshima, a decent position towards A main. We'll see whether he can find anything at all. Both the T players towards middle for now. And having a look as to where Carrigan is. He's actually waiting in checkers. So time now is starting to tick away. That's a bit of an issue. And they're coming from the vents. Carrigan's waiting for them. He can't find a single kill though, and that should be the round tied up. Kiyoshima, he's going for the long con, walking all the way in from the mid-warehouse. Bomb will be planted. He's got 2 kills to find and no kip. This is almost guaranteed to be a North round at this point.
North round.
Well, waiting by the vent. If he gets 1 kill, it's enough for Kiyoshima to maybe work with that point, but it's so far away. Difficult for him to actually make anything happen. Walks in, taken down. So final tactical pause here before we get into round number 30. In terms of the buy available for FaZe, it's going to be 4 and 4s and Carrigan down to the SMG. So in terms of kits, 1 of those and 1 incendiary. This should almost certainly be a North round. They're looking very strong right now. And unless FaZe presents something very aggressive potentially, I don't see them actually being able to hold off a full execution at this point.
Yeah. They've certainly struggled throughout the course of this half. Their best chance was to break that economy and steal the momentum. As soon as North got a footing back in this, it's the same challenge all over again. And the problem is they've run out of time.
Yeah, 10-4 here at the moment. In the second half, it was 11-4 in favor of FaZe in the first half, so giving equal treatment back as North. And overtime looms. We'll see what happens. We have a decent spawn for Rain. Maybe we should follow him in the start, see if he wants to try and find a pick. We'll jump on board with him. He goes towards middle for now. He has tried boosting a few times, and maybe they'll try that again. 3 players towards middle, but it looks like a standard setup here. Kiyoshima towards sandbags as usual, and Carrigan in the vents. He's got the UMP, so he can drop down and maybe be flashed in towards B. It's not that be required as of yet. It's a very default round from North.
Default indeed, as Cajun goes back over toward the mid position. Bomb dropped outside of A main. AZ's inside of that position I just mentioned, the aforementioned A main, but not going to do anything with it. In fact, all the aggression starts out on the B site. Kerrigan in behind the boxes will hold off. Alu starts his way in. Cajun wants to find his way in. Alu's going back at it, trying to get aggressive, but a smoke down. Gets caught out though, trying to go back toward the vent. So a bit of an opening for MSL to walk in. They know that's covered off in Checker. This should certainly be B at this point in time. They're gonna have a hard time holding it off as well. Kerrigan alone in the site with a UMP. Not that it's not sufficient, it's just that the distance and angles that he has to try and cover off. He's managed the first one successfully, sees MSL as well. Bomb's gonna go down, Nico gets in position. This could be enough, as FaZe have to hold off though against the man in the site, Magisk, who finds a kill back. It's all too easy. They line up, but it doesn't matter. Nico gets the shot, and it takes 30 rounds after going up 11-4, but FaZe will close the door on a comeback.
That's so heartbreaking for North. They're playing such amazing CSL on the T side. It's always beautiful to watch the way they're coming back into rounds and situations. They lost that first pick as well, and they lose it to the UMP of all weapons. Of course, it's Kerrigan that steps up there, manages to find the win for FaZe just about. Didn't look easy though. And I guess, Matthew, it's time to chuck it over to Moses and the boys. And Lauren, I beg your pardon, at the analyst. Whoops.
He was a little bit worried there.
It's because the new bullying rules come out. Right? He's got to be
We've set
careful now. Yellow cards.
Some firm rules.
Yeah.
Another comeback from 11-4. That's good stuff from North, but it is heartbreaking. You do hate to see it.
If you're looking at this at face value, you're going to quickly sit here and go, these guys either have fantastic T sides or terrible CT sides. And I don't think it's like one or the other. I think the T rounds that were won was when the CTs, they're just getting hard reset every single time. They'd win around, reset, win around, reset. Maybe they'd save a gun, maybe they'd force into it, but it's still not a full gun round, you know, full utility. Everyone didn't have guns in a lot of instances. As Henry was mentioning towards the end there, so many clutch situations, that kind of stuff was unfolding. And on the CT side, on a map like this where you can get basically strung around so easily and forced around by utility, if you don't have enough stuff to stop them from being able to take the territory when they want to, they can just slowly pincer you out, and it's so difficult to deal with.
Is there anything to the idea, I mean, we mentioned at the beginning in the first series when we saw Cash that we just don't see it very much at the moment. Is there anything to just teams maybe not feeling that comfortable on it?
Maybe. The CT side is showing me some interesting things that are going on right now. Like, nobody feels comfortable on the CT side.
I think one thing though is that, you know, FaZe have actively said that it's something we're looking into, like expanding into our map pool. So I don't think they're by default fully comfortable in comparison to other maps that they can play on. They're still obviously incredibly diligent because it's still FaZe, right? But I think we haven't seen that many teams looking incredibly confident or super comfortable in a long time. So it's like, well, who do you look to kind of set the bar? There's very few out there who've kind of taken it under their wing recently. You saw many teams before doing it, many teams bringing up their own style, but there hasn't been that found just yet. And it seems there's a flaw in everyone's approach at the moment, but if FaZe keep, you know, trying to refine it, you could see something quite interesting down the line. But it does seem as though we're seeing that weird little swing and roundabout of this.
One of the best teams who I've seen on CT side of Cage was Mouse Sports, and this was like with Nico, with Christian, that kind of one. And the reason they were the best was because every round they had a move or a play. There was a gamble decision being made. 3 players here doing this, you know, a push here, flashing for each other, a move taking this territory, always being proactive on the CT side. And I think that's maybe one of the biggest things. We definitely saw that in the Fnatic game. You know, they didn't look as proactive at times as a unit, as individuals definitely, but I think maybe more team-based CT aggression or moves is required.
I want to give you a chance. You like your B stream updates? You want to do one really quick?
Okay, yeah, let's whack her up. Mouse Sports versus G2 on the first map, which was Cobblestone, went to G2. I believe it was 16-10.
Not bad.
The next map is
G2 continuing their turn. Also, a little bit of update from the Mountain Dew League. It was Penta who has secured 3rd place in the Mountain Dew League earlier this evening. So they will be playing in one of the relegation matches aside who is going to be in Pro League come next season. Congratulations to Penta for that. Either way, we'll return in just a moment. We'll have the second map. It's going to be Mirage between FaZe and North. Stay tuned.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
You ready? Huh? Hey, boy, easy boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Legion by Lenovo, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Good evening and welcome back. Last map of the evening is ahead. It is going to be FaZe versus North still. This time it's going to be on Mirage. These two teams have a lot of things to play for as the playoffs come into a little bit of a better picture. We've seen those standings throughout the day. They look kind of crazy. But either way.
Pretty tight.
This is a map, Chad, that the FaZe enjoys.
Yeah, I do enjoy a bit of Mirage, and so do FaZe. It's one of their best maps, I would say. You know, the way that they approach it, it can be relatively individual once you get a certain amount of territory. I think FaZe are a team who, once they can, you know, get out of those initial choke points, get a little bit of room to work with on their T side, can find a lot of frags individually. You know, you don't need a lot of teamwork or cohesion for these guys once you give them a little bit of room. On their CT side as well, I like how they move the AWP around. You know, Nico can take it. He takes it relatively aggressive from time to time. How they can move Aloe around to ticket booth and swing Nico into window with the rifle. Sometimes I think that's a great adjustment as well. And then you've got Karrigan over that B bomb site taking the liberty to be relatively aggressive up in the apartments. So they have like a good mix of players here, and with Keo, you know, being a superstar at the moment, it's
pretty nice,
looking even better for him. Yeah,
it's all looking great. And then with North Lauren, I mean, this is a map where like their stars really shine on this map.
And this was one that made everyone kind of turn their heads initially with like MSL and people like that. You know, the way he was kind of approaching it and very strategic, very kind of I guess scripted almost. The approach to it. You know, the pistol rounds were absolutely phenomenal. The hits towards A were, you know, something that people looked at and went, that's kind of cool, kind of quirky. Almost you saw those like triple nades towards CT while still smoking out like I think it was jungle and stairs. It was just this really nice piece, and that was one of the ones. I guess it was during Dignitas, I think it was, during that sort of era of them. Yeah. And obviously leading into North, it's always been a very good map with them. They have lost a couple of times, I think, to like SK before and Na'Vi, but that's nothing to, you know, be too worried about. Those two are incredibly good at it as well. So, yeah, big map for these guys.
Well, I mean, that being said, Chad, I know you have a cool little clip ski for us.
I just touched on it there about Karrigan being aggressive in the B halls. On both of these teams, they have players that like to do this. MSL for the North side, sorry, and Karrigan for FaZe's team. And what they do is they basically like to go aggressive on the B apartments here. This one is a bit more delayed because Karrigan is harassed at the start. But when teams do the default on the T side, they don't tend to, you know, send someone super aggressive picking into the B part of the map early because a lot of utility is used to stop rushes and stuff. So you've seen like an adjustment from CT sides going a bit more aggressive in this position, pushing up, using deeper smokes. And what you see happen is here, I like this one because it's a mid-round one. Keo is going to throw a really deep smoke for Karrigan right now. He's able to push up, get a lot of information, and the B split that's going to come in from HellRaisers is completely stifled by his position, and things get slowed down. But my point here is the battle for this. How are they going? Each team going to deal with it? Because they're going to know MSL is going to push. They're going to know Karrigan's going to push. Are they going to go aggressive to stop this early and, you know, make sure that he's too scared to do so? Are they going to try and bully these players? Are going to pick on them? So this for me is like going to be a highlight point. Is it going to be exploited? And I guess, you know, only time will tell, Jason.
Only time will tell. That's a good place to leave that. It's a pretty cool smoke though, Lauren.
Yeah, I
You're
really
impressed
like
by
that.
that.
Yeah, because like SK used to do that sort of thing as well. Like on their CT sides, they'd always push one up in towards the B apartments, then kind of like rotate off it, and then just play like off the information they gathered. But it was a really nice kind of like furthering piece to that. That was really nice.
It is nice.
I've got more.
Yeah.
Chad can go.
I can
He's
keep
ready.
going. Something that I find really interesting about the way that FaZe approach their T-side tactics, especially on this map, is they, not gimmicks, but they do like faster plays, which is stuff that I really like doing back in my day of in-game leading. And the reason I like that is because if you make the right call and everything clicks, and a perfect execution comes in, it's so nice and it catches teams off guard and you make a lot of frags and your players can kind of do the work by catching the CTs off guard and using their superior aim. But the difference with a team like FaZe compared to a team like Astralis is so methodical in the way they use all their utility. Once they take that territory, then they, you know, they've only got A, B, and C left to find the enemies. Whereas when FaZe do it, they'll like flash through. And there's so many different areas that they could check, but it's chaos for everybody, and they are the ones dictating the chaos. And when you're dictating the chaos, you can usually capitalize on it. And that's something that I quite like as a, you know, being thrown into the gameplay.
Like for me, I just hope we get to see that kind of like mid to B on their T side that they like to do for FaZe. It's something that I guess Karrigan did a lot with Astralis as well, but it's that kind of like going up short so quickly, and I think it's Carrigan himself going into ladder room these days as well and working up short in towards B possibly, but pressuring it. I think it used to be Dupree's role and a couple of the others kind of switching over. But you look at the firepower on FaZe, it's outstanding to be able to see those kind of quick plays as you highlighted, the pressure plays, because they do end up dominating most of those situations. So I hope we get to see a bit of that. But then, turning the tables, you can't ignore that North are well and truly aware of how to play this. They do great little mid takes as well. These guys aren't exactly slouches on this map. So I'm actually really excited to see it specifically on this map.
Yeah, that will be cool to see as well. There's some compelling individual players here. Nico, obviously, Kiyoshin with his turn of form, Magisk and Config on the other side of things. Sadicus and Henry are going to guide you through this one.
We'll attempt to. We'll think about it.
Give it our best go.
We'll give it a go.
Give it a go. Okay, we'll start with that first. Don't want to set expectations too high.
The standings are interesting. Ranking 3rd for North. I think that could change in a heartbeat. Lose this game, you're probably down 10 spots in this league the way it is right now.
Every time you lose like a 0-2, like you plummet down the table. So it's going to be an interesting one. FaZe coming up 1-0. I have to say, North going to be gutted the way they went out there. Should have been overtime, and Carrigan stepping up massively with the UMP.
What a lad.
Yeah. He actually went huge that game, especially on the T side as well. Some amazing rounds from him. Very well played. Nico, a little bit absent in the first half, has to be said. We move on to Mirage. That's one of the maps he's actually very proficient on indeed. Looks like we're ready for the pistol here. We'll have the buys coming in momentarily. I saw a Tech 9 being purchased. That goes in the hands of Cajun B. He will be our Superman as we get into this one. They've got one smoke, one Molotov as well, a couple of flashbangs here. And we'll see whether they decide to head towards B. Looks like that'll be the case. Actually, no one towards the A side of the map whatsoever. 4 in the B apartments, and it will be MSL towards top of mid.
Top of middle. Not a bad position to get control of, especially to piss around. If you want to try and explode onto a site, you can use all facets. Ali, though, wants to try and take that back, get the information. They've already evaded him and gone in through the connector. And Rain's going to have to be careful. Smoke down, thankfully, will conceal him for a moment longer. But Nico, Rain now gone. And Ali were all taken care of by North. Good positions from them to start off, simply, as you said, by getting middle.
Yeah, very fast approach here. The bomb not going to be planted. They have got the huge advantage here, 4-on-2. Bomb will be in the B apartments from now, and Carrigan with a nice drive-by shot there with the silent USP should be taken down in this provocation. B, he's doing well this round. He is the Superman. He's found 2 kills so far. And he's tagged up Kirishima as well. He's down to 25 HP. Should be round over. He might be able to find this 1 kill, but Cajun B gets away with it. And he'll be falling back. Bomb planted in 8, 3-on-1. No kit for Kirishima here. Should be done for, and Major's boy plucks him out of the air there. So 1-0. Very well done by North. Looked like a B approach to start with there. And they kept the bomb in the B apartments, found kills in the connector area, and they thought, okay, we've got a fully open A site at this point. There's no point running into B. Let's just make sure we find this round. Going at number 2 here, of course, 4 spy from FaZe. They do love it, including Alu, as we touched on before.
I love it.
He doesn't.
I don't care. I love it.
Carrigan will be loving the scout this round. We'll see whether he can find anything. He jumps out the window as well, looking towards underpass.
This is interesting. Oh, I was going to say, does config clue in?
Apparently so.
Because that could have been very costly, I think, as a means by which we could justify using that word. 2 players back toward the apartments position that Chad very aptly spoke of. We'll see if that does get utilized once utility and guns become a factor. For now, guns are only a factor for one side of the equation, and that side is unfortunately the side that you don't root for if you have any conscience in your life. The bad guys.
The bad guys, the naughty boys. 1-0 for them, and 5-4 for now, and they're going towards Palace, who will be not an A split, but in the execution at this point. They have a couple of smokes. Might not even use them. Let's go for the contact play at this stage. Carrigan, though, he's waiting in CD spawn. He spots ahead there. MSL, I don't think, spotted him return, so he could find a kill or 2 here. Doesn't quite land it. Puts his position away, but Rain's been set up here. Double kill with a 5-7. Might be enough to make this interesting, but Nico going down. He was the linchpin there. If he finds a kill with the Deagle, maybe they have a chance of winning the round. But it's up to Kirishima now. 3-on-1. Smokes deployed. Doesn't really have much to work with here.
Kia, ooh.
There's a gap.
That's something. Look for anything you have and try and take advantage. Unfortunately, nothing to be confiscated from such position. He would love to at least take something back to the office, some sort of weapon. To say that he did some work on the investigation today, but unfortunately he won't even survive. It's Magisk that's going to take him down immediately.
Full eco for FaZe at this point, and he managed to get 1 kill there. Well, to be fair, it was 2. Rain getting baited in by the scout of Carrigan. You can see how North was so focused to try and take him down after he fired a shot. Rain was invited there with the 5-7 to find a couple of headshots, which he accepted. It's going to be round number 3. Nothing really invested. One flashbang suggested might push up middle here. Karrigan ready to flash him up. There it comes. And unfortunately, the flashbang comes in. It might be a little bit too late. They're always facing from the window, but everyone's dropping at this point. All 5 kills coming in. Another fast third round there. This is where it gets interesting. Ali will not have the AWP. 5 rifles. Going to number 4 here. Karrigan once again down to the UMP. He likes to have a bit more utility for the incendiary. So FaZe, they have 1 kit. Down to Karrigan's more modest investment. We'll see whether they can answer back here. It's always a rough round here to get into the game. They will be sending 2 players towards window at the start. So that's going to be Nico and Alu. Nico backing him up slightly from sprayed shots there for the smoke. Doesn't have any damage just yet. 2 players towards Palace, 2 on A ramp. This could be a fast play here, and it makes a lot of sense. Good nade comes in, a lot of damage inflicted there.
Perfect nade. Perfect throw. Rain gets 2, however, before Config can do anything about it. It's Nico. Wants to try and swiftly attack back. Nice shot. Magisk! 3-0 for North might come to a halt abruptly on this particular, because FaZe have the bomb down inside of the A site to work with. This is an interesting position, though. Cajun B offside of the map all the way through the B site and back toward checkers could foil everything. This could be so good. How does he find multiple kills, though? That's the better problem.
Well, he doesn't have to pull the trigger straight away. He will find Kiyoshima momentarily. Ooh, the barrel.
Oh, Kyo checked it. Thought he may have come back in through the window late. Does manage the kill. That's done. That's gone. What an opportunity missed by Cajun B.
Yeah, spots the barrel, but couldn't find the shop. Kiyoshima, like he said, great awareness. And that's a big round for FaZe to pick up. It could have all fallen apart. North going for the very basic approach here, knowing the cities would be limited, probably wouldn't have the orb, trying to walk into the A side, but they take a nade to the face and a nice spray down from Rain as well as he gets 2 picks. Leaves Major's boy in a pretty much impossible situation. There's damage there towards the bomb site. Finds a frag, but still a lot of work to do here. Kiyoshima's low, but it doesn't look like he'll be finding him anytime soon. Good flashbang, 10 seconds remaining. Well, there's a Molotov on the bomb as well. That pretty much secures it.
Just will swing his way inside of the site, bomb down toward the lovely, lovely paint on the floor, the A symbol itself.
Yeah.
But Karrigan's got Magisk down to confirm. All guns gone. And that'll be the first round for FaZe in this game.
Rain chucked a ridiculous nade towards A ramp. It actually landed in someone's headbox by the looks of things. So much damage inflicted. Gets a nice spray down and significant damage inflicted to a third as well. So good work by him. Big round for FaZe. They can't get the AWP out. Cajun B certainly can. Round number 5 coming in. Trying to avoid the reset. It's going to be Ali towards window. Does manage to go for a little shoulder face there, but we're falling back. Nico will be naded out of position. So drops the smokes to delay the teaser. Ooh, gap.
Yeah, big gap. Nico's not going to be thrilled about that. Not thrilled at all, Henry.
Indeed.
That's even less thrilling for MSL. Gets in position, pulls the nade, gets taken down because he's spotted with his elbow sticking out as Nico relocates. Does so effectively with 18 HP, manages to get a kill back. That allows Karrigan now to find Cajun B, and they've taken the lead in the round quite convincingly as well with the HP as it sits. Config's going to try and go in undetected and take advantage of the situation, but Nico, ooh, he could get caught. He's looking high for where this all is, but sees him coming through the smoke.
Great round by Nico. Close range of the A ramp, finding 2 frags so far. Kiyoshima to finish things off as well. It started well for North. They're getting the initial pick, but it all fell apart as Nico readjusted and managed to shut down Major's boy. And then find a second frag as well. Still just enough money for North to buy here, but it's looking like a 3 in a row. Will be very likely for the FaZe clan at this point in terms of the buy for North. The final purchases do come in. It's going to be 2 Tech 9s, a UMP, and 2 AKs here. Possibly suggested a full execution. That would make a lot of sense from Tech 9s here, but they're actually focusing heavily towards the mid area. Smoke comes in towards connector. Nice and early there from MSL. But Nico, he's already ahead of it.
Already ahead indeed. Sit back, Nico, above the smoke. Easy's able to walk down. Finds the first pick quite easily. Karrigan, though, inside of B has so much pressure. How do you deal with that many players walking in without finding a kill now? And I mean that in general terms for FaZe, because they're down to a 4 versus 2. Rain will get one through the door, but he's tagged up and just able to run and gun with the UMP. Takes him down. Yes, run and gun with the UMP. As MSL spots the flash come through the window, just waits to pre-fire into it. Nico does get a kill out of it, so he's going to go on this. Low HP as well on MSL. If he didn't manage to get that kill config, it could have been interesting to see what Nico would have accomplished.
It would have been, but that's a big round for North. Only taking 2 AKs into that round. MSL, he's been great tonight, to be fair. He manages to find 3 kills into that one, and it's the fast B finish that wins the round for North. Another force buy return by FaZe here, M4s and pistols. It's only Alu with the real weapon here, and he hasn't had an AWP at all yet. He keeps forcing into these situations and possibly limiting himself. This will be the final buy they have available. Might as well see what they can do. I'd prefer Alu just to have a pistol with him. He's now down to $0. He buys the M4 and pretty much spends $4,500. If he just gets a pistol like his teammates, could it bring out the AWP going forward. But they have found that first pick. It's Nico with the Desert Eagle to find config. Bomb down for now, top of middle. Nico found that kill from Connector. So what's the play from here? Do they try and push a bit further and try and get another advantage? Looks like Nico might be exploring that idea as he gets towards A round, but MSL is waiting for him.
Nico getting ever antsy in the position to try and walk out. MSL punishes him immediately with a headshot on the AK-47. Kerrigan, though, is in the B site, and again, looks like he'll have company, but... Oh, config. I was going to say, but it's a sales pitch. This is actually a slight issue. Config was living in this. $300 awarded to Rain. They're going to be down a man. They pull it back. If they win the round, all things go as planned, but definitely an issue for FaZe Clan losing a member of the team mid-round. Unfortunate for them. Cajun will close the round convincingly.
Yeah, so we definitely have a technical pause going forward, but 5-2 for North. Bit of a shame. It didn't really have that much to work with. It's obviously a bit annoying. And here comes the pause. And who are we missing?
Config.
Config's on the server.
Did he get back in?
Yeah, we're missing a FaZe player.
Oh, sorry. Config was the one awarded.
Yeah, he was the one who was going down.
Yeah, sorry. It's, why is my Rain? My mind went insane. You want to help me?
I'm trying. I can't work it out. I've tried mine.
It's Rain. I just said.
It's Rain. Okay.
Yeah, I said that.
All right. Chill.
It's Rain.
Right. I didn't hear you.
It's Rain. Stop at. It's Rain.
Oh, we will take a pause while he gets back in. Joins in nice and quickly. So, like I said, Rain with extra money. He didn't really invest that much into the previous round. Did drop out, but he still keeps his cash, of course. 5K.
You know what's crazy?
What's that?
McLaren P1 is like 3 years old already.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous. Like LaFerrari P1.
Where did that come from?
I'm just saying, the 918 as well. They're all like 3 years old now. That's where does the time go, Henry?
Well, you've got to be careful. Time's tide will smother you.
Drown you.
That's a quote.
Sweep you up to sea. Is that a Morrissey quote?
It is.
That's why it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Cajun starts to go toward the site with speed as well as he sees the shin bone stick forward of the wall. Wants to capitalize before Kerrigan can get position, and he's done it well. 2 quick kills inside a B, push around, wait for Alu, but Alu's going to get in the corner, wait for him instead. And he'll hear Cajun backing off. This should confirm, in fact, that it will be a full B hit. No rotation yet, surprisingly, from Rain. As a result, he's stuck in sandwich, doesn't want to leave A and get caught. Nico tries to fake that he's left inside the ladder room. Cajun not buying it. Gets him immediately on the deagle, even though he's trying to fire in to find Rain instead. Convincing round from Cajun.
Yeah, doing a great job there with the MAC-10, looking for the ace. Doesn't quite get it, but Config finishes things off. We should have another buy here. And finally, an AWP coming out potentially as well. I think that's going to be dropped over by Rain. Gives it to Alu, of course. 3 M4s, and Kerrigan's into a shotgun. His money wasn't in a fantastic position, opting for a bit more utility than just the firepower. Here's the replay of the MAC-10 coming out of the B apartments, doing a great job, farming a lot of money there. And Cajun will have 5 grand after purchasing an AWP as well, so he's in a good spot. Get into this one. Same smoke by Cajun. They've got a new way of throwing it towards Connector. Very fast from the A ramp. Actually getting towards that position. Set up nice fast A splits coming in. You can see them actually going very quickly towards middle at this point. Smokes and window. That smoke I was just mentioning is in front of them now on the screen. They do have the option to push through that. AWP's going towards Palace for now. Alu is quite far removed. Can't decide whether he wants to go towards window or CT spawn. He opts for the latter here. And we'll see whether he can find a frag as they start to come to Connector. Misses a key shot there.
Very, very key. Unfortunate. That's not bad to get back. Nico trying Alu to deny the plant behind the box. No luck. No such luck. Not today. Don't buy a lottery ticket. Henry, any plans for Easter?
Just here with you guys. That's about it.
That sucks for you. Yeah. Kiyoshima's going to take down Magisk. AZ waiting does patiently pay off as he gets Kiyoshima back, thinking it was all too easy, but 2 players watching that position. Does at least serve to give information to Kerrigan on his way through. AZ doesn't need a repeat. They'll play the time, play this out, force Kerrigan to go aggressive. Manages 1 more kill. No kid, however, and the bomb's still ticking. I'd say this is pretty much done, and North should go up 7-2.
Yeah, if Kerrigan can get this kill, though, and take the AWP into the next round, that'd be something, but KGB, he's a little bit too wise for it and manages to find the deagle frag and deny that all being saved in the next round. This is getting pretty scary now for FaZe. 7-2, another eco required, and they can't really get rolling here. They got 2 rounds in a row after the initial pistol phase and the 3-0 coming in, but it's been a one-sided affair since then. Lots of money now for North. AZ after the reinvestment into this round, still with 10 grand, and KGB not far behind on 8. CZ's Deagles, and we'll see whether FaZe can find anything here. But looks like all 5 players for North heading up towards the A side of the map. 3 of them on A ramp, 2 Palace as well. The AWP will be in Palace, joined by Config. And nothing on the A side whatsoever for FaZe. This is not looking too good for them. Contact play, no nades use whatsoever. You burst as soon as you're spotted by CT, but you try to get as close to the bomb site as you possibly can. And see whether you can get in undetected. There we go. Explosion will come in at this point.
Explosion indeed. Bomb planted. Magisk, perfect position, sees the deal, but can't seize the day. No Carpe Diem because he goes down immediately. Ali will grab an AK-47. That should be Q to run. Memcel's going to try and greet him from the window. But he, not quite. Good shot, MSL. Had to be quick. I was going to say he may have already beat him to Horseshoe. Great shot as soon as he saw him. However, it would have been greeted anyway. It looked like they had someone on the hunt going through T-spawn. 8-2, double op coming out for FaZe.
He bought in the Gev. You're not allowed to. They're banned. You have to pause. He has to drop it.
It's a good point. Who was it, Rain?
Yeah.
Yeah, there was $5,100 spent, so he dropped something. He bought, that's right. Okay, so he bought the M4 afterward. That's why.
Yeah. So there it is on the floor.
That sucks when you're trying to build back into this game.
Yeah, that doesn't really help you out as well, does it? There it is.
I love you, Rain. At least I'm with you on the thought pattern.
I played with it today. It actually sucks.
It does suck.
Yeah.
It's horrible. I don't know why Valve cares, though.
Yeah, I don't know. It's horrible to use. It's got no place in CSGO. Anyway, it's going to be Kiyoshima finding the frag there after they throw away a bit of cash. Rain's actually got no armor into this round, so it's a bit rough for him. But it's going to be kills for him. He's stepping up here, and it's a 5-on-3. Looking a little bit troubled now. They will be trying to finish things off towards the A side, but Alu rotating in, and they should be locking this down as they get everyone think towards Magus Boy.
Think toward Magus Boy. Kiyoshima gets config. Good pickup as he finds Cajun as well, and it's down to just Magisk. So double op setup may have come in, Henry. It doesn't really matter if Kiyoshima's going to get 3 kills like that. The ops don't have to do anything.
Yeah, they went for another contact play at that point. No real utility expended toward this side of the map, trying to find the frags and overwhelm the CTs. And the double op setup certainly comes in, but doesn't really do too much. Kerrigan finds a kill within the end. 8-3 now, as FaZe post another round and keeping all 5 players alive. Still a lot of work to do here, though, considering North have tons of cash available and could just change the pace at any moment. They might be aware it's a double AWP setup now. The Kerrigan's shown himself with the AWP. It's always very likely that Alu will do as well. AZ there, nice little colour schemes got going on. The red gloves and the red knife, like that. I bought some gloves today.
Did you?
Yeah.
Why?
I had some excess money on OP skins. It's like, yeah, you know what, I'll give it a go.
OP skins. OP skins. Good old Canada.
Yeah.
Give it a go. I got some gloves. Are they latex?
No.
I do still have to get my prostate exam, Henry.
It's true. Maybe we'll do it tonight.
You didn't buy latex gloves, and that's the ones that I like the feel of. MSL getting Alu brings us to 4-on-4. Nico gets lower inside of middle, but Magisk is there to trade, essentially. Not directly on that who killed the man beforehand. Kiyoshima still lives. Still exists on the map.
3-on-3. Big round here. North to find this one and resets FaZe. But they keep 5 players alive before, but one of the AWPs goes down after finding a frag. That's Alu. In terms of positional control, the T's now bombed down towards middle, but I can see Config sneaking in towards A. If you have a look at him, he's actually found something here. CTs won't be giving him much to work with, though. They're aware this is a possibility, but he sneaks in towards Firebox, and we'll see whether he can actually get anything rolling here. 45 seconds, waiting for the CDs to make a mistake, and they can potentially smoke him out. We'll see what they can do. Incendiary available. Kerrigan not throwing it just yet. There it is. Oh!
That's not bad, Config. That's not bad at all. Magisk will get Kiyoshima, and it's another round for North, stolen away.
So they try and flush him out with the incendiary and actually end up both dying. That's kind of sick. That was a real nice spray from him. Ray must have been low HP at that point, and this made as well the easy frag towards short. Big round, and like I said, 5 players surviving for FaZe. They can buy into this one. Alu's on glass cannon, but the rest of his teammates, it's a bit of a rough ride. Rougher than I thought, at least. UMP and a 5-7 for Rain at the 9-3 scoreline as well. Alu has to go absolutely nuts this round. They'll be setting up for the initial aggression, the terrorists, and not giving anything away for now. 3 players at the A ramp. But Rain, though, the 5-7, they're trying to get something going. Takes some bullets very close to his vicinity, and Kiyoshima's going to drop in the window first.
Drop into the window first. Rain's gonna sit in beside the smoke flash, ready to go. There's 2 players there. He's thinking about it. He's thinking about it indeed, but flashes himself without pushing through instead with the 5-7. Gets in the headshot position behind the cinders. Near Shadow. My friend had a dog named Shadow. Guess what color it was?
Golden Retriever.
Black.
Oh, makes more sense.
You had that one. Henry.
Yeah, that was close. Maybe give me another one after this round.
I have a dog. It's named Jaden. Its color is white black. Nico down, Cajun up, gets the shot. That's going to allow the bomb to be planted inside of the site. Cajun will continue to watch over toward the catwalk position on B. And this round is already done and dusted, as you would say.
That's your catchphrase.
Speaking of dust, how you must be very proud of him for getting another land.
Which one did he get? Other than me following the
DreamHack
announcements.
at land. Austin.
Austin? Makes sense.
Austin Powers.
Oh, yeah, I did see that. And Laundries is going as well, right?
That's
so
right.
The team's back together.
Good old Laundry.
Yeah, I was wondering whether he's going to do any more events, considering he's back at Yahoo now.
Yahoo.
Yeah, but it seems like he is, so that's cool. Force Bind already working out for FaZe at North. Very easy round for them, all things considered. And another Force Bind, I think FaZe know they need these last 2 rounds. The CZ's coming out. Maybe some scout action, we'll see. It's looking pretty grim for them. But CZ's 5-7s, Deagles. And in terms of grenades, 3 smokes, 1 kit for Alu. That's about it. This should be a very easy round for North, unless someone goes wild with the Deagles. Deagles are very good on this map, and Alu's towards the underpass right now. That nade, oh, it's not a nade actually. It doesn't actually. Oh, it was. It takes Alu down to 69. An easy frag, nonetheless. Mage's boy does take a bit of damage in return. Actually down to 8 HP. And Config, he's playing great tonight. So many good frags from him. A nice shot towards Rain.
Good shot indeed toward Rain. Kerrigan, oof, getting through this smoke is going to be a challenge. Magisk waiting for it, able to spray and then take him down. North looking the better team. Although we said it was 11-5 on our first map at halftime, and still that went 16-14. Or 11-4, rather, I guess.
Yeah, I was going to leave that.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, Henry. Call me out. Do what you want.
All right. Well, the Eagles now for Kiyoshima and Nico. In terms of loss winners, only be at $2,400 into the next round. So this is looking like the 12-3 scoreline could be very real. Nico makes it a bit interesting there. Great with the Deagle he is. And Config to finish things off. He must have been a lot of frags at this point. He's dropped out of the server a couple of times, so it's actually hard to keep up. It's on 8 for 3 right now. And I'm not sure what he left with, so we have no idea. But 5 UMPs by looks of things to finish things off here for FaZe, but desperate. And we'll see where they can... Oh, actually, only 4 UMPs. Rain up to the 5-7 instead. He wants a bit of head armor and some grenades to go with his cluster buy. Maybe just a full execution here. They know it was a force buy in the previous round. MSL will be tracking the money. Knows they expended absolutely everything they had. Full execution at this point. How can they possibly hold you off? What can they do, Matt? Nothing. That's what. And we'll see whether that rings true as we get into the final round of the first half here. Config and Palace setting himself up for that set Molotov towards Shadow. That goes in. And here we go. Rain. He has to either stand in fire or get behind a smoke. Both options are not great.
No, they're really not. I'd stand in the fire.
Yeah, just get it over with quickly.
Yeah, that's what I'd do. It's actually because I'm fireproof. Nades, flashes, in fact, going back toward jungle. 3 players on that perimeter of the site.
A lot of damage here.
Extremities, I think, as Chad would say. I have to sneeze.
I'll take over if you like. It's going to be the Molotov deployed, not all quite on the bomb. This still could actually have some legs to it. The smoke's there. They've got a kit for Carrigan as well. We'll have to keep watching him and see where we can get on it. Diffuse coming in. The timer begins, and looks like this might be successful as well. 2, 1. He's done it. Great work by Carrigan. The diffuse kit, the only player to have it. He had to jump on that bomb. And actually, it's the same scoreline we had in the first half of Cash, and actually finished in all 30 rounds. That could be enough for FaZe to get back into this one. Not so much of an exciting half there, North being quite dominant throughout. But FaZe, that might just be enough to give them a lifeline if they pick up the pistol in the second half. Do not go anywhere. We'll take a quick break and find out if they can come back.
Well, we get things rolling once more, an equally one-sided half on this, the map number 2 in these best of ones back-to-back. And it's not FaZe Clan that have the lead this time like they did on Keish, on Miragi. It's a much different story.
Yeah, the roles have certainly been reversed here. And to be fair, a similar round given away towards the end of that half as to what FaZe did. If you remember on Cash, that 3 versus 1 against Config. It wasn't in similar fashion, but it was a very weak buy from FaZe. Just about get away with the full defuse there. That was a lovely round from Config. And then we get to it then, shall we? It's going to be half number 2, 11-4 lead, and here's the scores on the doors. Config, we are wondering how many kills he got. 15 and 8 in total in that first half. He played very well indeed. MSL, he's actually been playing phenomenally this evening. I was going to say all night. It's been 2 maps. Just calm down there. But the 2 maps we've seen, he's actually been top fragging both sides. So that's pretty cool to see. 99 ADI for him. Let's have a look at Nico as well. He was quiet on Cash. Still a decent performance, an average performance considering the scoreline. 10 for 13. Alu, they've got to stop force buying, I think. Like, I was complimenting them at the start, saying, okay, he stopped doing it now. He's going to have to orb when he needs it. They didn't really have it rolling at all there. Had a couple of double orb scenarios. Wasn't really working out for them, though. North are very good at shutting those sort of risk factors down. But here we go. Second half, we'll have a look at the buy. 1 smoke, which suggests maybe towards B. You normally do 2 smokes ready to go towards the A side of the map. Or you do an A split with that 1 smoke and just smoke or spawn. We'll see what they decide to do as we get into it. Carrigan heads towards B apartments. All 5 players, in fact, so that suggests it will be a B attack here. Flashes go in. And a full commitment. Here we go. B rush. Why not? Let's go.
Yep, I'm all for it. Config will back off, try and get a better angle, leave MSL in the picture as well. Far off to the right. Look at Cajun go, though. Cajun's got 2. Config doesn't even need to do much more than guard the ball. Make sure they can't grab it again. Magisk will help him in doing so. Ooh. And this is all done. North will go 12-4. We might have a quick one on our hands, but I'm not going to call it done just yet, knowing the way things go, especially with FaZe on an eco or a force, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, it's going to be a force. No bomb going down there, so they have no option, really. This is kind of par for the course. Tech 9s and Deagles, we're limited in grenades. And this Cajun be rotating in. What a couple of amazing shots those were. Really did guarantee the round for his team North. We calling them Team North or North Clan? It's just North.
North. Just North.
Straight
the
up.
North is here, I think, is their North is here. I think is their hashtag.
office here.
Hear the roar. Something along those lines.
Drop the bomb.
Yeah, best podcast in all of esports.
Yeah, we've got the best cast and the best podcast. Check us out.
I mean,
I'm not that good, I know, but
I know. That's what I was getting at. And you know, we do have the best producer.
Yeah, that's true.
Cajun B.
Yeah,
Brother
he's
Config. Sorry,
producing that.
I meant. I always do that with Config's name for some reason when I see it out of my periphery.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, Tom Newman.
Yeah, great stuff. Well,
good stuff from him. Yeah, there he is, Cajun B.
Yeah, he's lighting up the scoreboard there, and it's going to be 13-4. Not really much happening for FaZe there. Actually, some team kills coming in as well. That's not too great overall. 2K comes to their account this round, 13-4. Have to take a full eco here. Very likely going to be a 14-4 scoreline, which suggests it's going to be over very soon. They'll have a weak bye going forward. Unless they get the bomb down here, there's no chance of the AWP. Number 3, what do they purchase? Just one P250. Will be held by Carrigan. 5 players towards middle. Hoping some aggression comes in the CTs. Maybe they can challenge here. Not meant to be. Just rush middle, boys. Let's see where we can get a trade. Flash from AZ. Wants to face, but doesn't want to overcommit as well. To guarantee this round. Give the information to his teammates. Major's boy doing some seriously good work there with the M4A4. Just going to be Alu now. Not really much he can do. 14-4. It does come in. All 5 players surviving for North. Bit of a bonus round considering the Famous and 2 UMPs. Do they go aggressive here? It's yet to be seen. A lot of teams would do that particular move, but maybe not at this scoreline. You won't sort of guarantee it was a safe round. We'll see what they decide to do.
14-4. AKs come up. They'll stay with the SMGs, the UMP, and the FAMAS. Prolong the money, give themselves 2 chances to break FaZe down and try and wrap this game up. Close positions on A main as well. Watch the position, though, of Nico. Good flash in, good read. Cajun's able to get away, but he doesn't trade. That's going to leave us... Oh, that may change, though. Especially with Easy coming over. Runs straight by his teammate to take the kill. However, Rain's there, finally on the scene. He'll get the kill back. Cajun gets one on a Rain. Entering through, but cue the entrance from Connector. Kerrigan's able to find one, and it's down to just MSL.
Yeah, it was always going to be a difficult round for North. Didn't upgrade those SMGs or the Famous. Just trying to do what they can, inflict as much economical damage as they can here. MSL still have a chance to do that. He's coming in from A ramp as well. The flank is real. Doesn't want to make any noise by upgrading to the AK, and he should be able to find Alu here. The Rain is a bit much, but it does deny the plant as well. Now he probably can decide to upgrade to the AK, which he certainly does, and he's got a chance to win this. We said he's been great all night. Good HE, but the bomb's already been picked up, and they could go to B still if they wanted to. They're not going to be opting to do that. They want to actually stay where MSL is playing from. And this kill is huge, and MSL's going to pick it up. 1v1 now. Not like this, surely. 3 versus 1. Kiyoshima locked in shadow as well. He's got a smoke and incendiary, but it comes down to raw aim here. The duel begins, and Kiyoshima comes out on top.
Well, that gives FaZe number 5, but as you mentioned, they didn't buy any additional weapons. They wanted to keep the money strong for this exact reason, break them again, put themselves on map point, and they get the op up for doing so.
Yeah, and you can see how it's affected FaZe there. Coming down to the 1v1 means Nico, just a Galil, Rain, just an SMG as well. Limited, Carragher's only got the flashbang, so that's still, they don't win the round, but it still gives them a nice platform going forward here to tie things up and actually get 15-5 and then potentially the win as well. Comes down to this, Cajun B. AWP in the connected position, but it's Rain to find the first frag. Config was in underpass there. He gets shut down by the SMG. That's quite rare. He's actually ready for that as well. 5 and 4, gifted towards FaZe here.
Cajun sits with the op to watch to see what will peek out at top middle. AZ's there to cover off the close proximity angle of underpass, therefore. Smoke goes out from Rain. That was clearly thrown from under. AZ's going to know, but can't afford to overcommit to getting him down. He's going to have to be patient, especially with Config gone. It creates some serious issues. Underpass isn't the concern, though. Not the primary one, at least. It's B. And AZ knows that Rain's in the corner, goes for it, gets him, but also knows they had to do so quickly so they could start the rotation because MSL's now left alone. The smoke will give him a bit more time to work with. Nico walking wide, though. Gets help from Kiyoshima to put him down and barely comes out. Scratch, very quick shot from Cajun inside of the window.
Yeah, great shots indeed. 3-on-3 now. The retake begins. AZ snuck out of the kitchen here. Finds a bit of a gap with the little basket at that point, but now it's up to this frag and Kiyoshima takes him down.
Good pickup, especially with FaZe in the post plant this deep. Getting down to the 25 or 20-second mark surely on that bomb. Alu as well has the flank covered off. Fires too soon though. Magisk, he's going to turn back. Good reshot though by Alu, and it's down to just cajunb 1 versus 3.
He'll be saving his orb there. He gave it a good go with that fast orb shot from the window, but FaZe keep their heads above water for now, and that should be the money actually going away from North at this point. They're saving orb, just about the spray. In the occasion, he's actually safe. The extra has been misleading there, but he's got 4,500. They don't need to force into this round. They've got such a huge lead here, and it's up to FaZe to start making the risky plays. So they're trying to get some upgraded pistols at this point, see whether Cajun can shut things down with the AWP. He might go towards Palace or B Apartments. Just try and find that first pick, be a bit more aggressive than usual. He heads towards A, and he'll be indeed looking to go towards something like A Ram, not Palace. This is a little bit strange. Don't see this very often, the A Ram push of an AWP.
No, that's not something you see every day. Config as well, getting toward top middle. This is going to completely 100% confirm that they're in B. Surely, if they go around the corner at A main, which they've not done. Oh, if they had done, they'd be ready for this. Now it's just a problem. They couldn't rotate in time. MSL has to sit back. FaZe Clan looking to get number 7, half the lead. MSL's going to back off. Molotov out of position. Down he goes. Down goes Config. Keep the op up, boys. That's all that matters at this point in time because AZ's been found out. Cajun's close by with that op as well. He's got to be a bit careful.
Yeah. Clean round for FaZe. Still so much to do here. We'll find their 7th round. Cajun, like you said, trying to save his AWP, and he'll find a kill in the process as well. Might give his position away slightly, but he's got a flashbang to delay them rotating in and finding him. It's going to be a difficult decision for them to push Kitchen, knowing that he's going to be there. He looks towards Connect at this point, finds Carrigan as well. He's just finding kills all over the place.
But late rather than early, and as said, she's still on the run.
Aegis Boy in towards Palace, hoping to maybe save his body armor. That might be something. It'll save him $650 going to the next round. And he's got 4,400 on top of that as well, so that makes sense. Doesn't want to throw away money for no reason. Has to be very frugal in that sense. We get it to round number 7 here. A chance for another buy for North. He's looking for match points to relieve some of the pressure and just almost confirm their victory. It's very unlikely FaZe will find 8 rounds in a row, but we'll see. Getting into his now. Orb for Alu. He's heading towards window. Actually, Molotoving towards the connector as well. It's a nice gap for him to look towards short. See if there's any aggressive play coming in. Shots rattled off from the window position through the smoke. Doesn't land just yet. cajunb holding that position. Real aggression from the CTs there. I can see, though, Major's Boy pushing through the smoke. And to his demise. That didn't really have to come out. Just trying to win around. He's obviously trying to force a frag, but gifts it to Nico there as he comes through over grey screen.
Keo's going to wish himself well by pushing in the underpass. Cajun looks back down toward the ramp. And he may try and push back up. They've got to get kills back. FaZe is dominating them right now. Since those 3 rounds plus 1 after pistol, things not looking great for North. I said plus 1 after pistol. It was just the 3 actually, so excuse me on that. But it's back to B again. Back to basics, perhaps that stands for, because it's been working consistently enough. MSL goes a bit too soon on the flash, and there's no one inside of the site direct. Do they make the call early or try and get in position? They've already crossed one over. That's Config, but his teammates aren't convinced. They're not compelled to join him in battle. He goes down. Round is done.
It is indeed. It was Major's Boy trying to make something happen at the A ramp. Let's try and close this out as quickly as possible. He pushes for a smoke. Nico finds him. They readjust, find a second frag as well. And the B site completely open. It was MSL to try to flash his way in to those B apartments and maybe get a couple of picks. But as you said, went a bit too early. And at that point, the round is over. cajunb desperately trying to save his AWP again. AZ now spotted on the A site. He might go down. It's come down to a bit of a brawl on the A side. He does come out on top, and now it's up to Nico, holding patiently to see if he can find cajunb. Gets the lineup, but cajunb beats him to the punch. 2-on-1, the bomb will be going off, but he saves his orb once again. Lost opponents now starting to stack up. 4th stage here. I doubt North will buy into this round once again. Probably has more upgraded pistols here. FaZe starting to close the gap. It's 14-8, and they will take a pause at this stage. Just a chance to calm down and work out what the problems are here. Maybe stop pushing single positions. They've pushed towards underpass now, A ramp by themselves, not really getting much for it. Just calm down a little bit and see whether they can get round number 15 and at least find overtime at that point. At that stage, it's just about finding one round, knowing that you've guaranteed overtime. So it's a lot easier to do that.
Yeah, it's definitely. I think it comes as one of those interesting situations. It's a pressure cooker almost. You're willing to let it go, but only so far. And after you let it go enough, you start to give up momentum in such a way that it's hard to find the footing in the game again.
Yeah, as soon as you know you've guaranteed overtime, then you can start doing, okay, let's just stack B. Let's take a gamble here. They're focusing on our site. Until you find that's difficult to make those kind of calls. Like right now, the money's bad. They've got an AWP. They don't want to force into it. They're still in a very good position, but round by round, they're being chipped away at. And 4th stage loss bonus, be a maximum after this one. Cajun B desperately holds onto his AWP every single round, but can he do it again? He'll get 3,400 on top of this round, so even if he dies, he's got 3,500 in reserve, so he can still buy the weapon, but ideally, he saves it once more. Then we'll be stacking a bit towards B this time. Maybe Cajun goes towards short, tries to find the first frag. He can be flashed in, potentially. AZ tries to take the aggro away with the middle position there.
Config's got this timing right, but it's just the CZ. It's just the CZ for Cajun, and he manages a better shot. However, he's taken down.
Sure.
Or is he? Because Cajun turns back around. Excuse me, he was the one that got the kill with the AWP. It looked like, actually, the CZ would start it off, but he's done well to keep himself alive. Bomb planted. I imagine that AWP is going to continue to be a valued possession. Cajun's gone back toward the apartments to try and catch them off. Rain's getting ever closer. This rotation could surprise Rain. Get yet another exit kill.
Still looking for it seems. Gonna be sending major spoil to collect the AK, and maybe at this point they say, well, we're getting maximum loss bonus, keep the money strong. Cajun can't save his AWP. He gets 2 kills into this round. It's a little bit disappointing, gives it away in that sort of fashion. Rain finds him. Like we said, it's not a huge deal really. He does manage to buy the AWP in the next round as well. Major saves the AK. 49, homing in a double digits. It's FaZe clan. Purchased again for Cajun. Rain with a quiet game this time. He's on 5 kills and 13 deaths.
That's shocking this far into it.
Yeah. It seems like on Cash, we are missing Nico. Mirage, Rain hasn't showed up either, but it's time to get into it. Maybe he can redeem himself in some of these key rounds going forward.
He's got to get out of the stairwell. It's on fire behind him. Now we can head back in toward it instead. Rain, meanwhile, rounds the corner. B will rotate. Pop flash back out. Magisk Boy unsighted. He's going to pop out at a perfect time. Nearly gets the second he had to, surely. Nico getting that back is going to cause problems. If he managed both in that situation, I'd say they were well enough into the round. They've still got the man advantage. As AZ's locked out by smoke, that dissolves. Alu comes inside of the site. They'll both be able to peek. First shot goes Alu's way. No re-peek yet from AZ. I would have thought he would have tried to trade immediately. And they have the bomb inside of the site. It's stuck at fire because Config is posted at CT, and there's no smoke in front of him because there is no further smokes available. Just Molotovs to work with. Bomb's going to sneak out. Config nails it. And it's on to Alu. Same problem, same position, essentially. He's further up, but the bomb is not.
Plenty of time to work with, though. He's got the Molotov to segregate one of the CTs. If he first unconnected, that's perfect. Gives him the option to plant here. Goes for the open plant. AZ might just spot him here. And he decides that it could be a fake plant. Doesn't want to give his frag away. So now the 2-on-1 begins. They've got a smoke. And they're separated for now, but it's waiting to see if Alu steps into one of their crosshairs. Very patient.
Yeah, AZ's not moved like this whole round since they've been in the site. Now he does. Now he starts to go. Smokes on the bomb immediately. Alu goes for it. They both miss on the ops. Confirms exactly where he is, though, and the closer that AZ gets, the more threatening this becomes. Good shot. He's got the defuse. We go map point for North.
We do. Bit tense there. A team ace for North. Everyone chiming in with a kill. AZ, after taking so much damage, the initial Molotov towards Connector, was holding off in that position for so long. Didn't want to give anything away. Yes, he had the option to deny the plant, but he doesn't know if Alu's doing the fake plant and then trying to watch towards Connector as well. So he wanted to make sure he's winning that in a 2-on-1 situation instead of 2 separate 1-on-1s. So it's actually an intelligent move from him, and it results in match point. And now the pressure is off. Looking at the double AWP set up here, and they know even if they lose 6 rounds in a row, they still have a chance to fight back in overtime. So they can go for something a bit more aggressive. Potentially not in this round as well. They want to build up some sort of money, but we'll see what happens. As we get to number 10 here. Alu is on the AWP. AZ deploys the one-way smoke and connector. We'll see whether he can find a frag here potentially.
AZ gets back to the corner,
Hello.
beats Alu, trying to escape the flash. Was fully blinded, it appeared. So well coordinated from MSL.
Yeah, perfect. Just as AZ gets towards the position we can face up middle, the flashbang's great. Alu gets a bit locked in. He's got the AWP and he goes down. So 5-on-4. This could be the final round here. 1 minute remaining. No real control from the T's as of yet. Smokes are good now from the CTs. Just locking them out for a little bit longer. The bomb's coming towards A. We have one player in the apartments. That's going to be Rain as well. And Major's in a great position here. Nico, this was a duel that he prevailed in last time. Carrigan to strike first.
Jisk will get in position to strike and take bomb away. He's done it. It may still be 3 versus 3, but he's done an incredible thing in the round to give them a real chance. That goes back ever so slightly, though. Rain catching off one. Better shot, Kerrigan, and it's all on Jisk. What a task to hold that bomb. They're going to Molotov it originally, smoke it off immediately after. Not sure if I saw the Molotov come from Jisk or not.
Yeah, it was from him.
Okay.
He threw it on top of the bomb.
Good try.
Yeah, they had the smoke grenades to not only extinguish the Molotov, but also his dreams, as he'll be left with not really many options here. Back towards T-Spawn, and he's got the AK in hand, but still for North, in terms of their cash for next round, they're not going to get much out of this one. $1,400, it's another double eco situation, so FaZe not out of this just yet.
Not out of this at all, North. Problems closing out the game. They have 15, but they have no money. No money, honey.
Yeah, this has to be a force buy. It'll be double eco, I guess, anyway, so 3 players fully investing. And an easy round, presumably, for FaZe. Never really the case in CSGO. You have to take each round as it comes, make sure you don't give anything away. One pistol kill can snowball into a round loss. So we'll see whether FaZe can hold on to this 5-on-4. They take config to kick things off here. Major's boys found something. He's pushed towards A ramp. Nico focusing on the palace area for now, but Major won't be able to check that, and he'll be punished momentarily. As soon as Nico turns around, the timings could be so bad. It might actually just allow him to go all the way towards T-Spawn. Rain will have no idea. Here we go. Free kill. I'll have that, please. Thank you very much. Bomb down as well.
There's the response. Nico's still close enough that he can grab him immediately before he gets onto the AK. Sorry about that, Rain. Didn't mean to leave you hanging, brother.
Yeah, that was just one of those things. Awful timing. But still recovered. It's fine.
Cajun continues to push back up, though. North's not going to go quietly. They're all going over toward A-main as well. His timing could be substantial. Look at the lamp. Go for the jump. Get the dink. Down goes yet another. 3 versus 3. Weapons definitely still favor FaZe, but they know they're going in toward A. That's confirmed. Overcommitment on the peak from MSL on the deal. Can't find shots he's looking for is Alu. Perhaps in to grab him. Kind of look away from AZ as he expected perhaps either company or a flash. I'm not sure which. But it's 15-11, Henry.
It is, and another eco here for North. We are going the distance, it seems, after another 11-4 half. The team on the Resurgence managing to actually close the score gap significantly here. This time it is FaZe, and Cash, it was North. As we get into it now. Number 12 for eco. USPs, P250s, and a CZ. Major's boy with body armor as well. And the Celt, let's see if he made the jump. I don't think he did. He's down in towards middle, but Major's boy gets the first frag, but doesn't account for too much here. Going out of this round momentarily. Also towards the middle, not giving anything away here. 1 minute 30 remaining. Just a case if AZ can maybe cheat out of kill here. Not going to really be the case as he gets taken down. It's just as occasion being out. The stickers floating in the air. That's not bad.
Floating in a tin can. Far across the world. Planet Earth is blue, and there's nothing North can do while they're dressed in the blue side because they're struggling to get another round, Henry.
They are. 3 to go for FaZe. Overtime once again. Certainly an option. We'll see what happens going forward. Occasionally be back on the AWP this time. 27 kills for him. He's looked incredibly sharp this evening. He's never really convinced me as like a top AWPer. I've always thought he's been decent, like never like mind-blowing. But the shots he's been hitting tonight have been great, like very substantial in terms of the impact he's had on the game. Number 13 and Alu spots one player jumping out. That was MSL hunting for his information.
You have to say his name right.
What's that?
It's Alu.
Is that what he's typed it as?
No, that's oh my god, you don't remember?
No.
Star Ladder when I said that. And then I got clipped and it was awful.
I'm drawing a blank.
Don't worry about it. You'll be all right come morning.
I'll try and look it up.
Nah, don't worry about it. You'll be all right come morning. Cajun waits. Might have a bit longer yet, short while to wait to get them down inside of mid. They're not quite that far yet, so I was trying to word that more elegantly, and I failed miserably, Henry.
Don't worry. You'll be all right come morning.
It's true. You'll warm up to that saying. It's my motto in life. AZ gets into connector, but smoked off. Falls back. Just waiting for flashes to come in. What a slow round. 32 seconds.
No nades really. No kills.
Whoa, and the flash. Kerrigan checks both ways. He may get a double. Config gets one back, but it's all FaZe so far. And I think this round as well is done. It's down to just MSL. He'll just have a holy leap of faith, but unfortunately, he just perishes in hell when he lands.
Yeah, like I said, bleeding the CTs out there, waiting for so long, showing so much presence throughout the map. No kills obtained, but they've done enough work at that point. You can see North just cowering positions like Shadow. No real crossfire set up there. They've been pulled apart, and AZ goes down, and some great shots hit by FaZe. Means we are going the distance here. We'll be all 30 rounds. It's going to be a full eco here. And we'll see whether that FaZe can potentially take us to overtime.
Shots in, AZ. Tagged up. North's got to close this now, surely. It's getting a little bit grim. No one wanted this, Henry. Cajun certainly didn't want that, but he got it. He got it. Careful what you wish for, kids.
Oh, this could get a bit interesting now. They've managed to get an AK-47 and 2 kills in the process. Rain, quiet tonight. See if he can step up. Should be able to find this kill. No problem at all. There it is. Finds config, but MSL striking back. Still some work to do here, but the remaining CT is just on pistols.
Rain gonna try and plan it safely as possible. Knowing that they don't have any information toward A main. They do have guns that have range though, and that goes Majisk. Alu stepping up yet again will make us go to 15-14 once more. So as always, we go the distance. Oh, now you take a pause. All right, fair enough.
Well, they've got money to work with now. Last chance saloon for North, having a huge lead. I think it was 14-7 at one stage, and it's come to this. Round number 30. One round separating them. Here's the replay of the shots from Alu to make things quite pretty at the end there. So, what's the play? Do we go double AWP setup on the CT side of North? That'd be Cajun and Config. I don't think we've seen that as of yet. The buys start to come in now. MSL, 19 kills, 20 deaths. First AWP comes in as well for Cajun. Config thinking about it. Ops to the M4. So, let's see if they can close things out in 30, or we go to overtime, which will be MR3 10K. Everything reset. And pause will come in momentarily in terms of the buy for FaZe. They're sticking on one AWP on the T side, which is usual these days, I have to say. It'll be in the hands of Alu. Potentially the last round here, or the beginning of overtime. Time will tell. Flash you. You done?
Yeah, thinking about it. Might just be done. Done.
Dunzo.
Yeah. What does gonzo mean?
In what? What?
What does it mean?
Well, it's in this type of journalism, isn't it? I can tell you, I don't know.
Jargon?
Yeah.
It actually literally means confused.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's in the dictionary, but everyone does that joke like, oh, he's gonzo, he's out of here. Well, that's not what it means.
Fair enough.
Because it's actually why the character was named Gonzo, because he seems confused all the time.
There you go.
Yeah, little tidbit for you. Nope, you're wrong, Chad. It does not mean bizarre or crazy. It means confused. Let's bring up dictionary.com. Dictionary.com. Henry, if you'd like to cast.
I can do that.
Feel free to oblige.
Okay. It's going to be round number 30 here. 5-on-5 for now. Orb in the hands of Cajun. We'll see whether we can get anything going here at all. But some decent map control coming from the terrace. You can see they're working towards B apartments as well. That's Kirishima. But MSL waiting.
God damn it, he's right.
Sorry, what?
He's right. It means filled with bizarre subjective ideas, commentary, or the like.
Well, there
Crazy,
you go.
eccentric.
Well, I'm glad we cleared that up. Not really sure how it came into the conversation, but we're back in the room.
We're not in the room. We're in hell. It's a simulation, remember? Speaking of simulations, Rain will take down Magisk. Good start. Cajun, AWP aimed toward connector. I'd say this one may go to overtime unless there's an overstep right now. This position from MSL. He only gets one. Nico's able to respond in time. Config is inside of the site with low enough HP toward Catwalk for Alu, but a jump across. Kerrigan's baited in from inside of the apartments, and this one definitely has overtime written all over it. Another comeback, this time more successful. Imagine FaZe are able to pull this off.
Yeah, this would be, if FaZe do manage to carry this and map-to-map victory, that's 2 maps North are giving away. One, it looked like they were getting right back into it. They'd come back and cash, and now letting this one slip away potentially as well. Cajun doing what he can, hit some pretty shots, but I don't think it amounts to too much. If he gets that no-scope, he may have just had a window to work with, but it's overtime. We'll get into it as quickly as we can. It's getting pretty late here. It's almost midnight, and I'm sure that we wanted to get back into it. These guys who went to Ukraine as well, right? They were weren't looking forward to their online games this week. They're saying, well, we could have just did a massive event. We're straight back to the Pro League. It's
the nature of the beast,
exactly,
lads.
Exactly. So I'm sure they'll be...
You know what I always say? If you can't fulfill the obligations of your job, don't sign up.
You always say that.
It's better than complaining. Well, it's going to be overtime indeed, and it's MR3 and 10K. What would you buy with 10K?
What, in the game?
Chad says a jet ski.
Wouldn't be that much of a jet ski.
Slightly used jet ski.
Yeah, it wouldn't be that much of one.
Yeah, unfortunately. Nothing four-cylinder or with a turbo, so
then where are you
you're going back to, like, I think 2009. You probably still got a two-stroke for decent money then. But you could buy a Creamy Moses sticker on the hood of my car.
That's true. That's going on auction right now.
Yeah, no, it's definitely not. You can give me the 10K. I'm not going to do it. I don't even care.
Round number 1 of overtime here. Everything's reset. You get $10,000 per player and 3 rounds per half to make your case as to whether you'll be winning here in overtime. Or for Cajun B, of course, and North, they'll probably be a little bit tilted, considering the lead they had, a huge lead. I think it was 14-7 at one point. Managing to gift that up and allow FaZe back into this one, and they'll be pumped up at this point, looking for the 2-0. Pro League's getting down to the wire at this point. We'll see whether he can convert this. As the first kill comes in for Rain once again. 5-on-4 as quick as that. As Major Boy trying to challenge towards the apartment's position, but Rain, he said it was quiet, but now finding some very important kills.
Important is one way to put it. I would have laughed if North just won a CT round right now, the first one of overtime. Where was that, lads? But it seems the same problems exist. They lose the first pick yet again. It's not been often that they've been able to work with it in their advantage. MSL's going to try and clear out Horseshoe. Good push. He knows the bomb's down at least. Oh, he's got 2 right in front of him. This is perfect. Good information from MSL. Better response from Kerrigan. You would have expected double. But that opens up the bomb in a world of possibilities yet again with a minute to work with and decent utility still for the terrorists. That should have been surely more for MSL.
Apparently not. He gets 1. That's still the advantage lies with FaZe. 4-on-3. On us off towards the window for now. 45 seconds remaining, and all 3 players for North on the A site. It's AZ's and Connector, and he might just find his go Kerrigan. A little bit sloppy just to be walking with your back turned towards Connector like that, but does bring us to an equal playing field. And the bomb's still towards middle. He has time to go and join his teammates in B. It's weird that he's isolating himself. Have a look at Nico as he does deploy the smoke. Where was that 10 seconds ago? Kerrigan did not have to give away his frag in that sort of manner. Now North have had time to recalibrate. Back towards the B side is AZ. By himself. Does sneak in though, and could be the difference maker here. As he can't find the frag. I said he had a chance to take down Nico there. That should decide the round here. We still have Cajun B and Config. No kits interesting enough in overtime. Doesn't know that they'll even go for it. Obviously, overtime's a bit rough on the CT bank account, so a lot of teams will opt for no head armor, maybe just 1 or 2 kits. They are expensive in CSGO. It's weird. 1.6 in Source, so $200, and now in CSGO they're 400. So a little bit more difficult to bring them out. But you do get an extra 5 seconds on the bomb.
Yeah.
So there's that.
Yeah, you definitely do. I think it's definitely worth it to buy one.
Of course.
Nico. I mean, even with the foresight of knowing the situation, I think that's why the saves become important. Nico, all right, calm down. Listen, what did that wall ever do to you, Nico?
1-0 for FaZe. And they continue their rampage here on Mirage. It was looking like they were down and out. And 11-4 was the first half score as well. That full defuse in Karrigan looking very important at this point. You think, okay, it's still 11-4, they probably won't win. There's those small nuances. They get them back into these games. 1-0 now, and we'll see whether Matrix will get anything done towards the end of half. The occasion be difficult position with the AWP as well. Has a small gap as they're crossing over to those mid boxes, but they won't be crossing just yet, considering he dropped the Molotov and he hits another very fast shot there, gets away with it as well. It's going to be 5-on-4 now. Alu tries to get a kill in return, and he finds the aforementioned Cajun B, but Mage's boy does chime in as well.
Good shot by AZ. Rain will go down. AZ will hold ground, hold firm. North may, in fact, get one CT round in this after all, which is enough to make overtime number 2 look likely in my eyes, the way that this game has gone. But FaZe have definitely warmed up into things. It's possible that they just stroll through the second half. North, however, not going to get that far ahead of themselves. Still have to take Kiyoshima and Nico down. And they're split up, but they have mid connector to work with. They could pinch the A site with speed and catch off AZ, at least in shadow. Gotta be careful of the fact that Config is back towards CT.
Difficult times for FaZe here, but still 40 seconds to work with. The bomb's on A ramp, and Nico, he has to make something happen here. If he can find an opening just to take the attention away from Kiyoshima so he can slip on the bomb, maybe that'll be it, enough to find them round number 2 here. But this is looking very good for North so far.
Easy.
Oof, rough.
Tried. Nico gets him, though. That's where this gets all pulled back, because he gets caught out in shadow, and they've already isolated CT cap for Nico. He's going to go into it, but Magisk, standing at the large and ready, is going to... Okay, I thought that was through the smoke by Magisk. Is going to find the kill. That allows MSL to get the spray back, and now it's going to be a tie game, 16-16.
It is. North managed to find their first CT round in quite a while, I have to say. And it wasn't exactly clean cut as well. That was a 4-on-2, which could have slipped away from them. Nico finding that gap in the smoke. If he gets one of those kills, that becomes very interesting indeed. And AZ missing a key shot towards jungle as well. Bomb goes down, which helps boost the money slightly for the FaZe clan going into the third and final round here, the first half of overtime. And they're back on the AWP, and Nico, just to see what the smoke goes that he's got.
Backs off, smokes will land in front of him. Karrigan's gonna take over mid quickly. This was set for a split into B. Worked many, many times inside of the first 30 rounds. Out with fast movement, gets caught off though. Config still in position. North are actually looking like they're gonna win the CT side after everything we saw.
Indeed, what a story that would be. All things considered, they looked almost out of it towards the end of regulation. But it's gonna be confident to finish things off there, and FaZe, they only find one round on the T half, but still, it's enough to win. It's still technically a CD-sided map, I would say. We'll see whether they can get back into it as we swap everything over. FaZe on the CD side now, and North had a reasonably strong performance on their T half, to be fair, 11-4 in their favor. And they'll be looking to close things out here. Or we potentially have double overtime, Matt. I know that's your favorite.
Yeah, that is. I prefer 78 rounds.
That was the best CS I've watched, I have to say. 78 rounds of it.
We had Barbar in that game doing some big things.
Yeah, broke a few records.
Yeah, we did have him. We also had, actually I forget everything else about that game. It just went on.
Into one memory.
Yeah,
it's on this map, wasn't it? I know that.
Yeah, it's just literally blurs into one memory at this point. It's one of those things that's kind of funny, but I definitely don't want to go back and watch it, because all the emotions of sitting there going, really, will come right back.
Well, speaking of coming right back, we are into the second half of overtime here. It's 2-1 in favor of North. After having a real rough time in regulation on their CT side, they actually managed to win it. So they were very good on their T side. Towards B they go, but it's very confusing kill feed coming in. MSL taking down his teammate here, but they have got the man advantage, sort of, as they go towards the B side. Full control of the B site, and one player coming in the back as well. It's AZ. He's been pretty poor in the last few rounds. He's got a perfect position now to find 2 kills. Can he step up? Certainly can. Very well done. Great spray control.
North, yeah, gonna win the round, the half of the round. I mean, it's impressively done considering it was such a struggle for them to close out inside of the first 30. That doesn't help MSL getting config, but they ultimately still succeed. So FaZe with it all to do, going back to a CT side in which they struggled tremendously. Somehow I feel like we're going to double overtime. Don't ask me why I feel that way already.
You just can feel it in your waters?
In my waters.
Are you drinking enough
I drink a lot. Yeah, I was going to say, I drink a lot of those. I'm switching it up to the vitamin waters though now, Henry.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
I don't think that's health drink, really.
Well, it's risky, you know? I got to control it. I got to limit my intake each night. But yeah, vitamin waters are a thing lately.
All right, fair enough. Well, good luck with that. And good luck to config.
Yeah, good trades down below as they try and push back into the B apartments. Rain gets a shot at the top of connector, though, that offsets us ever so slightly. And the bomb is inside of middle, with both players on the T side very split up. If I'm config right now, okay, fair enough, get Nico. I might have ran back to get bomb and go back toward A because it's farther for Cajun to go. And the longer this takes, the more Kerrigan knows exactly where he is and can do exactly that. So config is going to go hunting rather than protecting as the bomb's still on catwalk. Kerrigan's going to go all the way through T-spawn. If he gets to mid fast enough, he'll find config going for this bomb as well.
The mind games begin. Difficult to tell, he has the advantage right now. I guess config has no idea where Kerrigan is, and he hasn't got the bomb. So in terms of that sort of mystery, you have to give the advantage slightly towards Kerrigan, but it's not like he has much idea as to what's going on as well. He'll be going towards B. With 30 seconds remaining, this comes down to this decision. Does config go towards the B site? It looks like he does. And, oh, no, okay, changed his mind at the last second there. I like that a lot. Flashes towards B and holds Kerrigan on that side of the map for a little bit longer. The bomb will be going down,
but hang on, because look how slow he's going. The smoke's going to dissipate, though. Oh, Kerrigan, perfect position. Smoke goes away. Config certainly knew the timing and had trust in it because he easily could have been found out. Kerrigan knows he's gone toward A main. It becomes a straight brawl. They each have information on the other. Smoke on it. Kerrigan has a kit. Stops for the fight, though, and he's going to win said fight. It puts FaZe back on 17 rounds.
Wow, what a clutch that was. The 1v1 situation. Took a while, but we got there in the end. And Kerrigan, back towards that B site, he had an inkling that it wasn't happening for him there. And the smoke actually gifting him a bit of information as to where the bomb was going down. Config can't hold his nerve against Kerrigan, and he wins that 2 versus 1. Looking for one more round. FaZe can take us a double overtime here. It's 18-17 as we go into the final rounds. North still with a similar buy. CTs will be slightly limited. You can see Rain's down to the SMG, but Alu as well, glass cannon. It's not looking great overall. I'd say it's not a huge deal considering the way Mirage's gone so far, but let's see whether he decides to go aggressive or not. If he's holding towards Palace. Okay, that is a change.
Magisk drops down. Flames still on the stairs of A main. Now, as they dissipate, MSL will try and push through. Flashes out, but FaZe holds ground inside of middle. Kyoshima wins that exchange, and they find AZ. But it's Cajun and MSL that open things up elsewhere first and foremost. Rotations go back through the vents. They want CT spawn back, and rightfully so, because the bomb's not yet in the site or in good position to plant. Look at the utility, it's gone. One smoke for Cajun. Where do you put that with Nico waiting in the wings? And CT covered off. Better still, just take Nico straight down as Magisk goes over the top.
3 on 2.
Watch the flank, though. They're going back. This is perfect.
Kerrigan's making a lot of noise, lots of noise. I don't think they heard him just about this kill. He can spray them both down here. It's going to happen. He finds the bomb, and Mage's boy is going to be knowing he's going to be dropped any second. There it is. Bomb down. Advantage CTs. Kerrigan stepping up once again, and that should be it. KGB has no chance this one. Pulling out his pistol. 3 kills for Kerrigan. Double overtime's happening.
Told you.
Oh, couldn't have been any more perfect as well. I thought he was going to double spray down, but in fact, he finds one, and then Mage's boy just didn't have much to work with. The cower in the corner, hope for the best. Kerrigan punishes for it, and 3 kills come in, and we start all over again. We'll take a little bit of time here just to reflect on what's happened. Here's the scoreboard. KGB continuing his very strong form. 36 kills and 20 deaths. Wasn't enough to take them into a victory here in overtime. Looking at the other side, it's Rain. He's 18 kills. He has been very quiet as well.
Rain on the horizon. Chad says it's going to rain this weekend.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Well, it means we'll go to the Nürburgring and do some drifting.
Perfect.
Little rain slip. We'll take a 911 so we get the engine over the rear axle, nice and loose in the back.
That's how I like it.
That's fair enough. That needs no further comment.
Well, we're back into it, and it's the auto sniper for Carrigan. We haven't seen it this evening. Let's see whether it can cause some damage here into the first round of second, or double overtime, I should say. He's got no nades to go with it. This is a big investment from him. We'll see where he decides to deploy that weapon. He's looking towards connector for now. Gap in the smoke means Kirishima can sneak by and manage to maybe use the gap to his advantage when he decides to face. There it is. It works out very nicely indeed. Finds Cajun B. Can he get anything more? There's a bit of damage towards MSL, but that's about it. And it's up to Alu and Carrigan now with the sniper rifles to hold them off.
Carrigan with the auto. Just getting ready back towards CT stairs. It's Alu that gets MSL instead, though. Bomb re-grabbed immediately by AZ. And North may have lost their best chance in the first half by getting those 2 CT rounds. It's going to be AZ, though, that gives them a good chance in this by getting Alu down. Nico wants to re-peek out toward top mid. Won't see anything and backs up, immediately.
3 on 3. Has gone down, but still 45 seconds remaining here. HellRaisers will be edging towards the A side, and that should confirm it as well as Config takes down Nico, opens it up, Carrigan rotating in, and no heroics for him this time. This should be a guaranteed round now for North. Up to Rain to try and make something happen. Might as well go for it and see if he can find a kill towards the Palace position. That's where the bomb's coming out as well. We'll jump in front of the smoke, looking to find it. That's the bomb drop, so that's actually a bit of a problem now, and opens up at least a chance for Rain here. He knows it. He can win this.
Definitely can. Definitely can. He has it down to just he and Magisk. Flashes over to look inside. Magisk already on top of the bomb, though, is going to be going for the plant. Magisk knows he's likely to be near the stairs. He's going wide, though. It's going to be in the open. Who finds the other first? Rain sees him going behind the box, but Magisk is going to bait this out as long as possible. Flash won't connect, but he doesn't wide peek. He just sits back to see if his head is showing at the top of the stairs. Makes it to CT. And all distant flashes are thrown. It becomes interesting. He's going to hold this, but just needs to check. Gets him off it by tapping him in, and down goes Rain.
Great effort there by Rain, has to be said. We said he was coming from jungle. If he finds that bomb in Palace like he did, that makes things very interesting. Gets the double kill, but May just outplays him there, getting himself towards CT spawn, and Rain tried to bait in the full defuse at that point, and he could tell he was being peeked out. Mage's boy got the information, tapped him down, and it will be 1-0 here. Double overtime for North. No auto sniper this time. Didn't really have that much impact, I have to say, so it's Carrigan down to the M4 here. Lose this round, that can mean pistols and SMGs for the third. So this is very important for FaZe to try and pick this one up. That's the nature of the beast. And a fast A split coming in by the looks of things from North. No smoke towards connector though. Alu, he's loving that. Free kill for him, but a quick reply from MSL.
Quick indeed. Quicker still though. Nico able to take down MSL in return. Magisk. Not sure which way to go. He knows the blasts are coming through. His teammate gets taken down by Nico trying to slip around undetected, and he, therefore, will pick up the round. We stay deadlock, Henry. We're going to triple overtime soon. I'm sure of it.
You're sure of it?
I feel it in my... Yeah, that one's played out.
Feel it in your vitamin waters?
Yes, that's the one.
1-1. We go into the final round of the first half of double overtime. Corp still for Cajun B, 4 AKs, and in terms of aggression, I can't really see anything coming off the CTs just yet. Pretty standard. 2 towards B, 2A. Alu in towards the window. Oh, it's actually an underpass, I beg your pardon. So he's going for it. He's got the M4 this time. No sniper rifles at the CTs. He's going to try and backstab Mage's boy. Comes down to the timing. Sneaking to find the first frag. Carrigan pincering. Oh, checks the corner, but doesn't actually use his weapon to do so. He could go down here, but he prevails and takes down Mage's boy. 5 on 3 now for FaZe on the CT side. And for some reason, Kirishima wants a bit more. Keep the advantage. Make them commit and decide what the next move is.
Ooh, Alu. Good shot on MSL. Trying to tap in, but runs out of ammo. Gets AZ to kill back, and it's looking good, though, for FaZe. To FaZer. To make it now another round over North. 20 they would get before swapping over. 21-21, Henry. We do it all again.
That's true.
22, though. And it's over. And you can go the happy Easter. Chasing some bunnies.
Awesome dolls.
I prefer Barbies.
One player remaining, it's AZ, and Rain will make light work of him. So there it is, FaZe managing to get 2-1 this time. They'll switch over to the T side. It's double overtime, and it's technically a CT side of map. Great flank from Alu. how calm and composed he was to find that second kill especially. It would have been beautiful if he got the third, but he had won the round at that point, so it doesn't really matter either way. And 2-1 advantage of FaZe. Just need 1 round to get the draw, 2 for the win on the other half. They'll be on the T side this time. And we'll see whether North can hold their own. Maybe they'll bring in a few curveballs as well. Yet to be seen in terms of maybe an auto sniper or an RA. Did you see the RA being used in the Fnatic game? Like Flusher actually had it equipped.
Yeah, the one thing I did see with the R8, I will say, is when it ran out of gas in the last 4 corners of VLN2, and Matchday actually won their 2nd race of the season based on a little bit of luck.
Oh yeah, that's
that was very unfortunate considering they had the in the last lap. That's the R8 you're talking about,
That's
right?
exactly what I meant.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, when I said Flusher finding the last map, that's what I was going for. I was hoping you'd pick up on that.
Yeah, I thought you meant last corner. That's you know, going into Dong Ho.
Well, we'll take a minute here just to allow the players to work out how they're going to potentially win this one. It's FaZe the lead, as you can see right now, 20 for 19. I can tell you, I can't actually. I was going to say I was about to break down some frag charts, but I don't have this available for me. So I won't do that. But Rain, he almost had a godlike clutch there. Remember in the first round there, it actually could have been beautiful and closed things up, but unfortunately, May just eluded him. And Rain gets no glory this time. But he's starting to really get into this one. You'd hope so after almost 40 rounds.
Yeah, at that point in time, surely someone's got to show up and do something. Rain, especially, you would expect.
Yeah, well, from what he's shown at LAN recently, he's been lights out.
Great.
There's been some fatigue issues going on here.
The group stages, he was a little bit slow.
Yeah, he was.
Let's keep in mind, FaZe won that event. They nearly went out in groups. They played SK as a decider.
Yeah, that's right. They lost to HellRaisers to kick things off on Cash, no less, as well.
Yep.
So that was interesting. Double orb setup this time for North. We didn't really see it in regulation time. I was kind of speculating it would be config to pick up that secondary orb, and we'll see what he can do. Claims to be an all-rounder. I'd certainly agree with that. Boost up and towards the vent room in middle. It's quite an interesting idea to get config there. Occasion, I should say, nice and quickly. Legs the first player. Alu goes under 17 HP. It might not be done just yet.
Not quite yet. Shot coming in though easy. Gets 2. They sit and wait and then walk out together and both go down. However, it's all been traded back successfully until, oh my goodness, how does Cajun not find that kill?
I think he hit 1 bullet, took him down to 1 HP. Oh, that's so unlucky.
That was very unlucky. Very unfortunate indeed. Rain's going to sit back. He can't go for a plant because the bomb is just getting back toward the A site now, but he's got to stay alive to hold off Connector. If he does that, then the bomb can walk in.
3-on-3, but in terms of the HP, advantage towards North. They have got 2 AWPs, so that might not even be a factor here. Good shot from Rain.
Great position. He knew he had to play an off angle to try and make that work with such low HP, and it works to a charm. Double off setup, not quite a retake yet. It is about to be. HP so low, if they knew, they'd get off the AWPs surely and play on the pistols as Alu makes his op. Certainly successful. And Config's gonna push in, 18 to work with. He certainly doesn't know that they're both within range.
There's the draw, like he said, 22 to close things out here. And it's gonna be FaZe. Wasn't the cleanest of rounds. AZ certainly made it interesting. What is he showing?
He said 1 more because he's looking forward to the fact that that's all FaZe have to get.
That makes a lot of sense.
I think actually he was yelling at not to. 1 more year.
God,
1 more year.
Tenuous reference, but yeah,
1 more year.
Oh, I wouldn't have got that unless you chanted. But there you go. It's going to be match point indeed for FaZe. Looking for the 2-0 here after just about picking up cash. Nothing really separating these two teams. Actually, North took a map off them, I believe, as well. That's start ladder. We'll see what happens there. Yeah, it was. I think they played cash again against North and actually lost that rough start for that tournament for FaZe.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a very, very rough start. I was thinking, and it's kind of funny because I referenced, it's like, oh, maybe they're doing the old Fnatic where you struggle in groups and then wreck everyone in playoffs. And that's what they did.
Not bad. Well, 5-5 for now. North 2 in a row just to force triple overtime here. Carrigan makes his way towards Connector. CT's struggling for sure. You can see they have no nades remaining. They've been bled out. Still have the AWP on 5 players, but Carrigan, he's going to be pushing through the smoke and finding AZ on the other side, who takes him down with a swift headshot there, and a full commitment to the A side. Comes down to a proper brawl here. Major's boy in a perfect position to find a couple of frags, though. Only gets 1, and Cajun B helps him out. Still an exchange that favors North. 3-on-2. Nico and Alex trying to clutch us out.
Trying indeed. AZ getting Nico down. Alu tries to swing out. Can't do it. North will get 20. I've got a feeling.
Triple.
that tonight's gonna be a long night. Yeah, there it is.
That's how in sync we are. I just knew as soon as he started. I thought that's where he's going. I'll join him. Got it.
Well, it's gonna have to be a double up setup again for North. Alu will pick up his for FaZe. And immediately we get underway. Bomb looks to be heading toward the apartments, or is it going to go Horseshoe? Horseshoe instead. Okay, but still it's top middle with one probing out exactly what's going to be going on toward B. It's up to North to keep this one going further, Henry.
Aggressive play from Mage's boy. That's something that worked against him in regulation time. Gets away with this time. Nico's not waiting from the other side. It starts edging a bit slower than usual. And nothing really given away by the CTs as of yet. Double orb setup still ringing true for Cajun and Config. Config towards B. Cajun in the connector. Not really facing towards middle. Kishima in the underpass for now, but no duels incoming as of yet. But MSL, he's hunting for one for sure. It's Config to find the first frag. Double or triple overtime, I should say. Looking likely now. 5-on-4 in favor of North.
And they're going to back off of it. Kerrigan will reconsider the options. I'm just trying to see if they can actually get back over toward B. The double stack inside of B looks so solid. The triple in A, they've got to create some movement and isolation specifically toward that op toward CT. AZ swings wide, another kill for North. We get closer to that third overtime, but a kill back from Alu. They've bait out the shot from Cajun as well. That'll let the player at A main bypass toward Tetris.
Oh, Mages has done it.
But Majisk is in a perfect position indeed.
He's done it.
And bomb planted. He'll come in now, find them before they get their post plant even set up. MSL finds Alu. It's all on to Kerrigan now against 3. Cajun's got it. Triple overtime.
And they're very excited over there for some quality Counter-Strike and nothing separating these two titans of CS. It's going to be triple overtime for sure. And we'll see whether this will be a quick one. Chad's having a lap of honor around the studio. He's loving it. High fives all round. There we go. 21-21. We're in this one for the long haul. So no one can seem to close it out. 2 rounds for match point for FaZe this time. It was North that had it before. And we'll see what triple overtime has in store for us.
Triple overtime is going to have something great. I'm thinking, you know what? I think triple overtime, there should have been a stipulation put in the rule by Westa that says Negevs are allowed, go nuts.
What, just change it up now?
Yeah.
Just a telegram in that it's official, the Negevs are coming back into the game. And we're going to experiment right now in third and maybe final overtime.
Wow. We wait for a second. I'm sure there's some bathroom breaks required.
Well, yeah, these guys must be fatigued, right? FaZe, you didn't come to the after party, but they were a real mess after winning that.
Okay, that's like a week ago.
Was it?
We're Thursday now.
Yeah, that's true. What was that, Monday? It's still, trust me, those kind of hangovers.
I mean, I know we're old, but...
Yeah, they take a few days. I mean, like, in terms of, like, getting straight back into CS, like, they probably didn't practice those 2 days.
Oh, for sure.
And, like, I still feel pretty wrecked from that week. But, yeah, I'm just thinking, like, it's obvious they're not going to be firing on all cylinders, you know? It's the point I was trying to make.
No, that's fair. That's fair. I can understand where you're coming from on that one, Hank. Hank the Tank.
2 orbs once again. One for Alu. Oh, occasion. Narrowly misses out on the shot there towards underpass. He shot a bullet between the legs of the defending T, which is weird to say considering on the offensive side. That's his Cajun media retreat. Back towards window. Back to safety here. And we're all reset. Config. Decent position here to find a couple of frags. Will they flash him off? We'll find out.
Wow. Shot from Config. Jumps, tries to go full cold Zera. Can't land it. Does land the shot on Rain, though. Now North's definitely rolling. This double up setup. He's got 2. Looking for a third. MSL's already beat him to the punch. Now he punches back. Makes it work. Ooh! Makes it work very well. Down goes Config. Gets position before the shoulder bait can come back in as well from AZ, and he's going to relocate heading toward the bomb. 1 versus 3, though. It's an ace required in triple overtime from Alu. Can't land on AZ.
Config there with some real nice flick shots coming in there. Looked so certain he was going to land them as well, snapping directly onto the targets required. Went for the jump shot as well. That didn't work out. It's always a little bit exciting if they do. I don't think anyone's pulled off a round like that since Coldzera lit it up at the major. I think that was in Columbus, right?
Yeah, that was Columbus. Columbus, and then the simple drop was in Cologne, and then we've not had a graffiti since. No graffiti from E-League. Not a single one. As Rain gets a nade drop off the wall and lands on top of him. Cajun, meanwhile, though, sets to wait toward the top of connector. Good shot, Rain. That'll take MSL down.
It is, and North, after picking the first round, FaZe are fighting back here. One of the key players of the team, MSL, dropped. AZ trying to recover the situation by pushing through a smoke in the connector. But for now, FaZe have all the time in the world to work with here. And boosting up towards windows, a very common strategy. Drop that deep smoke in there and hope that Cajun B will be caught out. But he knows it's a possibility, so trying to challenge Kiyashima, spots him, and might just nail the shot at this point, and he can't do it. Kiyashima surely going to strike back. It's a close exchange, but FaZe will be taking this round from what we can see. But Config stepping up.
Hang on, yeah, absolutely. Magisk has bomb. He's looking inward to the site. He could have also been cautious of his flank, but Nico's got the kill back. That should secure it and leave us at 22-22. How about you?
It will be 22-22. Config hit some great shots so far in overtime. Let's see whether this can be his greatest work yet. Oh, that's a shame. That could have given him a chance there, but unfortunately that gives his position away at this point. No one has to challenge him. But the Molotov's decent. That will at least force a player out. You'll have to face at one point, but actually find some safety towards the back of the site. So Config now saving the AWP. Surely it's a difficult reinvestment for them, but to be fair, he did win the first round. They got 5k. It's going to be the final round next, so not a big deal. Trying to do what he can. Might as well give it a go.
Give it a go.
22-22, 1-1.
We'll kick at the can.
Yeah.
Kiyashima. Kiyashima. I like the way that sounds. More of an Asian ring to it. He is a French guy with a British accent, so.
Yeah, he lives in the UK. That's crazy. Like, I didn't see him for like a year, like speak to him properly since he's lived in the UK. That's like, how have you got a British accent now? What's going on there? Like,
why are you pretending to be one of us? Get away. Config. You needed to go sooner, my friend. Flash doesn't get there in time. Kiyashima is going to take Config down. Cajun. What's the call on this one?
Well, he needs to find a frag back in return here. Teammate dropping his brother in arms in terms of the AWPing role. 5-on-4 now, and once again, FaZe lots of time to work with here. They know Cajun will be in the window area. This time though, Kiyashima will not be boosted up. They're actually heading back towards B. That's where the bomb is. That's where MSL is. They'll be jumping up, just trying to get early information. The idea behind this is it's very rare that the team will blow your head off there. Enough to give you just to spot some T's coming in. Decent smoke from MSL, gives them a chance to work with here, but the Molotov will have to force his position as Rain finds another frag.
Does indeed. MSL, though, in the sight, swinging out, will grab the ball momentarily. Nico will get that back in his possession, and FaZe could find 23, or North could find 23. Kerrigan beats Cajun to the kill, though, and that should secure it for them in the post plant. Easy found in the smoke. Two rounds, excuse me, on T side. We'll swap it over, Henry. Magic number 25. 24, we do it again.
Thank you, Matthew Maths. That's what we call him.
Maths you.
Maths you, that's good. We'll call you that when you're working things out like this. It's good to keep track of it. But FaZe now, to make things simpler, they've got a 2-1 lead. They need 2 rounds in the second half to win, 1 for the draw. Quadruple overtime.
Quadruple overtime.
Get into it then, shall we? The games, they're not waiting so long in the halftime breaks anymore. This is when I get straight back into it. Have a look at the buys. I don't think Kerrigan will bring out the Order Sniper once again. He tried it before in the previous overtime. Goes to the M4 this time. Single AWP set up. 1 round to find the draw. FaZe could go aggressive here. Haven't really seen that much of the sort of aggressive push towards middle from FaZe. Maybe this is the time to bring it out and just find that first pick and see where we can pull back here. MSL, though, looking to shut it down. Fast play towards middle for him. Molotov in the connector. Ali's been boosted up now towards short. We'll see whether he can find his first pick. The flashbang's good though, and he's still in the open. Really takes a risk head off falling back when the flash comes in, but Carrigan steps up towards Palace, aggressively pushed up, and manages to get out Cage instead of 4-4. Anyone's round.
Anyone's round indeed. But round starting to lead in the way of FaZe to get to that 24th, to have 2 chances at the map point this time. What a novel concept. But just continues his way through and past the couches. It's usually where I chill out and watch playoff hockey. Toronto's going to lose tonight because they're Toronto. Kiyoshima getting MSL down in the site. He's going to back off as well and get behind the van. They've got to consider this, but the crossfire's set with a boost inside. And it's Nico and Kiyoshima that are going to make sure it's 24 rounds. We're 1 to go for FaZe.
1 to go. We'll see whether they can hold their nerve. Chad's getting fired up over the analyst desk.
Yeah, I'm getting sick of him.
Yeah, me too. Could someone escort him out of the building? Maybe. He's just a big FaZe fan, I think. That's why he's cheering right now.
So bias, I get it.
Yeah, to some extent. But we'll let him get away with it for now. 24-22. 1 to go. Fast play towards middle once again. AZ and MSL trying to use their flashbangs to gain some map control towards his position, but Ali wants to push through the smoke. Flashbangs are good this time. He gave his kill away nice and early in the beginning of the last round, but looking to challenge a bit more, but MSL to strike back. 5-4, this time in North's favor.
Config. He's waiting to try and push back behind the cinder blocks. Alu, meanwhile, is posted up and going to get a free one because, oh, I take it back. It was slow. Cajun's able to find the kill instead. It's now a 2-man advantage, but Rain and Kerrigan go to work. And Kerrigan will retreat to the confines of the B site to allow Nico back in. He's got 2. This could be it, Henry.
This should be it.
This lovely, divine evening is going to come to a close. Our dinner date on Easter has ended as Rain will take down Cajun B. And FaZe come back from being down 11-4, I believe it was, in the first half, and went out 2-0 on the evening.
Nothing separating these two mammoths of Counter-Strike Global Offensive, and it goes right down to the wire. They're triple overtime, but FaZe just about edge it past them. And they'll actually take the 2-0 here, man.
Yeah,
that's
which
big.
North is going to be quite upset about. They were 3rd in the standings. This will drop them down.
Such a long evening for them and can't actually find a map at all. Losing the first one, 16-14. Then they had that huge lead as well. I think they were 14-7 at one point here on Mirage. Couldn't close it out.
Yeah, I agree. As you would say, you hate to see it.
You hate to see it. Breaks my heart. All that jazz. Jason, what did you think?
Bloody hell. 3 overtimes. That is intense stuff.
It's great to be done and dusted.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. We figured it out. We now know that FaZe were letting this go to these overtimes just so they could get Kerrigan a win on his birthday. Past the stroke of midnight, it is now Kerrigan's birthday. I don't know how old he is, but happy birthday to him.
He was born in 1990, so he's a year old, year younger than me.
He's a 90s baby.
He's a year younger than me, so that would make him 27 years old.
You're a 90s baby as well.
I'm 89. If he was a year
90.
old.
Yeah.
Listen, it's like...
Oh, maths is hard and you just did it on air.
So happy birthday,
We've done it now, haven't we? Take it away.
He grinded out that win. You know, he had some really good... to get them into overtime, he had some fantastic performances. 2 really good rounds back-to-back, actually.
Yeah, the 1v1 as well.
The clutches.
Yep.
Yeah, and then like Cajun as well. He was having some heroic efforts. He was opening up with some great ult picks, but North weren't able to capitalize and convert when they needed to. Everyone had flares of brilliance, but it was just one of those things that was just so back and forth the whole game.
Yeah, it felt like a bit of a, whoever turned up on the T side for the start of it. It was kind of weird, that opening kind of, I guess, foray into the matchup felt all T side based, then OT happened.
Yeah.
You thought, oh, okay, finally they ground out a couple more on the CT side. Didn't seem to matter in the end, and it all kind of spun around. So yeah, bit of a slog of a game, but individually you felt that maybe FaZe just had that little more to bring up.
I'm disappointed we didn't have 4 overtimes.
I am a little bit as well. That felt like it could really have been something
distance.
in like in the history books.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it had some legs to it for sure. Yeah, this is going to be big news for standings. This is going to be good stuff. So FaZe
massive for FaZe actually. Because they were out of the top 6, weren't they?
I think they were 7th.
Yeah.
So this will probably put them up in the top 6. We'll see as soon as those are ready. We'll actually just bring up today's results right off the bat in case you guys were just tuning in for this marathon. We had Fnatic taking out HellRaisers 2-0, and then obviously FaZe winning both their maps against North. I think the last 3 maps of tonight actually were 11-4 at half, and they were all comebacks. So some resilience.
A few rounds of Counter-Strike played this evening.
Yeah, G2 also beats Mouse Sports 2-0, and actually VP and NIP were the only teams to split their series today. There are 2 maps. We'll take a look at the standings. This is how things shifted. Virtus Pro has moved, NIP has moved up 2, HellRaisers have dropped 3, FaZe in that 6th spot.
Yep.
Is that right?
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure they were out of the top 6 initially.
No,
I'm
the
not
NIP
100%
one
sure.
because, well, yeah, because they went 1-1, so that could be right. Either way, this looks good.
This looks more normal.
Because G2 won their game,
Yeah.
so that put them up. Yeah, so I think everyone else moved up as well, obviously. So you
Okay,
kind of,
yeah.
I think the knock-on effect would have.
If we were to rewind, this was upside down a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah,
You know,
no,
we
it's
had
mad, isn't
teams
it?
like Heroic were up there, you know, Envious were doing really well in the early part of the season. LDRC and King were both in the middle of the pack, and now it looks normal. Now we have the teams where they should be.
Stabilized a bit.
Well, I mean, let's do it this way, because Penta is now 3rd place in Pro League, so
Yep.
if they were to play the game right now, they'd be playing Envy for a chance at
Ooh.
getting into the Pro League, and I don't think they'd be too unhappy with that. I think that's a doable...
What else do we have going on? So Big have to play Godsend, and the winner of that match qualifies
the
for
winner
Pro
of
League.
that match gets into
They're
Pro
the
League
auto
next season.
qualifier,
They're the
right?
auto qualifier.
Big have done a lot in a short amount of time.
They have.
Since,
They have
Gob
done.
and Legia
Gob
and
has done
stuff
good
have
stuff.
returned to Europe.
Berlin.
Are they in Berlin?
I think
Not
the organization
yet,
is
they're moving
Berlin.
to, yeah. I think they're in transit soon to move there.
NA schedule tonight. If you're sticking around, if you're feeling awake, check this out. Immortals versus CLG. That'll be cool. SK taking on Team Liquid. Some big, heavy-hitting organizations over in the North American region. Definitely scope those out. We'll see how Twist is now playing with Team Liquid, see how he does against one of the better teams in the region. I think, SK dropped 1-1 last night against Cloud9. I could be wrong on that one.
No, I'm so sure.
This is going to be Tuesday next week. FaZe versus Mouse Sports. NIP taking on Astralis. Really cool stuff there. We'll get more FaZe and against a Mouse Sports team that is still just clinging on to their playoff hopes, which is good to see. So battling.
I thought Renegades were playing Winterfox tonight.
They're not? Yeah, you're way into this fantasy thing. This has big implications.
No, well, they're on here, and Lauren has Justin in her team,
Yeah.
so I'm
JKS,
not sure.
for those of you who aren't personally
And they
That's
just
right,
added,
Kenny's done all right
they
anyway.
just added
so.
Nexa and Nifty.
Yeah, no, that's
next
quite a cool
Infinity.
addition.
I know Yanko's happy about another Serbian guy getting into the pro scene.
I just want to see them win.
Do you?
Yeah, why not?
Okay.
That'd be good.
That's it. That's the show. It's been great. It's been a lot of fun. This week has been lovely. Make sure to tune in on Tuesday night. We're going to get out of here. We're going to go have some sodas, and we'll see you guys next week.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport.
It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
this is your chance to actually make it into the Pro League, be a professional Counter-Strike player.
That's the thing that Mountain Dew League provides.
Kingwin, you know what? If anybody has a shot at 2-0, it's Kingwin. Beautiful Counter-Strike. You usually only see that into the professional level of things.
We are one of the youngest team in top 20. Many teams can underestimate us and we can surprise them with our tactics, show our Polish power.
You're in it!
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.